Well, folks, welcome into the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. Week 3, it's our third times the charm qualifiers. It's a time to make the grand finals. You just got to be the top 40 teams. I'm Goj. I'm going to be your host and caster for today with the beautiful and wonderful Spider Tiff. It is great to be casting with you yet again, Tiff.
Yeah, it really is. And honestly, anytime we get to kind of duke it out, see codcasters, see some competitive Warzone action, you know it's going to be a really great way to kick off the week alongside you.
No, I am so excited for this again. Again, this is our third week of doing this, and we finally get a chance to see Group A versus Group C. It was a dynamic time last time. Let's take a quick look at our overall format for the entire event, Tiff, and let's talk through this because, again, such a unique tournament format, right? We had 48 total trios with 3 groups of 16 trios, where each of those groups play each other to be the top 40 teams to make it to the grand finals. But you're not just trying to make it to the grand finals. We have a total of $100,000 on the line. 65K of that obviously in the finals, and there's 10K a pop in each of these qualifiers. So you're playing for cash, you're playing for placement, and of course you're playing for glory. And here's a quick look at that prize pool. Tiff, talk to me about this, a unique prizing format, especially with those bounties on the line.
Exactly, and you already mentioned that $65,000 of that Summer Survival 100K prize pool is going to be allocated for the grand finals, but we're still in the group stages. We got one more, A and C today, so each of those group stages weeks, $10,000 a piece. Obviously, we are going to pay out the top 16 trios, but what's really fun, like you mentioned, is those bounties. Over the course of these weeks, we had $5,000, but today you'll see $1,250 paid out to the trio with the highest single kill game total. So I believe we had some pretty high scoring games in week 1. I get you could say the same thing for map 2, but it seemed like it came out in some of those earlier series. So keep a score line and pay attention to that because those multipliers, well, they're going to come in swinging.
Yeah, okay, so this is the big note. Obviously, we are playing Call of Duty Warzone match point format. It is a 120-point threshold, but you're trying to be the top 40 teams overall through all group stages, okay? So like we mentioned before, if you haven't tuned in the last couple of weeks, you're trying to beat out your opponents not only in your group, but also in the other groups. So we have to compare our score lines from the entirety of the competition. Now, one group is done already, all right? That's Group B. So when we look at these overall standings, you're going to see teams that you won't see competing today near the top of this leaderboard because they've had a total of however many games played, which at this point is actually 14 games played already. So you're going to see Team enkeo at the top 320 points overall. You're going to be seeing them in the grand finals. Nobody's going to be able to take them out. They might not be top spot, but they will definitely be top 40. So let's truthfully look at the bottom half of this table because this is where it starts getting really dicey, and this is where some of these teams really need to step up. If you're already in the at-risk, if you're in the 41 to 48th place right now, you're not making it to the grand finals. You've got to do well today. But the question is, which teams are in Group B that are down there? Which teams are in Group B that are in the 30s that might get surpassed? Like, we have this fun dichotomy of teams kind of watching and waiting and biting their fingernails to say, I don't know if we're going to be in the grand finals or not. We need some of these teams to have a terrible day. And then some of the teams that are playing today need to have a really good day to make sure that they don't get relegated and not make the grand finals.
Yeah, and there's some teams that if you say that, they're like, just out here preying on people's downfalls. It's like, no, just drop in today, have a phenomenal showing if you are from groups A and C and kind of find yourself on the cusp of falling out of the top 40. Now, granted, even though you see teams that are north of 50 points, that is not safe. You could see a squad that's in 41 through 48th right now that just completely comes out swinging today, and I really want that to happen. Team Brittany Reigns, right? Brittany Reigns, huge content creator, has that extensive competitive Warzone knowledge, and she is finally kind of bringing it back full circle. So now that she's stepping back in her team, she was subbed out earlier in the weeks, I could see them making a play to get out of the bottom 40.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd love to take a look at the specific team since you got us kicked off here. And folks at home, of course, if you're watching here live on the Call of Duty Twitch channel, feel free to ask us questions, all right? I've got chat open today. I'm looking for questions if you have any about teams, about the format. There's a lot going on, and it's going to be really fun to kind of break down all the action from a format perspective of who will make and who won't. But let's talk about the teams in Group A. And Tiff, I did some math as per the usual, and I got to say, Group A technically on paper as a group was the strongest group in terms of average place in the overall competition after 1 week of play. They averaged 15th place, whereas Group B averaged 17th place, and then Group C averaged 16th place. So kind of right in order. Group A, a hair stronger than the others on average, but they don't have all of the top teams, all right? So looking at some of these teams, talk to me about a couple of squads that are really strong. I mean, first and foremost, I think my eyes get drawn to Team Pentagon, who have been having a great year of competitive Warzone thus far. Pentagon, Fuzzin, and Melvin doing pretty decent throughout the stages of this competition. Superevan squad as well, tried and true in the top 10 or so, but any other names kind of jumping out at you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go right to Team Ebates, right? We always talk about Ebates being over there on the pulse check, doing the watch parties, kind of grinding out the podcast. But this squad, although you had subbed out Ebates for week 1 alongside Prospect and vonbot, I'd imagine that with even Ebates stepping back into this roster is going to absolutely destroy. So keep your eyes on them. Deusamir, Castillo, Zdark, oftentimes one of the most consistent teams that really just makes sure that they're in the highest multiplier possible outside of that initial 2x for a win. And if they're constantly making the end games and finding moments where Dark just finds a ton of eliminations, they could also be incredibly dominated today. But we're bringing in Attract over there on the team rated roster alongside Bulieve and Rated. I'm kind of excited to see what that roster does today. Attract stepping in for Mayappo, Attract a super sub in general, can slot into any team and make that cohesion seem incredibly natural.
Yeah, a great shout, and I think it's worth shouting out as well. That team Pentagon team, by the way, 4th place overall in week 1 when they competed, but they averaged nearly 15th place throughout all of their games. So talk about a team that can definitely slay out, but really needs to focus on some multipliers. Could see them at the very top if they do really well today with that. Kind of a two-headed spear here. Let's move over to Group C, though, because this is the group that I casted over last week with Enigma. And obviously, look, Enigma called it the group of death. Average placing was stretched down a little bit lower than Group A, but in terms of raw firepower, unbelievable in terms of what they were able to do. For instance, Team Biffle, 1st place, Team Unrational, 2nd place, Team Jowo, 3rd place, Team Almond, 5th place in their competition versus Group B. So obviously Group C very, very strong, especially over that Group B. And those 4 teams in particular dominated the competition, which is definitely what accounts for some of that spread in terms of average placement. I mean, it's worth mentioning Team Biffle. They scored over 200 points at the end of the day. We all know that Falcon squad is the best team in Warzone right now. There's no question about it. People are just kind of waiting for them to slip up. But I gotta give a huge shout out to Team Unrational. That Unrational, Dongy, and Scummin squad, I need to be very clear about what they did last week, Tiff. They got 3rd in the first map for 30 points. They got 3rd in the second map for 32 points. They got 2nd in the 3rd map for 61.2 points. Not even 1st, 2nd. So a 1.8x multiplier for 61.2, which means they were on the Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold after 3 games, all right? They were dominating the competition. They just couldn't get a win. And needless to say, their 4th game, by the way, when they just needed a win, they still got 2nd, barely missed out on closing it out in 4, and scored 41 points. I mean, this team was moving different the whole competition. They just couldn't grab the win, and we went all the way to game 7 there. So watch out for those top 2 teams, of course. We're going to be paying attention to that bottom threshold as well, Tiff, but those teams in particular dominated. And a huge shout out to Joab, Breadman, and Foreign Jace in that week as well. They averaged 5th place throughout all 7 games. They actually won 3 out of the 7 games they played. They just didn't win a game once they reached threshold, ran a little bit out of time towards the end. So a very fun week last week, a very fun week the week before that. And like you mentioned, Ebates won that very first week. So that Ebate squad and that Biffle squad both already have qualified for the grand finals. Assumedly, they'd make it anyways from a point standpoint. But today, they can kind of sit back and have a great time and just try to win a sizable portion of that 10K.
They really can, and I think this is going to be really exciting because the more experience that you get with this format, and if you're just joining us, guys, that threshold that we're looking for today is 120 points. So after you hit that points threshold, you just have to win the next match, which is very tough, right? Ghost was talking about how Unrational squad, they had no problem getting to the initial 120 points, but they could not win a succinctive one right after. And who knows, we could end this thing in 6, we could end this game in 15. I'm along for the ride, and quite frankly, I I just want to see the best Warzone action ever. But for the teams that maybe haven't succeeded in this format just yet, it's all about getting those first like 2 to 3 matches underway at a really high average points per game, which is normally above that 30 mark. So if we're taking a rational squad, for example, like you mentioned, they're putting down 40-point games. Then they oftentimes put up one that's north of 60, whether it's 60 or 70. We have seen some of the craziest scoring games from that roster in particular, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did it again.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. Let's be very clear. Look, a lot of these teams have already booked their ticket to the grand finals without even playing today. They could drop a 0 today, and they're going to have enough points based on just basic math. Now, they're not going to do that, but what that does allow for is very loose gameplay, especially with our bounties on the line. 1250 just going to the team with the highest kill total in a single game. You might see a team like Team Bitful, Team Ebates, maybe even Team Unrational, who had a crazy amount of points, just didn't grab the win, got second. They've likely already made grand finals. You might see them swing for the fences. So we always talk about high risk, high reward type playstyle. Today, when you basically have nothing on the line and everything to gain, there's no reason not to just swing for the fences and try to grab as much cash as possible today. You've got the bounty, you've got first place, you're going to get some extra cash there as well. So, like, we got to go for the win, sure, but, like, I think we go for crazy kills. I think we play spoiler to some of these other teams that are right there on the fringe. Like, I think we're going to see some wild gameplay today, Tiff, especially from those top teams who just have nothing to lose.
How many eliminations do you think we're going to see go for our bounty? I think it's going to be at least 30. Maybe 32. Oh, yeah. 32 sounds good.
For sure. For sure. And also, it's crazy to think that they did that in weeks past, and we're only playing with 32 teams, right? Like, that is a sizable amount less players on the map, and you're still seeing 60-plus point totals, even with only a 1.8x multiplier. Like, easy 70s potential today. Now, I might be totally wrong. I have been in the past, but if I was playing and I had that big of a lead, I would definitely go crazy and just ego everything just to see what happens.
Look, you're going to be putting up some crazy games. I was looking back from my notes from week 1, and it seemed like we had a lot of people that were winning. It was going to be Echo, so Smixy's team right off the rip. They won with 20 eliminations, so a 40-point game. So we are definitely looking at that benchmark being on average north of 20 eliminations for a win. So yeah, I could see that our bounty just goes crazy today, but I just want to know what you think. What are, like, who our first team is going to hit Call of Duty Warzone match point in? Like, are we going 5? We going 4 again? Like, what is it?
It was 3 in week 2, so I don't know. Like, we went to game 7 in week 1, week 2. I think we probably go to around game 7 again, which is great. I think probably first team, I got to go with the Falcons. Like, at this point, you can't bet against them. So let's drop into the very first game. Now, folks, you can tell we're excited about this. I love this format. We're having a ton of fun with it. I'm excited about the gameplay. We are going to have to reset, though. We got a little too excited. And it maybe is worth bringing to all of your minds that I'm actually wearing the exact same shirt as last week because I didn't leave my desk since last week's competition. I'm that excited about what's to happen. So I apologize for getting a little bit too excited. We'll be getting into that game shortly and as soon as we can.
Ghost just completely lives at his desk and eats, sleeps, and breathes competitive Warzone. That's just how it is at this point in time, chat. Like, you need to be very much aware of that. I'll get messages at like 4:30 in the morning and be like, oh my God, I was just thinking about... No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't do quite that, but it's close.
It is close. I was sending messages about tournaments last night at 4 in the morning. So, look, we're here. We're having a great time. And I'm really excited about it. But I would like to spend a little bit more time talking about the teams since we've got some time. So if we could roll one of the team graphics, maybe A or C or both, that would be fantastic. Since we're going to be resetting that lobby. Folks, you at home, you know how it is. We're going to get the game perfect. We're going to make sure all of the players are in. And we're going to be right back into the mix. And you did get a sneak peek. If you didn't tune into the last couple weeks, we do have the brilliant Codcaster a part of our broadcast today, so we're gonna be able to see through walls and all of the in-between things that we love from Codcaster, those beautiful aerial views and such. But Tiff, let's talk about some of the heavy hitting teams. I think looking back at Group A and what you saw in week 1, talk to me about what you saw in week 1 and talk to me about some of those teams that really shined. I know you shouted out Smixy getting the first map win. Definitely a team to watch out for.
Yeah, they definitely did. Then we had a Mid EU coming through. Now, granted, that's going to be hailing from Group B, so you won't actually see them be playing today. But we do have the overall standings up, so you can kind of see where a lot of those squads from Group B are in kind of the top. But for teams that may or not be, you know, they're looking to answer back. One of the squads, Moonride, not playing today, but should be done enough from that initial week 1 and week 2. Granted, they got 2 wins in week 1, maps 4, map 6, just couldn't quite breach that threshold. But other squads that were making a name for themselves, we got Team Aydan. They took a win and did it in pop-off power, which I thought was one of the craziest games. Anytime we have an ending in pop-off, you know who loves to roam in that area. And today, of course, we have Team Biffle coming in from Group C. So if they get a pop-off power ending, they are just going to be frothing at the mouth. Other squads that really showed out was Prospect squad. Now that's Team Ebates now finally kind of coming back in, joining on the roster, doesn't need a sub today. They didn't win a single map until they needed to, but they were constantly putting up such high scoring games. So that is also a different strategy that we witnessed, because like you said, you can win all of your games early on, get to that threshold, and then just completely fall apart trying to seal the deal. So don't burn those wins earlier. Although that 2x multiplier is nice, just a top 5 1.8x will do enough.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, and I totally agree too. I think like one of the things to keep in mind about this threshold, since we're spending a little bit of time here at this overall leaderboard, is that like I basically don't feel comfortable unless I'm over 100 points, and I think a little bit underneath that you've got some room to work with, but it's just I don't feel comfortable at all unless I'm over 100, and then I'm like, okay, we probably make grand finals, but let's not leave anything up to chance. And then of course the teams at the top, definitely in, no questions asked. So excited about a lot of these squads. But yeah, I think speaking from week 2, right, like Team Biffle, that Falcon squad, they won the very first map, 56-point win, a great win. And then they went a little quiet for them. Now, quiet for them is like 20 points per game, which is still very consistent when you're dropping big banger maps in the front. And then at the very end, they ended up winning with a 40-point game. But we did end with 4 teams on threshold, and then after the final game ended up having 5 over 120. So like there was definitely some good competition. There was room for the Falcons not to win. I think there's a chance somebody else could take it today, especially if they go a little bit more high risk, high reward. Already talked about that on Rational Squad, but I think the other team to watch out for in my mind is Cloud9, which is Joe, Brem, and Jace. And then also that Team Almond team. They had a really strong game. They actually won game 3 with 34 points and made their way to threshold at the very end of the competition and ended up getting top 5. So I don't know. I think Group C is probably the strongest group, but it's Warzone, and as we know with Warzone, anything goes, anything can happen. So you never know what could happen today. We could have our entire leaderboard turned on its head and have teams that don't make even top 40 that we expected to do fantastic. And I think one of the squads we got to watch out for, like this FIFA Kill Juki squad, they really haven't had a great performance thus far. They're not sitting great on the leaderboard. You never know.
That is such an interesting team to call out, because I feel like they've had just a really large question mark surrounding them from the past couple of months. But I like to think that when they need to, they're going to absolutely clutch it up and all will be well. So that's just kind of the mindset that I'm coming into with today. I know they're at 66.6 points. I don't like that number in general for them. So we're going to have them put down a banger showing today. Now, I was doing some math, which is quite frankly nothing like any of the math that you do, Coach. I want to make that very clear. I like to look at, we talk about that 30 average points per game margin. Now, normally, Team Biffle, they excel ahead of that. And at this point, so does Team Unrational. But for other squads, that's kind of the metric that you need to be accomplishing, which puts you on that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, 120 after 4 games, which is very typical at a pace that you should be able to get to in order to prevent the tournament from ending anywhere in that 5th through 8th and you not even have a chance to stop it.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out. I think we'll continue to see that kind of threshold of per game averages of what we want to see from teams. Can you just stretch and move and wax and wane depending on how the games are going today? Look, I always try to get it out of the way early because I say it every single broadcast. Let's get through the litmus test, Tiff. Let's get through the litmus test where we get to see what these teams are able to do, who's going to swing for the fences, how fast is the gameplay going to be, because every tournament, frankly, is a bit different. Game 1 truthfully dictates how fast things will usually move in these lobbies. and of course our zone rotations. You called it out, Popov. The funny part about last week, Enigma and I were kind of chatting about this. We like only saw southern zones. I mean, it was
really?
south zone after south zone after south zone. It was actually really interesting to see how teams kind of accommodated that, and which teams had to rotate across the entirety of the map over and over again, and which teams that benefited, which teams that hurt. Because I think one of the big conversation points we had was really like, hey, if you don't have to move the entire game, is that actually a boon in a lower player lobby where you get to the end of the game, you don't have a lot of kills because you've just been hanging out and waiting on everybody to come to you? Is it worth your time to rotate around a little bit, try to grab some early kills, and then go reset up for endgame?
I think that's a really good thing to bring up, because when you think about squads that like to reap the outer edge of Gasline, right? That's their favorite thing, is to gatekeep all of those squads and put people in unfavorable situations. If you find yourself smack dab in the middle of zone and the circle just keeps on popping straight towards you, then maybe you're not necessarily comfortable with that. Go ahead, like you said, do a negative rotate and get outside of that area and kind of filter your way back in. Because by now, the majority of our squads already know how a lot of these top teams like to rotate in, or where they're comfortable dropping with, whether that's going to be Team Smixy alongside Echo and them kind of hailing from the city, whether that's Pentagon, who land around that soccer area. Obviously, Team Biffle loves pop-off power. Enkeo, not in this roster, familiar with not only Manor, but Kotovo blocks. So if we know all of that, you know all of the competitive Warzone squads have been putting in the VOD reviews, and they're like, okay, so maybe if Zone is already pulling here, let me just pop out, maybe go over to Bazaar and Farms and kind of work my way down or across through Lowtown and pop on over. That's exactly what you need to do, whether it's using zips or whatever, to find those eliminations before you get to endgame.
Yeah, and the two times I think that it actually did pull north, by the way, it was the French enkeo squad that was hanging out on the very edge of the north map and just sat there, waited on everybody to come to them. And at the end of the game, didn't have a crazy amount of kills, which is one of the reasons. We do see them at the top of the leaderboard. They had a pretty good performance, but they were real sleepy in the middle of that lobby last time around, just because they didn't find themselves with a ton of success on the kill side along the way. Like, they found their way to endgame. They were sitting in the endgame circle for like 8-9 minutes, but didn't have a lot of kills because they just waited patiently. So obviously a big conversation point. It is worth mentioning, Tiff. By the way, folks at home, we actually did change the grand finals Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. 150 points for the grand finals and the grand finals only, which will be next week, because 40 teams will be playing rather than the 32 that have been playing the last couple weeks. So keep that in mind as we get to the grand finals. Things will change a little bit differently because of the amount of teams in the lobby. Now, speaking of the lobby, still getting that lobby good to go. So folks, we're gonna head to a very short break, and while we do that, grab some water, get ready for some insane Warzone action, because we know this first map is gonna be hot. Well, folks, welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival, and this is week 3. Teams are trying to thrive, not survive, but right now it is a fight to survive. We've got a lot of teams down near the bottom of our overall leaderboard that are trying to make it to the grand finals. Top 40 make, Tiff, and had a blast breaking down all of the teams and our overall leaderboard at the top of the show. We're about to get into game number 1, and we talked about the litmus test. We talked about some of these squads, but I think the big thing today is consistency, as per the usual, right? Like, you want to play for some of that prizing. It does stretch all the way down today in our $10,000 pricing down to top 16, but a lion's share of that cash is top 4, top 5, where you're really going for. But some of these teams are like, look, I don't even care. I just want to get to the grand finals. That's where most of the money is. $65,000 on the line. So I think consistency is going to be key as we're about to get into a game for some of these teams in kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah, definitely. When you think about first place today, that's going to be taking home $3,000 per your squad out of that initial $10,000 for group stages. However, if you can navigate and get that bounty on top of it, that max is going to be $4,250 per squad, which is sounding pretty solid to me. So you say, hey, litmus test, I want to see you drop in, get aggressive, get crazy, rack up those eliminations. Maybe a 50-point game for map number 1. So I'm looking for 25 at least eliminations and a win. We can make it happen.
I love it. Tiff is throwing down the gauntlet. She says 50 or it's trash. All right. Okay,
oh, yeah, totally.
I paraphrased a little bit. All right, quick zone here, folks. We're dropping into game 1 of the day. How many will we play? No one knows, but it's been game 7 2 weeks in a row. And as we hop into it, take a look at this zone. Fairly centrally located, looking like it's favoring the northern side of the map at the end of the day. So Manor will be out of the first zone. You see the bottom part of City out of the first zone as well. But so far, a nice even spread with this plane line. A lot of folks headed over towards what looks like maybe military as well, which is what we saw a lot of last week.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to kick things off. But of course, we want to start off with that Biffle, Shifty, Soka roster, who obviously loves to get their loot pattern down and on the ground in pop-off power on the north. Now, given that that plane line started out on the northern side of Urzikstan, they will be one of the first teams to go ahead and get in the mix of things. And as soon as I say that, you see the kill feed. We've got action between one of those squads we highlighted at the beginning, FIFA Kill, going up against week 1 winners. So no strangers to contest that are going to be happening here today.
Yeah, just wanted to check in with our top team from week 2, just to make sure they were going to do all the basic things they usually do, which is land pop-off and not find anybody for a couple minutes. But through the gulag we go, and it looks like a little bit of a grudge match. 2 teams fighting each other in the lobby and the gulag, and, well, vonbot comes back for free.
vonbot's been crazy lately. I have been very impressed, right? You think back to last year's World Series of Warzone, started kind of showing us what they were capable of, still making that happen here. But T-Squad on your screen playing alongside E700 and Funzy. And yes, this looks like a very off-standish type of engagement with Pentagon Squad on the right-hand side, grabbing that knock through T through the open doorway. But what is to be said is they haven't actually full sent based off that initial knock. Funzy and E700 still kind of working their way to get back to T, biding their time until they get this loadout over here on the Pentagon side.
Yeah, great shot. I think as per the always when it comes to fights like this, usually when you get a knock, it's a signal flare, make the push. But they wanted to make sure they had their loadouts first, and then maybe try to swing on this team. Funzy E700 maybe could try to set up some sort of a trap. But when you're down 2v3, the other team has loadout, you likely don't. You run away. All right, that's what you just gotta do. You gotta stay alive. Can't afford to go down here. Funzy's gonna try to grab a cross angle, maybe pick up one in transition. Doesn't look like they're able to. T will get back for free, though, by the way, from the gulag, winning over Rida. So now that all 3 are technically alive, they definitely want to get out of this one and try to group back up. Unfortunately, Funzy just too late of a rotation out. Like, I don't want to call you out on main, but you're down 2v3. Run away. Get your whole lobby back together. Get your whole team back together and restabilize. Run away from this team much quicker, and maybe you have all 3 up. But now you lose both, and now it's just T up in the lobby.
Yeah, it's a quite unfortunate thing here, because you see what Pentagon does is not only do they have the recon drone, so we get that information on where they're going, but they also take down the zip. So they deny them being able to get that quick escape, and knowing that they've already got better equipment, they've got smokes, they've got obviously their loadout, T-Squad didn't have any of that. So let's check in with another roster here. Rated, Bulieve, Attract coming in from mayappo, already finding themselves in the gulag. Quite an unfortunate turn of events here in military base all the way on that northeastern side. Bulieve, though, zeebutterz down and out, and the smoke was trying to help cut off that line of sight for the time being, but just so much chaos going on over here.
Yeah, it's a tough fight, frankly. When you get ultimate high right now, it's pretty easy to stay alive. And, well, I say that, and then Bulieve jumps off and says, well, never mind. So, my bad, I guess. Nice angle. I guess not quite ultimate high with the angle that Showstopper had over the top for the third party. Really spoiled this one for not only Minks, but also that rated squad. In between. But off screen, what we didn't see, by the way, Cloud9 actually wiped Superevan's squad. So one of our top two teams, fighting each other, and Cloud9's actually wiping Raiden and sending them all, or sorry, Superevan, sending them all to the gulag. So that's Superevan's team, who really had a great last week, really needs to step up and see what they can do today.
Yeah. Gotta keep on moving. But for this squad on your screen, Team Careless Kitty, it's been so interesting to see their grind. We'll get back to that because Jowo is out here in the gulag trying to find e-baits and does just that. Cleans it up quite nicely. Cloud9, you mentioned them with their performance in week number 2, just kind of wanting to put a lot of wins on the table, but can they close out that Call of Duty Warzone match point format?
And this Showstopper team's always a fun one to talk about. When they are hot, they are hot. So keep an eye out for that team. They have incredible slaying potential. Back to Omit in A we go with Testament into this squad. Seemingly in a bit of trouble and getting third party from the backside. A fun fight. Husker's squad, frustrating performance in week 1 of this event for them, but had a great tournament last week after the fact. In a smaller event, they actually ended up getting second that I cast it over. So have a little bit of momentum in their sales, and apparently it's paying off. They carry momentum forward and win the gunfight.
Ooh, okay. To the gulag we go. Still only missing out on 2 full squads this early on. But for Brax, see what he does. Grabs that shoddy in hand. Are we gonna full send, close the distance of the gulag, and just take it straight to Joe Gang?
I think so. I think Brax wants to prove something here.
It's personal at this point.
The smoke and run shotgun. Yeah, that'll play. Sorry, Joe. Perfect zone off. Perfect push. Doesn't lose an iota of health.
My brain. If I'm joking right there, I'm just like, did that really just happen to me? That actually happened. We pull an SMG, one of the new ones that obviously everyone's been like sliding right into their loadout. But Brax is just like, no, we also have this shoddy. Let me show you what I've got.
Yeah, you know, it works. If you can smoke and run and just barrel stuff, it's just dynamic. But I'll look at Riverside here, and again, we'll try to keep you all updated where some of these teams are at, especially as we get further and further in the competition. But Nico is trying to make a statement early against Sage's squad. But a pretty solid performance last week as well. But right now in a bit of trouble. It's actually an even tally, 2v2, I think, in this fight now. Vonbot, Holly trying to group back up together and work together. Actually, Swag gets knocked, I think, maybe by the mortar? Yeah, that's a cleanup, no problem. I think if Vonbot can find Swag, does find him. Wow, this fight went the opposite way of Team Sage. A frustrating start for them. And here's the third party. It looks like it's actually deusamir trying to make the shove here to get the cleanup. And it looks like a fourth team coming in to try to get into the mix. This is what we talk about with Warzone. Sometimes if your fights take too long, all of a sudden it's about to be a mosh pit, and not in a good way.
And my only thing that I'm nervous of, I love that we throw down the portable radar, so they're going to get that information of Ryda's squad coming on in. But Castillo, Dark, and deusamir, they are so separated on out as we get that shot that Nico is back to a full 3 alongside Hallie and Foulnets. But what are we going to do to try and cover those angles and that cross for deusamir to kind of get on back towards his teammates? With all the smoke, is that where we're going to start running? Because Ryda says this is how we open it up. If we can maybe invest those C4s to the left, but when you overextend, there's the cross we were talking about coming in from Dark.
Yeah, great play by Dark to take the cross and not get punished for it. Dark is their main slayer. This actually wards off this picnic squad from being able to push up in third party at all, which will open up the opportunity for deusamir and Castillo to get involved. Unfortunately, I said he got out scot-free, and apparently I was wrong. Looks like Oakboy was actually able to grab the high ground Dark, clean him up fully. So now 2v2, v3, v1, as Adrian, seeing all this chaos, says, I'm out of here. You can see on that minimap, just skates off your screen. That's 28 in the red. Gets all the way down now with Sage back into the mix and is a little bit more out of this fight. as we stay in the fight and take a look at this map. Of course, C-Town, so kind of dead center of this zone now on the left-hand side of New with that kind of brown 19. Let's take a look, though. Not quite as northern of a pull as I expected as Picnic comes in here and likely cleans up this squad.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Holly was on that upper angle, and she was just really working from that doorway. And it was putting a lot of pressure onto this Reaper squad. And quite frankly, what Picnic has to do in this instance is close the gap, get underneath her. They already pick up one elimination, and if you can just kind of work around, they see Holly getting knocked on the outskirts, but look who's back. It's Adrian, Sage, and Swag. They were kind of having to get a bit of a regain from the gulag, but now they want to enact their vengeance. But we mentioned it, we got a good look at where this zone is pulling, so all of these fights are incredibly important to withstand all of the zone pulls coming through. And Swag, I mean, a little tough considering where we saw that C4 get thrown right away, but Adrian and Sage are just kind of saying, we are going to just keep on moving throughout Old Town.
Yeah, this fight took so long. Adrian, Sage, and Swag came back to the fight. And then because we were here for so long, the Falcons were able to rotate all the way down the map into the fight and are cleaning up Swag's team after like 6 minutes of fighting in the same exact POI. What a wild swing to this fight, as we do see the full team of Swag Squad fully eliminated out of this lobby. After a frustrating start, they could not stabilize. They tried to grab those sea legs and get them underneath them. And unfortunately, the Falcons swept them back out and put them on their back and sent them back to the lobby. As, again, Holly in trouble with this Fallen Nets and Nico squad. In a decent little setup here with Shifty down below. Unfortunately, it was just a bait and switch. These guys, I don't even know they had to calm that. That is called subconscious decision-making. A perfect play baits out Holly. They get the cleanup. Now it's a 3v2. Shifty split, of course, but, like, beautiful setup, beautiful execution.
I mean, he just drops down, doesn't even resurface out of the water. As soon as Holly peeks on over, gets ripped from the back, which is also going to see, Shifty's on the ground, about to kind of cross on over towards Cargo, but Biffle and Soka, they're not leaving Old Town. They're trusting Shifty in this moment to go for that 1v2 against Foul Nets and Nico.
We'll see. Shifty full isolated right now. And again, as per the usual with this team, I want to call out how much cash they have. 35,000, I think, in total, or close to it. Shifty in a 1v2. Feels confident in these situations. Feels like he's the best player, but now Hisoka's playing backup, and we're sending Biffle to play anchor in the back. What is this? Rebirth? Perfect setup. C4 is through, looking for any bit of information of exactly where these players are at. But Hisoka with high ground here gets spotted, but at the very least has info on where this duo could be.
Takes a ton of damage here as well, but keeps it moving. Let's see Foul Nets there. They find one. Now we just got to lay our sights back onto Nico. Seems as if Holly will be back into the fray as well, likely giving comms and call-outs for the squad. You can see them flying on over back towards the Old Town side. We get a good look at the map while that squad's being cleaned up. For squad number 2, really situated towards that Opal Palace area. We're going to have a cluster that occurs over in that Low Town side of things. But with the way this zone has inevitably shifted towards that eastern side of that peninsula area, we are going to see a lot of teams that want to kind of control the space on the northern edge of that zone.
Yeah, and on a quick look at that map view, you also saw red number 1. That's going to be your Fnatic squad, all right? So that's Almond, Noobs. That squad is really, really strong team. Again, they got top 5 in week number 2, looking to kind of better their performance this time around and prove they're one of the best teams out there after a frustrating World Series of Warzone series. We'll see, maybe they can do that. Again, centered dead in the middle of this new zone. Kind of the contrary play style to this Fnatic, or sorry, Falcons team, who's playing edge of zone and working their way in, trying to find kills along the way. And maybe it's just that difference in high risk, high reward strategy that we talked about. But watch out for that Fnatic team dead center with Skullface back onto the roster.
Oh, I'm a little worried here for Smixy and co. Yes, they're underneath and kind of navigating this area, but I feel like Shifty has caught wind of it. He's just kind of working his way throughout, but still checking all the different angles, the crosses, and has the mortar in pocket. Should we extend it? But what we've also seen people use those for, and the precision airstrikes, to just kind of look to see if there are any teams moving in over there. And, well, they throw it down to the palace. We saw squads over here, and they're going to grab high ground. Z-Laners, that team that had set up shop here early, Now we're gonna look for some angles.
Yeah, again, always excited to see Z-Bat competing. This team got 12th, by the way, last week, so an okay performance overall. Definitely puts them to the grand finals likely if they have an okay day again today, but like to better that. They're in the nice zone position here, battling against the Falcons. Falcons had the info, like you mentioned, to swing around to the other side of Opal Palace, and as such, these two teams are going to be shooting at each other for a while. It looks like Shifty's actually going to hit the drone, though, to try to figure out, I don't know what, maybe just get some info and then fly back to his team. Not sure, but these two teams are going to be in a little bit of a standoff for a while, as they're going to have to be checking their backs. Again, this Falcon squad playing edge of zone, whereas this Z-Laner Wars bubble team playing a little bit more central on the opposing side of Opal.
Patience, though. We're not going to give up our side of this, and we don't want to give up any more ground towards that Falcons roster. But as you see, we're looking for Soka, but Biffle's already taken that off angle. And so that's why they're so hard to deal with. Just, you know that if you sight one, you go for them, someone's going to be ripping you from the left. So how do you contend with all of them? You have to completely slice off Biffle first in a way.
Here's a quick look at that map view. This is a big moment. Where will it pull? Who gets the zone? Again, red one is Fnatic, and well, I don't know if they did recons or something else, but perfectly predicted. Dead center of zone, waiting on anybody to enter it. Just now, we're seeing some of these teams try to early rotate in, as squad 11 in the orange having to do a lot of the same. And it looks like Omit NA is running first, and likely that will be not to their... Not to the good side of their equation. Likely will lose this one in a 3v2, doing everything they can to stay alive, but when you're down a player and you don't have a lot of cover to play with, it's just not going to happen.
It's really not. But for Ebates, on 4 eliminations thus far, you know the squad's got a few. 18 teams left in the lobby, so we're starting to tick through the multipliers. About to be underway with that 1.4 once we reach to 15. But Dongy lost out on Scummin. Should be able to bring him on back right now. But a rotation will be needed. Plenty of time, though, for now to try and gatekeep this squad before they have to get out underway. But as we start focusing on Smixy and Echo, oekiy with the angle.
Dongy is... He's got a beam on him. Off screen, by the way, they did full wipe that FIFA Kill and Juki squad that we kind of charged with a good game today, or a good start, and unfortunately it doesn't look like they're going to have it.
Yeah.
Going about 24th or so, and again, our multipliers start coming into play now. 1.4x at top 15 is about to be what we hit. Nico Infinite somehow made it to, well, almost there. Unfortunately, dropped 16th. That's got to be frustrating, only securing a 1.2. But truthfully, you're really looking for top 10, 1.6, top 5, 1.8, and of course, that 2x win. Off screen, looks like Z-Laner finding Ahsoka. On screen, this team, as per the usual, is fragging out. Donkey by himself on 7. Likely a lot of kills going around the board, as I saw Scummin in the kill feed quite a bit. Do have a bit of cover here. The problem is, still got a little ways to go with not a lot more cover along the way. Might be able to just barely sneak into zone. No, they do get wiped in the cleanup with the PA. That's got to be frustrating when you're walking home with a ton of kills in first map to not find a sizable multiplier.
But then you come on board here with vonbot, Ebates, and Prospect, and this is exactly why that Unrational squad just got picked up. We're talking, look at that line of sight for the low ground. We have situated ourselves in a building kind of neighboring that Fnatic roster, which had that mobile respawn. However, with that pull coming in and the split hold that we saw from Fnatic, now you just see that the one lone member outside of the circle currently will just have to drop on down and reunite with the duo that's situated around that mobile buy station. They have such a phenomenal area that I wouldn't be surprised that another squad's going to look to take it from them. And when you have one member by themselves, vonbot, Ebates, Prospect, they have the numbers advantage and they just want to go ahead and bring it to a 3v2.
Yeah, again, you do want to make top 10 here. You want to secure that multiplier. So a lot of these teams will kind of bide their time when they can. Looks like a little bit of maybe covering fire from the PA or something to try to keep Ebates alive here, getting dropped. But a nice pickup on Skullface evens the tide and actually pushes the favor back in their side of the equation again because Ebates is able to stay alive. This is a huge boon for them. Fnatic's been hanging out here for the last like 5, 6, 7 minutes. and now they're down to just a duo. This is going to be a massive moment, likely in the final fight. Remember that. They do get Skullface back quickly. They've got the cash and the portable buy. That's a massive save there for Fnatic to kind of restabilize. The question is, how many kills they have? Doesn't look like a ton, but not a bad game thus far, especially still with 11 teams in this final couple circles here. They could walk away with a ton of kills as everybody's rotating to them. Let's see the zone pull, though. This is going to be incredibly important. Who gets it? Look at the buildings. It is not Fnatic. They've got to move. It is Team 20.
Ooh, and they've got all 3 members up. We can just see the remnants of that raided squad get caught out on that edge of circle. But for the 2 members left of the Falcons roster, Biffle on 5, Soka up as well, they've managed to get into that next circle ahead of pros. Now, that squad is in the bottom 8 and needs a dynamic showing here today if they want to make it towards the finals next week, playing alongside Spartan and bilngcjay. Their positioning should allow them to clean up a ton of KP here for the end game, but keep your eyes on that building towards the right. That Ebates Fnatic fight has been going on for the past 2 minutes, and Noobs is the last one standing.
If they can keep Ebates alive here, this team can still win it, even with not getting the zone pull. And right now, Noobs is trying to play spoiler. Does play spoiler on one. Finally gets cut down. Gets top 10, though. Not a bad game for Fnatic. But the question is, what can vonbot and propect do? Again, they've already made grand finals. They're just trying to win some cash today, all right? They won their week of competition, and they're back for more. Now playing with some PDSs deep inside the zone. They're going to be here for a little while, and unfortunately, it looks like somebody else with an off angle. That's Huskers back into the mix. Apparently, the momentum from the smaller tournament not too long ago carrying forward with all 3 alive on the zone pull. But you're right, bilngcjay, nobuspartan, pros, they have the god pull, they have the perfect building to get top 10. The problem is, who does it pull to? Now Picnic and Ryda, who now are getting shut down by the Falcons. The Falcons poised, prime, ready to take this just with 2. Let's see if maybe a third party can make this a bit more difficult for them. A couple teams in this area, but this Biffle squad are going to find a ton of people probably in rotation, especially if they have a PDS here.
Well, no one's actually shooting at them. No one is shooting at them. They have the entire collapse on the warehouse. Huskers teams goes for the roof. And then, like you said, this Pentagon, Fuzz, and Melvin, they're on the outer edge here, getting caught out by absolutely everyone. But not all of Team Huskers got on the roof. You see Brolic get shredded.
I forgot Michael Bay was in the observer booth today. My goodness, we've got explosions everywhere, and somehow Melvin, the hero with plot armor, is not dead yet. How about a full team of 3, Melvin? There, finally gets cut down. Nobuspartan having a fantastic map. They've made top 5 TIFF. This is huge for their point totals to make sure they make grand finals. They've already done what they need to do. A 2x would just be a cherry on top. This Huskers Jackal team, though, with a ton of eliminations. My main criticism about this team usually is how many kills they have, but Huskers almost on double digits by himself. And has high ground here with a durable gas mask, likely just hanging out in the zone for a while, shooting fish in a barrel, but he can't connect. There's too many smokes. Prospect finally cut down. Final 3 teams, and he hears some footsteps. Perfect prediction, perfect cleanup. Huskers is on fire, but finally runs out of gas mask and finally gets cut down. Tiff, look who's in the final circle, all alone. No one's shooting at them with a free win on their hands. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you've got Biffle up looking for pros here. In a 1v2 situation, we clean it on up, and none other than Team Falcons.
Unreal.
They take map number 1, they get the 2x multiplier, and they do it as a duo.
Yeah, that is, I think just unfortunate for everybody else. You know, like, when we talk about Warzone competition, we talk about the top teams in the game. There are a lot of really good squads, but there is only one best squad. And right now, the amount of tournaments they've won, I think the last like 23 events they've played in, they've won 20 of them. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable, the dominance from this duo. And one of the things that makes them so valuable at this point is being the behemoth that they are. They're not contested off drop. They can have as much resources as they want throughout the early game, and they can set up for the end game almost however they want. However, in the end game, that time they just got lucky. I mean, it was a good rotation, a good IGL call, I'm sure, but also no one shot at them, and they made a free rotate to New and just sat there and grabbed the 2x multiplier for basically free. Like, it's not going to be a banger kill total, at least comparatively with what we've seen in the past, but Tiff, it might breach 50, and the fact that I'm saying that's not a banger is hilarious.
Yeah, that's tough, right? So hear me out, Goj. I received a DM today. And I opened it up, and this is from a friend, and it was like it's super early this morning. It says, was Team Falcons or SSD, Team Biffle here today? as dominant as TSM ever was in a different title. Like, did
Sure.
they, quite frankly, win as much? And I was like, no, TSM didn't win literally everything all the time. This is unprecedented. And I'm not sick of talking about Team Biffle because why not? We can keep on going. But who is going to step up? We've seen other teams kind of figure this format out and actually best them over the past couple of weeks, but something's got to happen. I don't know what to say, Gosh.
Something's got to give. And I think right now, again, this trio, the best trio in the game, everybody knows it. Everybody respects them. And because of that, especially with prize pool delineation that goes beyond top 3, like, you're kind of protecting your cash by not fighting them early, right? Like, if you fight them early, you have a lower % chance of winning because they're the best team of the game. You then aren't making any money because you're chalking your games trying to best them for the rest of the lobby to have any sort of semblance of success. So it's always such a fun convo around this trio because you're right. They're probably the most dominant trio, at least I've ever seen in recent history. They've still got to prove it in big competitions, World Series of Warzone coming up, the grand finals of this competition. Like, these are technically qualifiers, if we can call them that. Still 10K prize pool, but like, if they do this on the big stage in grand finals in this tournament, and they do it again in World Series of Warzone coming up, like, this will probably be the most winningest trio and dominant trio we've ever seen, maybe in esports in general. I know it's a bold claim, but like, it's undeniable at this point. And so I'm not trying to overload the
you're not just trying to glaze them. Like, you're really not. Like, they deserve it, honestly.
Let's call it what it is. Now, the big question here, and I want to give some flowers to some other teams in that map. Big question for me, that Huskers team, man. Huskers almost on double digits by himself. They're looking so strong as of the last couple tourneys. They finally found their groove. And I spoke to Huskers a little bit after the last event that I casted over him. And he said, like, we knew this was possible. We knew we were a top team. We knew we could compete with some of the best out there, including the Falcons. We just weren't able to finally do it. And putting it all together in one tournament to say, that's how it's done. They are looking like a totally different team right now. That was a really big game out of them. They needed it. They were down like middle of the pack or so.
They were 38th.
Yeah. And when you do the math on averages, like, they probably end today, if they have an average performance, in like 30th, which is just like not good enough, frankly, for that team. They are high caliber team, and they won a big one after today. And so a big start for them. Top 3, likely like 30 points, looking really strong.
Yeah, they're a top 10 team, in my opinion, right? And when you see them down in 38th at the start of our final week of our group stages here, and we got Group A and C, they were at 52.8 points. Like, that is not indicative of a performance that I would expect for Team Huskers. So I would really love to see that points threshold, whatever they get from that 1.8x multiplier. It's kind of unfortunate when you think back towards that end game and how it all centered around that warehouse, that not all of them were able to get up on that roof. Now, we didn't see it from their POV necessarily on that rotation in, but it looked like Gromalokk maybe approached from the ground and kind of stayed there on the ground. And when you have that entire Pentagon squad kind of navigating the area towards the other side of the warehouse, and you've got obviously Team Falcons across the way, it's going to be tough. So much so that we even send one of the members, I believe it was bilngcjay, up onto the warehouse to try and rip Huskers out of there, because he's just firing through the smokes, praying that it connects, looking for more eliminations. And bilngcjay's like, nah, dude, I'm going up there. Like, I'm getting rid of Huskers at this point. Loses the battle there, but Huskers does inevitably fall.
Yeah, you know, I think it's a fun note, too, that, like, especially with the multipliers, the way we have them, 2nd and 5th gets the same multiplier. Yeah. And so if I'm Huskers, I'm doing the exact same thing. I say, look, I might be able to get 2nd. Maybe on a luck I get 1st. Probably not, though, because I'm going to have to jump off high ground, get caught in rotation. So instead, I almost just give away my whole life in gas and get as many kills as I can on this high ground, because I can shoot fish in a barrel. Ends up picking up like 2 or 3 kills in that final fight, even though he gave away his life to the gas, which is definitely worth it. I mean, you think about those point totals. You're at 1.8x on 3 kills. Like, you guys can do the math. That's a lot of points when our margins are like 1 to 2 points between 2nd and 3rd place from a couple weeks ago. So, like, really tight margins. Grabbing 6 points there instead of trying to go for a win is the right call, especially when you were down in player numbers and in a bad position on the rotation. So I really like that call. I really like that team. Watch out for him. And I think we got to give our week 1 winners some flowers as well. They made top 5 in that map, and they had a long road to get there too. We kept tuning in with them, and they were fighting over and over and over again. They were able to take down the team in theoretically the best position going into about map zone 5, zone 6, which is the Fnatic squad. A full team of 3 with some of the best chemistry in the game, at least on paper, that are set up in the best spot in zone, and that eBay squad was able to push in and win that gunfight and win the full team fight. Really impressive stuff from that team. Keep watching out for that trio. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, though. Shout out to admins for getting that all in super quickly. And wow, Tiff, look. There are many days where I say I'm really good at predictions. You recently have been killing it on predictions. This one is unbelievable. You said 50 points, and they scored 50 points exactly.
Wow.
Tiff, you're the ultimate Warzone caster. I will bow down before you. What a start for Team Biffle, but a great prediction from you.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. I was thinking about it. You know, we had the House of the Dragons season finale yesterday. That could have been an email at this point, but they have like what, dragon dreamers over there? So am I just like a Warzone wizard? I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm down for it because that's just a beautiful start from them and a great call. At Team eBay, again, these are the top 3 teams we shouted out. They made top 5.
Yep.
Tied 30.6 points. This is actually right about what we saw second and third get last week as well. So everything kind of continuing pace of the last couple of weeks. Everything about the same. Big moves here from Team Unrational with Unrational, Dongi, and Scummin. Again, we talked about them falling a hair earlier than they would have liked, but still slayed out. Still 26.6 points, feeling really good. And then that Pentagon squad, which again got 4th in their week, here in 5th in the first map. Everything kind of going to script, at least what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and you gave your flowers towards Team eBay, who locked in that second place with 30.6, which to me, anyone that's sitting at that 26.6 and up, that's a phenomenal start to your game. Even that 19.2, I'll give it to them, especially with how Fnatic was locked into the dead center of zone for the majority of that game, not really getting a chance to kind of roll out and find those eliminations. I'm a little... Yeah, I want to say they're very lackluster in map number 1, your litmus test. Like, I was not okay with what I saw, and mostly because of how separated they were. I don't know what happened that they let one of their teammates already get caught out from that eBates prospect vonbot roster because we don't get their comms, but there was something that was amiss right there, and I would love to see them correct it. And to get 19.2 points out of a lobby that I've said I thought was lackluster, I think they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I like that shout a lot. And look, I think we talked about a couple of these squads. I think, you know, look at Team 17 with Team Holly, right? Not a great map. They were in a blender the whole map, frankly, just consistently in third-party fights that they couldn't get a handle on themselves in. But I do want to swing over, speaking of that squad and some of our other teams that are kind of right there on the fringe, let's swap over to our overall leaderboard. Now, there's a lot of info on this overall leaderboard, and specifically down at the bottom. Let's go ahead and just full swap over to the bottom part of our leaderboard here, because this is where it gets really interesting. Like, let's take a look. Team Holly, with just a 7-point game, has already jumped up to 38th place here and kind of continuing to keep themselves out of that bottom 8 because some of those squads are done. Now, you got to look, though. This is the one I'm so interested about. Look at 45th place right now. Team Pros with Pros, nobuspartan, bilngcjay. We saw them in the final 5, but because they, I guess, were lurking in final zone for so long, this is what we talked about at the top of the show, they just didn't have a lot of kills. And because of that, they haven't moved on that leaderboard hardly at all, and they still have a long road ahead of them if they want to make grand finals. So let's hop back into the game for game 2 and see what some of those teams kind of on that threshold to get relegated and not make grand finals, what they can do, especially with this crazy zone line. Look at this, headed all the way up the western seaboard, and we're gonna see the entire west side of the map, and anybody that wants military base has a long way to go.
You're just gonna have to hover and pray. But I loved the shout out on the leaderboard when we kind of sink into map number 2 on that pros roster. They got a 9-point game, but what they did do was they got into the later multipliers. So now if we kind of just mirror what we did on that first game into this game, but grab more eliminations, I think that they can slowly work their way out of that bottom 8. But like you said, that western plane line, a lot of our teams just hanging on out to get towards the eastern side, but SSD wants to get their feet on the ground over by Pop-Off Power and just use that initial starter pistol to start taking some shots at babahuf over there. But can we find a weapon that works better? Because you already know where they are. We're going to forego whatever that was because it's not what Biffle wants.
Yeah, and again, like I saw somebody even in chat ask the question, why is no one contesting Falcons and pop-up? And I think it's frankly because they think they're going to lose. Like, it's just a problem of, like, this doesn't give us a huge benefit. We stop one of the top teams, but right now we're just trying to make grand finals. In grand finals, maybe somebody goes for it because it's like, we've made grand finals, a lot of money on the line. We can try to thwart a top team, but yeah, they're going to be free and clear for the entire start of this game as per the usual. As we swing over to one of our top fragging teams from last week. This team actually did get the bounty, I believe, as well for top fragging teams. So had a decent little payday there, getting second place overall, plus the 1250. So fragging definitely in their name and in their game plan, but looking for a couple wins this time.
Ooh, okay, Scummin. We open things up with a chuck of that nade and find oekiy with a quick cleanup here. Now, they love to land in this Zerevan City area, more in particular that high-rise construction-esque style building. You can see one member of the squad flying on in. And yes, we take down that squad. However, that is not the same roster that has that ultimate high ground. You can see T and Funzy here, and Scummin was kind of toying with the idea of deciding to go up that long zip. Finally commits to it as Funzy has already found himself in the gulag, and now the chow between Scummin and T. T gets the initial crack, but here comes the streaks. If that was a PA from the inside of the threading the needle of the window,
yeah,
yikes.
That's tough, I gotta say. I think it did kind of clip her through the window, which is just I mean, look, if you drop an airstrike on a building and there's an open window, there's going to be some bullets that come flying through, all right? It just is what it is. Scummin, though, going to look for Funzy and try to get the full cleanup here. Funzy is trying to play a little bit of spoiler. Unfortunately, opens up his back to a push as Unrational tries to swing on him. Goes up the zip. It's a little dangerous, but because the player's weak, feels really confident in it, and so far, so good. Another crack. I don't think the Thermite's going to zone Unrational off enough. Makes the play and the perfect trap. Wow, Scummin and Rational. It's like they've been playing together for like 4 years.
It's crazy what that cohesion looks like when you've got really good team chemistry. I mean, it's been pretty interesting, right? We had that bait and switch with Shifty in map number 1 across from Old Town between that. But Unrational, Dongy, and Scummin are just absolutely working these rosters over in Zerevan City. Now, how is Unrational going to read this one? Well, clearly with ease, throws that initial thermite straight on T. The fact that she even gets out is crazy.
Yeah, it is, and hopefully it ends up paying off or they can regain. And, well, yeah, we're going to mark our squad here. We're going to try to get some info. We want a full team wipe, and Scummin, dude. Scummin living up to his name as per the usual. I like some friendly banter. I'm not sure if that's friendly or not, but feels confident right now. So we'll see if that confidence continues in this map, and maybe they can walk away with a bit more cash as we swing over to Rated's team. Again, attract the sub for this squad. And Attract definitely on my list for Golden Thirds. A really good teammate. Can play with just about anybody. I'm sure that team will find some success. And it looks like, unfortunately, maybe for everybody involved, third party here from Chow trying to get in on a piece of this action as these teams inside are trading each other out. Just going to open up an opportunity for Chow to get the third, and they do find it. A nice cross angle to find one, and now they've got player advantage on both teams.
The positioning that we've seen some of our squads take is just absolutely crazy. With Rated last standing, has to try to finesse his way out of military base and let those other two squads kind of run into each other, which gives him a chance to get out. But that cover, where do you wrap from there? There's just so much open space in between military base and Superstore, which quite frankly, still so excited to see that on the map. But Renzo going straight for Lennon. It's going to need backup there, but unfortunately, FIFA squad straight to the gulag again.
Yeah, they just cannot stay stabilized. And it's what we see from them every single tournament. They have okay tourneys because they're able to scrap together because they're that good in the end game after bad starts. They just can't have a good start. One good start and that team fries. Like, anytime they have a good start, they end up having like a 40-point game. They just need a good start, and they're not getting a lot of those these days. Love those guys to death. We'll see. Maybe they can piece it together here in the next couple maps. Again, last 2 weeks, Tiff, we have played to game 7, and finally a team wins it on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. I'm not sure we're going to repeat that exactly, but who knows? Right now, on pace for maybe a bit quicker than that, depending on what Falcons do. They dropped 50 in the first map, so not quite in 3 if they continue that average, but or definitely will be in 3 if they continue that average. I can't imagine they will continue that average, but who knows? 120 points. You all can do the math. Need about 40 points per game if you want to do it in 3, and they've got a 50 to start.
Well, anytime they do convert on a Call of Duty's Warzone match point format tournament, it's usually because they've won 50% of the matches, and kicking things off with a match win is just crazy. But a squad that was just hovering outside of the bottom 8 is the squad on your screen. Huskers, Jackal, Gromalokk, a phenomenal start to map number 1, but we're still working on getting out of that kind of danger area, and you've already ran into that Falcons roster this early on, and it's just Huskers and Jackal left.
Yeah, this is a pretty big moment. I mean, these are the top 2 teams from last map, and while Jackal puts you in a spin cycle, barrel stuff cleans up, and unfortunately, Conservation of Greatness, I think, knocks himself with his own grenade. I don't know, but I don't know what happened. I don't know how he fell, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. I think he knocked himself, so they can't get the full cleanup on Ahsoka, but feels really good after winning the 1 on Shifty, forcing Ahsoka to back off. They were able to stay alive.
Biffle on 2 in the gulag here against Future. Throw it on down. We push him straight into it. Oh my god, the confidence. Yeah, you have a pixel of HP left right there, but it doesn't matter. You're still coming back to join along Soka, who had already disengaged from that Huskers squad all the way down into condos. However, we have to be cautious here. Johnny Bro, Brittany Reigns, a team that has found themselves in the bottom 8, just grabbing their loadout here on that high ground. You can see that Soka has just kind of went away, grabs the buyback, and navigates underneath. Oh, man. This is like Megalodon sitting in the water while you're just kind of treading above them.
Megalodon that's missing a fin, right? They're down in numbers, but even still, it's still a Megalodon. Just because it has to swim in circles doesn't mean it can't eat you. Got a couple teams lurking in the shadows as well. It looks like Team 12 right off. You can see them in that kind of darker blue. That's vonbot, ebates now in a different color this time around. So definitely a really strong team. That's a top 3 team in the lobby in the last one. They're getting kills actually off screen, fighting 2 wars at once potentially. And maybe faltering in some of those fights as well. Ahsoka trying to find the entry knock. A couple C4s may do it, but no connects. Gives you the information that this team's likely wrapping around the outside. Does get that info. What is he going to do with it? Finds one outside. There's multiple. C4 to the face. Prospect cleans that one up from distance. No. Prospect's in the mix. Prospect's in this fight by himself, just looking for a couple picks here. Thinking he can play spoiler to maybe the Falcons and might get punished for it, and does.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we were just looking to use the mobile buy station that's down here to try and maybe pull back our numbers, but unfortunately, Prospect down and out. It wasn't a squad wipe, so you know at least rated or a tractor somewhere around here. But Soka, once again, still trying to clean up this Brittany Reigns squad. Now, Brittany Reigns does win the gulag and will likely be coming on back. I don't know if she'll land here considering that circle is starting to close, and it could be more beneficial to return towards that old town because once again, shout out to production for kind of bringing up this map view because we are still centraling up on that initial island of Old Town, Low Town area. But where is Fnatic? I see them over at Superstore this time.
Yeah, and I was looking at Cloud9 as well, in the yellow-orange. Yellow-orange, good grief. The 11-orange, that's going to be your Cloud9 squad. Again, they averaged 5th place throughout the course of week 2. So watch out for that team. But yeah, and this squad fighting, I think it was Team 18 there on the far outer edges of, kind of on the outside of Seaport going into Cargo. Now on a bit of an island here, Ahsoka's going to make a big wrap to rejoin his teammates who have gone back up to the south side of Popov. And this is where we are now. To Popov we go, and to Huskers we go by himself in a Humvee. Now, there's one thing I know about Huskers over the last 4 years is that, frankly, maybe you can blame it on the keyboard and mouse, but just has some troubles driving. This time, no troubles at all. Gets the buyback, and now getting shot in the back because, well, FIFA kill, honking the horn and saying, I'm here. And unfortunately, gets cut down because Huskers, maybe he can't drive, but he's definitely a straight shooter.
I mean, FIFA was flying really low in that helicopter, and it's just a little too much. You can see Lennon out in the distance, so he's like, yeah, I'm out. Me and Jukies, we're just going to be like, I don't know what FIFA was doing, but it's not anything that we want there. But Huskers looking for some rogue bits of cash. We want to get back up to a 3. Here comes Gromalokk. Took a lot of damage back on that entry. However, seems to be all right for now.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, by the way, off screen here, to the left side of the minimap, just offside the minimap, that is actually going to be the Falcons that are in the area. It's that cyan blue is going to be the Falcons squad. So we'll see them here shortly on the other side of this fight. Not close enough to get encountered and get engaged yet. doesn't look like they'll need to, as it looks like FIFA squad has struck back as Lennon finds one, and they should be able to clean up Brolic here pretty much no problem in a 3v1. There's the cleanup, and here comes the Falcons swooping in on this fight. Look at them. Cyan Blue 4 looking for a piece of the action. Unfortunately, they get here late, so they have to slow down.
All right, Huskers. This is a big win here. Needs to make this happen against Smixy. Smixy, who's already covered the distance, chucks that straight into his face, and goodbye, Huskers.
Oh, no. We lose a gulag like that. Second place goes down really early. That's 23rd, by the way, as Smixy is able to rejoin a full team of 3 now. That was a huge gulag for both of them. Getting the opposite sides of the coins was a success and failure. A brutal one. Again, that Husker squad had a 30-point game in the first map, so feeling okay. And, well, late to the party, but still always the winner and the most popular kids at school, apparently, because this is a nearly full team wipe coming in a 3v3. Nobody else even close to pop-off right now, and they might find all 3 if they can somehow beam FIFA from distance. I think with this new meta, likely not at that range, but you just frankly never know.
Hard to say. I wouldn't be surprised if they, between Shifty, who's already kind of positioned themselves on that small island. Now, we got to talk about what they're doing, because it's not just looking at taking down FIFA. They are cleaning out the entirety of the next northern zone. And by forcing this squad out, whether they decide to rotate over to the side that Superstore is on and kind of descend from there, because once you walk into the northern zone, it's very much open, clear, not a lot of structures. You kind of just have to work with the trees and what you've got. The closest buildings are going to be the northern ones on the outskirts of Old Town and Low Town. So that could be an area that you're like, I want to find all the eliminations. They had 25 kills in that first game. You know that's not enough for that roster.
Yeah, and this is kind of that southeast side of the current zone. They're going to have to work their way in, like you were talking about, into Old Town with the Falcons on the north side of the zone, which is technically still in zone. Across the river on the south side of Popov is technically in zone. I can't imagine it pulls all the way over there, but they are free and clear on the north. So we won't tune in with them probably for a little while because there's nobody up there by them, and all the fights will be happening on the south side of this zone, either in Old Town or on the fringe, like a couple of these squads were swapping between. But Panda's team had a decent kind of rallying finish to last week. Again, the team you want to watch out for last week that they played in this Panda squad. Again, on fringe, outside of Opal, and there's only one team close to them. It's that Team 21 that's just barely peeking on the mini-map here below them. And that's that squad we were tuning with zebutterz a moment ago. I can't imagine babahuf and co are going to try to push this fight. Instead, we'll try to rotate into new and try to figure out where to go from there.
For the Wars Bubble Z-Laner roster, I would love some good rotations out of them. Now, granted, we're about to be into that 1.4x multiplier. Once we get into the top 15, you're getting information by seeing all these mobile buy stations come on in, and that's going straight towards that Fnatic roster, who has moved into that open area in the north with the Falcons kind of doubling back towards that cargo side of things to clean out bridge. Wars, however, gets caught out a bit too much, but for now, we are comfortable with what we're holding.
Yeah, I agree. This is, again, the far south side of the zone, basically directly horizontally centered inside of zone with a Scummin team. And actually, it looks like nobuspartan, bilngcjay, again, they were kind of at risk of relegation in 45th after a good placement, low kill game. This time, hopefully, it's the opposite. They have kills and bad placement because they do fall 19th. Multipliers really don't start mattering that much until 15th, which is the 1.4x. So continue to kind of watch out for that squad as a team that maybe doesn't make grand finals if they can't start putting things together. Team 19 now gatekeeping that Scummin squad, and they say it's not good enough. We can't hang on the edge of the zone. Let's go ahead and get the center, because this rotation, if it doesn't pull to us, is horrible. And so they said, we go to gas station. We hold down gas station. This is a nice spot. And here's the north side. There's only one other team here now, and it's, well, unfortunately for Fnatic, it's Fnatic, right? The Falcons are swooping in, and they're making this position look real rough.
Yeah, Biffle on 5 already, 2,200 damage, a solid showing, and they know the importance of cutting off that Fnatic roster. Now, you look at what that playable space looks like for them. It's going underneath the bridge and kind of hitting this walkway straight towards Team Destroy. Now, Team Destroy in week number 1 held that bounty extensively, so that's what they were looking to get. They put up a massive game Raul, natedogg are going to be in one building, destroyed just out on the other side of things. But Biffle, if they want to get into this space and take the building, you've got to be cautious because they know exactly how to evict you on. But Destroy just willingly gave up that space, which gives them all the time in the world to focus on Fnatic.
Yeah, surprisingly, they do have time. That's exactly what I was going to say. I didn't think they would. I thought there was a chance maybe this Destroy's team was going to hold ground here. But they didn't feel comfortable with a potential impending third party when they see the smoke and run coming from this Fnatic's team. And, well, they certainly are doing that. Smoke and run and splitting here to try to grab a flank. Let's see if they predicted Almond on this side. Shifty does catch him, but unfortunately gets caught outplating. And a stick would have come through potentially if that trophy wasn't there. But now Noob's being cut down. Here's a quick overhead view of this fight. This is a big moment for Shifty to make a pinch, and they're able to do exactly that. What looked like a good smoke and run pinch from the Fnatic team. They lose one in transition, and because of that, they nearly lose their entire team. As now Skullface is last alive. Last-ditch effort. Guess what? We grab the LTV, and we hightail it to the edge of zone into some semblance of cover in the rolling hills, because right now we just need to stay alive. And goes for a big wrap, but unfortunately, the shrubbery stops the LTV, and down goes Fnatic in 17th place. Not great multipliers, not fantastic kills, and it's Falcons yet again playing spoiler. They only need it because, well, they want to win. They want to win a bunch of cash. They don't need it for grand finals. They're already there. They're just playing spoiler to all these other teams still fighting for position.
They're just looking to add another win to the dynasty that they're currently creating. And it's just wild. But the space that we saw Team Destroy give up, right? They go onto this building, so it's now going to be this 2v3 against that Falcons roster. But from all angles, we cannot stop the bleeding. But here comes Falcons, and you call it. Team Smixy, alongside oekiy and enkeo in this week, are working on being this trigger discipline flank. They don't want to give anything away except for the fact that oekiy has already ripped down Biffle. This is the strategy that I was telling you about in map number 1. If you can take down Biffle first and know that you're not going to have someone watching that cross where Soka and Shifty typically flank around, this is going to be perfect.
Yeah, it's a fantastic play. Whoever the IGL call on that one was just god-brained. I mean, just beautiful play to kind of even the tide. Unfortunately, this one I'm not in love with. Shifty does have a rotation to be able to catch them in rotation, rather. And unfortunately, I think for Shifty, a couple mortars, a couple shots from another angle, he gets cut down and tries to make a play off the back. Ahsoka in trouble too. Look, Ahsoka's on 2 HP. They're getting pinched by 2 teams at the same time with that Smixy squad going out on the outside. I'm sorry, Smixy. I called out a bad rotation, and it ends up paying off perfectly in a great spot for in zone. And they're going to try to pinch in here and potentially play third party and just catch this angle. Just barely still alive because it was the deusamir squad lacking Deus, who has the other angle and getting pinched from multiple sides. Look, they are nearly inevitable, but I'm not sure they're going to get out of this one for free, as it's just Ahsoka last alive for this team by himself, getting a couple cleanups, replays back up, but has to isolate these 1v1s if he wants to get the better of his opponents. Does get both weak. Somehow Ahsoka still up and getting all of these kills. What is going on? How is Ahsoka not dead?
Yeah, he's just on a different level right now. We're looking for that top 5 1.8. You did the math a few tournaments ago, and you said that every elimination they get is worth about 1.86. Soka, though, makes a last-minute play, switches some seats there into the LTV, but Jace and that Cloud9 roster finally get rid of Team Falcons for game number 2 into the top 5. That 1.8x is, but that Smixy roster, they are doing work on that positioning, and that circle pull comes on and straight to Foreign Jace.
Foreign Jace is by himself, and if you saw that, had literally the tiniest sliver of health. Once he got the PDS off, was able to play back up and could make a play here, but with no gas mask. Oh, he does have another PDS. Okay, huge. Woo. With that PDS, is able to still stay here and wait on zone. Still gonna be really tough to win by himself without a gas mask, because these things only last about 7 seconds when you're in the latter parts of these circles in the late game. So Jace will likely be cut down here, and Smixy's team in a perfect position to win it all. Not game 1 this time around, but we'll take game 2 with a solo here by himself trying to play spoiler, and then Bubble and Wars on the far side of the zone, deep in gas. Gonna try to make a hero play with the drone.
Yeah, hopefully they kind of drop right in behind that Team Smixy, so they need to keep their eyes out because it's a 1v2, v3, and look, that Smixy roster still looking to clean up 4 and Jace. It's gonna take 2 of them to snuff them on out, but that's gonna be a win for Team Smixy and a beautiful 2x multiplier. Now, if we could just step back a little bit, Goj, because we saw the initial rotation come in for Team Smixy behind Team Biffle, and after that, we decide, you're like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that rotation. I don't know if I love it. And look what happens here.
I know, and I'll out myself a little bit there. And I think, frankly, it was because they actually got wind or saw the impending deusamir squad before we did, right? They were a little bit off screen, and so they decided, hey, let's smoke and run up into the hills so we aren't the team getting pinched. It's going to be the Falcon squad getting pinched. That's exactly what happened. Because of that call to go up onto the hills, Falcons was between 2 different squads. They couldn't go out one side. They couldn't go out the other side. And frankly, they couldn't even stay in the middle because of all the nades and everything in between. They get trapped. They end up falling in 6th place. A big boon that they don't get the 1.8x multiplier. You have all 3 alive now, a big player advantage on the other 2 teams, and you just play it slow. A perfect execution and great calls from that Smixy team, and very, very well done to grab the 2x multiplier.
Well, then you have 2 different players from separate teams. You've got Foreign Jace's Cloud9, or Cloud9's Foreign Jace, and then you've got Team Falcon's Unsoka. And now their survivability went so crazy towards that end game, being inundated with the nades, just all the pressure from so many different squads, that it quite frankly took members from Team Smixy, members from Team Castillo to kind of swarm in to finish off that entire both of those squads, which to me, I think they did their work. They were picking up eliminations still as a solo and getting that 1.8x multiplier, so I can only imagine how it paid off for them.
Yeah, a great call, a great win, and I'll be really curious to see how many kills that deusamir squad got. That got top 5. Cloud9, again, we tout their placements, but not always their kills. So with Jace last alive, they get the 1.8x, but how many kills did they get? You've got to have kills for those multipliers to truly count in your favor. And Wards, Bubble, got to give them a shout. Both alive in the final fight, end up getting 2nd there as well, so a huge boon for them. But time will tell. A lot of math behind the scenes. We're going to take a quick break to get the leaderboard sorted for you. Don't go anywhere. This has already been a fantastic week 3 of the Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival 100K. We'll be right back in just a moment. welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. Week 3 is here. It's Groups A versus Group C. Goj, Tiff, we're your casters for today, and I gotta say, 2 maps done and dusted. We are moving quick. I want to take a look at this leaderboard, Tiff, because things might have just shifted up quite a bit. Now, not for the team at the top, obviously, but some nice moves here. Team Smixy down in 6th place now with a big win.
Yeah, you can see right there, moved up from around 11 or so points after map number 1 all the way to 35. So it looks like that might have been around a 24-point game for that squad. So keeping with that consistency that we like to see, but we can't not talk about Team Biffle, the roster that grabbed 50 points in map number 1 and a 25.6, knowing that Soka had stayed alive long enough to get that 1.8x multiplier. So it was a 25.6 point game. It brings them to a pretty solid average if they want to keep on moving, especially when we're looking to get to 120. But they're within striking distance. If they have a crazy game in map number 3, they could see themselves on win condition for match number 3. However, Team Unrational, that they're averaging about a 23.1 point per game thus far out of our first 2 showings here. And this is a squad that, like you said, happened in week number 2, put up a north of 60-point game. I've seen them put up around 70. So very real possibility that something does occur if they can keep their numbers throughout that end game. But also, I'm just going to go down the roster here. We already talked about the sub coming out from eBates, bringing in advanced here. But Oakley boy, that squad in 3rd place with 38.2 points, I'm pretty impressed with that one.
Yeah, things are going well for this squad. They found themselves into the final 5, final 10 yet again, had a sizable amount of eliminations as well. Like, I think when you just, if you were to just remove Team Biffle off this leaderboard and you say, hey, we're averaging 19 points per game, that feels really good in a tournament of this caliber. Like, we have some of the best Warzone teams out there right now, and to be in 3rd, dropping 19 points per game, 2 games in a row, looking to do it in a 3rd, really strong team. I think looking down this leaderboard, as per the usual, Team FIFA kind of riding somewhat middle of the pack, a little bit higher than that, a little bit under 20 points right now. You do see that Team Pros looking decent as well right there in the mix in the middle. Deusamir squad, they didn't hop up as much as I thought they would, frankly. I think they didn't have as many kills as maybe we would want from them to find them into the top 8 really in our leaderboard, but I think a sizable amount of our prize pool is top 5 or so, top 6, so really still need to have a couple really good games, try to push towards our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Again, it's 120, so I want to direct this back up. Let's put Team Biffle back on the leaderboard for a second.
Sure.
In 2 games with what we're calling a quiet game, which is still 25.6, like you shouted. I mean, they're poised to very, not easily, but it feels very easy for them, drop a 44.4 game in the next one and already be under 120-point threshold.
Yeah, that's scary to think about, considering they did get a 50-point game win in map number 1. Also, You can see they're the bounty leader. Also, so let's say they end this in 7, because we had 7 in week 1, 7 games in week number 2. You take home 3,000 for first place and 1,250 from the bounty. That's a solid afternoon here in our group stages of our summer survival. But let's go ahead and say maybe something goes awry and they just cannot get it together, as what happened for some Falcons teams of the week. And then you start looking at other rosters that have the potential to kind of pull the win here and take the top slot on that money. I'd love to see Fnatic turn some things around. It has just not necessarily been their series here for the first 2 games. That doesn't mean it's chalked, right? Same with Team Adrian. I expect a lot of things out of those 2 rosters in particular, and I'll even throw in that Jowo squad also. So maybe a slow start from some of our heavier hitting teams that can easily turn some things around. But with eBates kind of slotting out, I know his internet just kind of died and we're bringing back advanced. I was on week number 1. That's the squad that actually put up insane numbers with advanced subbing in for eBates after that as well, because I believe he was traveling home from Call of Duty Champs or something. So that trio went crazy. And granted, they didn't win a single game until they needed to on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. So could we see something happen like that today?
I mean, I think so. They're looking already really strong with the Ebates. You throw in an advance there who can make a difference, especially when you've got the Kim already of doing fantastic in week 1. I love the call there, Tiff. And I really wanted to talk about Cloud9 again because I love these guys. Some of them good friends of mine. And this team is just, they need more kills and they're not getting it. We see C4 and Jace get to top 3 and they frankly don't get paid hardly anything from a multiplayer standpoint. They're still down in like 12th place or so. I don't think they had a great map 1 either. So they had an okay map 2, and okay is just not good enough in a tournament of this caliber. So we need a big map from this squad, try to push themselves back up. Again, placement is not the problem. Let's be very clear. They averaged 5th place last week in this same competition for week 2 against a different group, and they had an okay amount of kills. They then finally started racking up some decent points, and that put them into our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. They weren't able to close it out, but they are able to get top 5. And so a really good team. We know they have potential. They've got to get more kills. And my question, I think, Tiff, is does it come down to the meta for that team? I think they're a lot stronger when maybe the metas are a little bit different, a little bit more towards maybe longer ranges. I think with the new meta, we're looking at a more of like mid to mid short range meta for the most part in terms of, you know, the best weapons. And so maybe that's hurting Bread a little bit in particular, who frankly has been their top slayer the last several competitions. So I don't know. I'm theory crafting here. I'm excited to see what Cloud9 can do. Really need them to step up.
Yeah, so if you want to theory craft, I love any time that we take away the World Series of Warzone Trios playlist for them. They excel heavily in those style of tournaments. Oftentimes you'll see them kind of rocking 2 or 3 snipers just kind of roaming and eliminating everyone. And that's where they'll typically get a lot of those high elimination games. But then you kind of bring them back towards this style and what we are playing today inside the World Series of Warzone Trio with the current meta that you're talking about. It's that STG, right? That is the AR that everyone has been loving. Of course, we got the new SMG from the changes. We got the static. So, I mean, we're bringing those in, and it does mean that you need to be more to that mid and close range. But not every team is doing that, right? You look at kind of the way we've got the Falcons, and if you wanted a VOD review and see kind of how they approach every single one of their fights throughout a game, not all of them are up close in your face. Oftentimes we see Biffle kind of anchoring for that roster. Shifty's usually that open fragger that just like closes the distance or maybe baits out for Soka to grab an angle, or even Biffle. I'd like to think that other squads are starting to do that. And we did kind of see some things on that early game with Team Unrational doing it. But for Cloud9 in particular, those 3 are so insanely talented, but they all have, you know, kind of different strengths, right? So they've got the chemistry. They've been working on it since EWC. They keep honing it in. It's just, I think, a slower start for them today, but they do need to turn it around in game number 3. And if they don't, well, then we'll have another conversation and see what they need to change up. But for right now, I think they just need to lock it in.
Yeah, yap, indeed. We've got a lot we can yap about here in the booth, Tiff. I love that breakdown. No, I'm so down. Chat, don't worry. We are individually and single-handedly stalling this out so we can yap even more here in the booth. We're going to get this game started as fast as humanly possible, get the players in, and make sure they have the best experience possible as we do around these parts. And Tiff, I think while we have the moment to do a little bit of theory crafting, I would love to show the overall leaderboard again, because, again, playing for $10,000 is a great day of Warzone competitive, but when it comes down to what we're overall playing for and the stakes, they're actually much higher. Think about the overall leaderboard. You've got to be top 40. And so, yes, we're focusing on our top teams. What can Cloud9 do to get into the top 5 or maybe even win it all? Who will take down Falcons at the top? We've also got to talk about the teams down at the bottom because they might not make the grand finals next week. We've got $65,000 on the line next week in the grand finals. And we are increasing that threshold to 150 points since we'll have a full 40 teams in the lobby. So I'm excited to see that, and I'm excited to see what teams are going to be chipping away at each other. There's probably going to be a margin of like a single point when it comes down to the final 8 teams on whether or not they're making it to grand finals or they're done for the whole tournament.
Yeah, and to the squads in particular on that bottom 8 side of things right now is that pros squad playing alongside nobuspartan and bilngcjay, and then you have Team Brittany Reigns. Now, we've seen kind of inklings of them throughout our first 2 matches, and in particular, that pros squad got a second in map number 1. They just didn't have enough eliminations to let that 1.8x multiplier to kind of really bring them up that leaderboard. but it is a good start. It's the fact that they've shown that they can do it. We've had 2 relatively central zones, nothing kind of heinous just yet. We haven't went all the way up to Kotovo blocks or down towards the southeastern side of Urzikstan yet. Things could change here for this particular game. You never know. But if you can play a central zone where the majority of our heavy hitting teams have already made it in and kind of fend off or get gate kept by them, you can rotate and go crazy on a zone that maybe goes to military base.
Well, don't worry, folks. I love that breakdown. I hope we see a military base. I hope we see a Kotovo blocks. The game is almost ready. Now, while we have a quick second here, let's show the quick overall leaderboard right now to see which teams are maybe at risk. We're going to head to the bottom half of that leaderboard. You see a team like deusamir, who we said is having a mediocre day right now. They're likely safe. They've kind of breached our 100 points. It's probably going to be way less than that, but that's where I start feeling safe. It's these teams down in the low 30s, high 30s, and now obviously any teams that are in the 40s that are playing today still have an opportunity to make it out. A team like OP Nasty not playing today, they're done. They're not making it, right? You see a team like MoveMind way down at the bottom of the leaderboard, probably no chance of making it out. I mean, I'm looking at obviously Team Pros competing today with nobuspartan and bilngcjay. Really the team to watch that could claw their way out of that at-risk kind of bubble, who don't make it to grand finals and don't make any sort of a play at $65,000.
That's true. But when you've only got a few points separating out from that bottom 8 to get into the 40, we saw Brittany Reigns get out. Who will be the next squad? We are dropping into game number 3. And, well, I like what I'm seeing, Goj. We're starting to give some love over towards that eastern side of Urzikstan. Maybe a Superstore military base ending? Give me it.
Tiv, here's the thing. You're just different on predictions today. You're talking about Kotovo, and then you're like, hey, what about a military base? Well, we might see it this time. You're right. We could go a little bit further south. Could be like close to Superstore, but definitely well within reason. We could see a full military base final circle. Looks like a couple teams favoring military base as per the usual, as we take a look at our Scum and Unrational squad, who apparently are contesting King AJ off Rip with Showstopper, and that moves so quickly. I don't even know what happened. It looks like a full team wipe, and somehow they don't lose anything for it. What a way to start for the squad.
Yeah, okay. This is a complete different area that Unrational Dongy and Scummin are looking to get mixed in. You start thinking about their journey now. We'll check in with them later because Fnatic under pressure here over near the Opal Palace. And Noobs has just been getting run down by all 3 members of the squad. Looking to find angles, destroy from across, just rips them off. That Almond and Skullface are so far separated from this team member, Noobs, that quite frankly, not much you can do.
Okay, now a couple quick notes for you at home. Again, when we swap back in here, some of the colors, numbers have changed a little bit. So you see this Destroy squad, again, kind of riding middle of the pack. They really like a nice game here to move their way up the leaderboard quite dramatically. They do need a big one, though. They are in this purple, too. And then you saw a couple of our other squads changing their colors. We'll continue to update you as we go if they do change. But back to the action we go. And, well, Chow's team seemingly in trouble, losing at least 2. Now Chow, the only one left in the lobby right now, as well. A team we shouted out of needing a big map and continuing to stay out of relegation. Brittany Reigns on the hunt.
It's true, and I love that we're already wrapping up towards this sub-base area for Chow while we wait for the 2 members in the gulag. It's going to be clear there's not going to be a ton of people fully out this area. There are some teams that have set up nearby. Now, granted, we've also seen Team Rated that's been up in this area a lot. However, there are still some teams on that power side of things, such as Industrial, looking to rotate through there. And I can see that area of the map get congested easily.
It looks like there's actually a couple teams deciding that Popov maybe is where their new home is. And maybe the Falcons can't have an entire free POI to their name. But we see pushing underneath, Rated squad, trying to make a move. They do have low ground. This isn't going to be a very easy fight to push. They're going to smoke it around and try to make a move. Currently with enough visual cover and no loadouts to the side of Strixie and Co. means, well, there's an opening, and you don't need a door always. Sometimes it's just a window of opportunity. Quite literally grabs the window shot, and now player advantage. They're going to swing on Johnny Bro and Co. Push up these stairs, a tough fight, but when you've got player advantage, you are making the moves. Nice trade here from Johnny and Strix. See if they can win one, try to even the tides.
Oh, Strixie, Track just absolutely hunting, connecting, and here goes the interrogation.
Brutal. That is not ideal, but see if they can restabilize after the gulags. Nice push here from the rated team. So far, nice and slow for a couple of these other squads. Looks like maybe not minks here, getting hunted down by Panda. Keeping the pace of play high, looking for early kills. Farms is quiet now. I'm looking at the map here, Tiff, and I'd love to show it if we can, because Farms is beyond quiet. It is silent. I mean, we're like in a movie film. This is about to be a horror movie if somebody pops up in Farms right now, and I think Panda's team knows it. They're going to just go skate around. Now, we are pulling a little bit further north still. We're still pulling towards that Superstore military side. But, Tiff, there is no one on the eastern side of the map aside from military.
Yeah, that's tough. You're going to see a lot of those teams look to rotate. And we talked about the congestion that we would have saw in Pop-Off Power. However, there's only 3 squads over there. The real issue is going to be coming out of that low town area. But for Fnatic, we're over here still around that Opal Palace. We've got the regain. Noobs back from the Gulag. All 3 up and kind of wiping, once again, Team FIFA. Quite unfortunate. They cannot get that momentum moving towards the early to mid game.
Well, here's a fight for the ages. A couple teams at the top, and apparently the Falcons on top yet again. Looks like it was Biffle clearing out one of the bunkers here. That's that advanced squad with, it was formerly eBates' team, and eBates again had internet issues, so Advance comes back in after being a sub in the first week. Tries to run it back with his team. Chow in trouble. Rated, continuing to hunt, continuing to find success. Looking good.
Okay. Down to a duo, so at least we see Renzo kind of back in, Chow in the Gulag, and still traversing sub-base solo over here. Looting whatever we can, which seems to be not a lot. It's a ghost town. You were saying Farms is a hard game. It's starting to feel that way over here. Here is that unrational Dongy Scummin. I think we're due for a north of 50-point game for this squad. I know Dongy's only on 2, but it is time.
Yeah, and I think if they're going to get that, they've got to swing up here to military. Again, this is kind of the south side of military, or they're going to start working their way in through a couple teams already holding military. If this is where they think the in circle is going to be, it's like Team 12 off into the distance, the closest team to them, and Unrational a bit closer for this fight. This is intense on the other side with Flanked and Shaya. And I think there was a moment there where we thought Flanked maybe was also going to lose the internet, but was able to get it back, so he's still in the mix. But doesn't feel comfortable taking this fight with Unrational, or maybe just doesn't even know that they're here, trying to take some shots from distance on somebody else. And Unrational's just looking for an opening, lying in wait. But a bit of a slower map for this team because of the decision they made to go for the far northern side. Because, again, you're going to be in zone for a while up here. It's just a matter of finding an opening knock so you can actually make a swing.
Well, let's see. We got Flanked over here. Sub it in for Rayskis. Still kind of trying to prepare for the oncoming that we see here at Scummin. Off by himself. Similar to what we witnessed from Shifty. Thermite for the Flanked. Let's do the initial damage, but we can't... Like, how do we think that's not going to go unpunished?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a brutal play, and you're right. That's a misspeak by me there. Get flanked in as a sub rather than vice versa. But an outplay potential from Dongy. How about an isolation of the 1v1s? How about a jump over the top of the roof, puts Flanked in a spin cycle, and maybe clean up a kill as well? Wow, that was a beautiful play from Dongy. We know Dongy can play his life well, but Flanked had no clue where Dongy went with a quick smoke and run, hop over the top. That right there is just a beautiful way to play these kind of 1v1 situations until your teammate can get into the mix. It's a great way of breaking eyesight, breaking, line of sight with visual cover, and then reassessing the fight from a different angle. A nearly flawless play there from Dongy without even netting the kill. It was just such a beautiful play to stay alive. But back to the hunters we go, with Rated on the hunt and making sure they don't lose one in the process.
I was really worried about this roster right here, especially when we were kind of establishing what the fight looked like. They were so separated that I was like, this is gonna fall apart as soon as squad number 8 kind of pushed into that building. But Rated gets out, and you see that entire roster of Team Chow coming back on in, and now they're separated. This should allow Rated to really capitalize on their numbers advantage, pick up rxnzzo. There goes the knock right there, and you can kind of double back and re-push in for the ground that you gave up in military base.
It's a pretty solid map for them. Right, they still gotta push in. See Team 8, they're in the distance, holding zone position. Again, we continue to creep further and further northeast. Doggy to the gulag. This is a big one. Teammates don't have a lot of cash. They can't buy him back. And, well, Doggy's gonna win it. Unfortunately, retails Melvin. Melvin holds the angle. And I believe his team has either just enough or is just shy cash-wise to buy him back. So that's a brutal one as we get deeper and deeper into this map. Closing our third circle here. They do get the buyback there. They're able to loot up just one more chest to make sure they have enough. So Donkey's right back into it, especially now with fire sale. Gives you enough room to work with the cash you have. But look at the difference in just resources that team has versus maybe a team like Team Biffle. Who's always got like $30,000 on them. But the bunker play here, down in player advantage, Tiff, but this is gonna be a tough one to breach unless you can connect on a couple explosives.
And this is a squad that, while we talked about them at the top of the show, we haven't really mentioned throughout the first couple of games. Definitely slow burn here, and only 2 members standing. Unrational squad will likely overpower them, as you see ottereyes is the first to fall, Trikempathy right after, and that is a full squad wipe.
That's a big one. Again, I would literally just talking about how this team didn't have a lot of resources, and going into the bunker is a huge way to gain a valuable amount of resources. It doesn't look like there's a lot of cash left, but they did. I believe I saw a durable gas mask that got picked up by at least one of these players. They were able to get a bunch of loot out of that. They've got a portable buy on them as well now, so feeling a bit more comfortable. Even though they don't have a crazy amount of cash, they definitely can get a couple buybacks if they need it, or who knows, maybe UAVs, precision airstrikes, or otherwise. We'll see. And the question is where you go from here. How much info do you have? And deeper into military base we go, because this is where the teams are at. Looks like they're about to come to a head with a full team of 3 on the right.
And I'm still trying to think of where this circle is going to pull straight after this, because while sub base isn't fully in, just a couple shreds of it in the north, we still have a large amount of farms included. So a lot of teams still focusing on taking that space in military base and claiming that for themselves. Sean J Gaming kind of in the bottom 8 right now, going to be one of the squads to do so. And I think if we can find a way to overpower the Unrational squad via strength and numbers and break them down on the initial pushes, but you can see they're just looking for every angle and being quite aggressive with it.
Okay, so the zone is, again, Tiff nearly called it perfectly. North side, it's basically between Superstore and military base. It's actually going to favor kind of the eastern side of the map. There is still a decent amount of cover up here. We got some rolling hills. We got a couple buildings that Team 5 is sitting in right now, but you got to get there first. And now on edge of zone, this is a really important gunfight. Always was, especially for Sean J's team, who's near relegation, but now even more important. You want to clear out the backside of this zone so that you don't have anyone able to flank you. You don't have anyone behind you, and you feel free and comfortable to rotate into new and feel good about getting potentially top 5, top 10. For the multipliers, Joe Gang trying to push the equation. Doesn't connect on much. Scummin warding off any attack. Zones one off with a nade. Doesn't feel great about this fight right now, so using explosive to the zone is not going to work. What? Somehow wins that? Looks for the reach out and unfortunately just does it a bit too early. Grabs one. Donkey comes to play spoiler. That was unreal that Scummin wanted, and it gives the opportunity for Donkey to isolate these ones and clean up all of these players. What a breakdown. What a win. Donkey's still up, and it looks like at least Unrational a chance to get back for free.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're just going to go in throwing fists to clean things up, get 7 eliminations, 10 downs, we talked about them being able to put down massive games, and so far it's looking pretty promising if we can get to the full stack of 3 and just rotate around. However, we come on over to this Brax Youngsters testy roster, and this is feeling quite spooky, right? Renzo's just standing out in the open. There's no reason that that's real, but Tessie's just like, all right, look at that. Will this Unrational roster get sight of him over there just chilling?
Yeah, ton of info from that. That was a lot of utility, so should be able to get a bunch of info out to his team. It's going to come down to a bit of, yeah, it looks like Brack was actually able to clean up xressolve there. So a ton of info out, a ton of utility. Gives them a bunch of info of where to rotate to because they know which buildings are already occupied when you're able to use that drone. So a big boon, especially as we start nearing the end game here. See a couple teams trying to reassess. Where do you go from here? It looks like Husker's Jackal finding Classified, who apparently got back into the map after getting wiped there from Doggy, and then full cleaned up there. So fortunately, with the rotation, you don't have the drone in the air. You don't know where VDAT is. Because of that, that's a free kill, and now Huskers and Brolic down in numbers.
Ooh. This is going to get real interesting pretty quick once you see some of those Omit boys get on top here. Now, Huskers and Brolic, the duo, holding down that main church area. I don't think they push out until this squad rolls in towards the duo of Chow. From the bushes, just pops on out, takes an angle, an instant knock, followed up by a precision airstrike and some thermites. Okay, that's a good way to end that cleanly. However, we still only grab the one. VDAT does get away and delay it for now.
All right, we're ramping up, and apparently we're headed to the academy. It's time to learn some things. Youngsters, Brax, last two alive here in zone. They've got to clean up VDAT here. They can't risk getting flanked. I don't think they know he's there. Look at this zone. This is really the only major POI in zone that'll likely pull up even further north. I think we're going to probably end here, but maybe that's just a guess. And if you put all your eggs in this basket, the rotation down to the south side is going to be brutal. So be curious to see which teams decide to do. Do they try to lurk in the middle somehow in the rolling hills? Do they try to hold academy? It looks like Team 31 wants all of the academy they can get. As there's a big fight happening here. They look at it, they back off. That's that purple 31. That's going to be, I believe, Smixy's team, by the way. Right around the corner. They just won last map. They'd like to do it again. They're going to push the equation. Now with player advantage. Here comes Brolic. Huskers in trouble. Barrel stuff. Can they find one? Yes. They get punished for it. No. Somehow Huskers still up. Finally, here comes Echo to get the cleanup. Both nearly fallen. Brolic last alive for his team. Brolic with the heroic plays. How is this man alive? Still up somehow. A full breakdown. Smixy's team, and now the third party, fourth party, and more all coming in to get a piece of the action. Brock's team finally gets cut down, but what a sequence of events as more action remains here in Academy.
And I think this is going to be a strong push in here for that E-Bait squad now playing. Yes, we lose out on advanced here, but that's not going to be the end of this, right? vonbot does still have 3 eliminations, gets towards the top, but here's where things start to break down. But maybe, just maybe, we're going to chase through the smoke, hit fires, and finally gets punished.
Oh no, it gets so off. If he would have known exactly where that player was, he could have just like closed his eyes and held the trigger down. Just didn't know how close he was. Brax making heroic plays right now. Reminder, top 10, a big moment here from multipliers, especially if you got a decent kill tally, which I think Brax's team has an okay one. Rita comes in, thinks he's free, does get the buy, but gets cut down. That's a free kill there for Brax. Brax thinks maybe there's enough money there for me to get a heroic buy. Unfortunately, not the case. And somehow Brax doing everything to play his life near flawlessly right now. And all 3 plates back in. Brax now has enough cash. He's going to make the buy. What a play from Brax to push his team potentially into top 10 and still have a fighting chance in this lobby. That was an unreal sequence of events.
Brax out here borrowing the plot armor from Team Falcons themselves to make a regain and get youngsters back in. However, he takes a bit of damage back on the descent into Urzikstan, but all seems fine for now. Brax does have plates that he can share with youngsters if he needs to, but we're gonna have to work back on the rotation in. You do still have VDAT, kind of that solo that got away that will have to rotate starting now, and Future has kind of taken a hold of that building and looking for those angles. Twitty alongside him.
Yeah, I was gonna say on the south side, we've got a big fight. FIFA Kills team finally seeing themselves into an end game. And it's the Falcons. They've already been fully eliminated a little while ago, so not going to be a massive kill tally at the top of the leaderboard. This is a big moment for our middle-of-the-pack games, the middle-of-the-pack teams to make a huge move. Unrational in trouble means FIFA kill. Juki's Lennon in a great spot. They don't want to get flanked here, but they see the PDS go up, and they know they can back off. That player's not going to push immediately. They can address, try to get some info on who's ahead of them, and it looks like they were able to find one. That's oekiy being cut down. We're into the final 7. Top 5 is 1.8. A big moment as it looks looks like there's only 2 teams of 3, and right now, it's only Team FifaKill in the new zone. They are poised to take this one as long as they don't get spoiled by envyrxul or somebody else shooting them in the back. I think envyrxul just wants top 5. He's going to hang out here as long as humanly possible.
Ooh, but immediately checks to see if he's going to be able to open it on in and just feeds Juki's, Lennon, FIFA another elimination that turns out it's worth 1.8. Now down to our final 5. Twitty there on that northwestern side of things is a trio, does have a Kar 98 for the distance and is sitting on 7. So a pretty stellar game for this roster. You can see Breadman over there, but this is going to be one of the biggest fights. This fight against Juki's, FIFA, and Lennon.
Yeah, it's a 3v3v1 with Breadman lurking in the shadows, and it looks like Future was just cut down, so now a team of 2 on your screen right now. Again, I said it was FifaKill's game to win. They needed it, they needed it bad, and they're in the best position. The question is, who opens up the bloodbath first on these other 2 teams of 3? That will open up the window of opportunity for the third. It's usually the team that's patient that usually gets paid. Z-Lane are actually cutting down Future's team. They're fully, I think, out. No, Cracked still barely alive. Almost true 3v3 with a couple solos looking in the shadows that could open up for one of these 3s to win. Crack trying to make a play. Crack trying to play spoiler on edge of zone. And here's a full team of 3 pushing it. Breadman finally falls. So a 3v3v1. Now a 3v3. Team 22, Lennon, FifaKill, all 3 up in the zone pull that's fairly neutral. This is going to be a true 3v3 fight. I love this from both teams. The CU gets the opening knock, and it looks like it's Bubble.
How does Bubble just do that to Lennon? Oh my god. Now Juki's knocks Bubble, and there goes War. Z-Laner against Juki's, against FIFA, the angles, and we do not have the zone pull.
It was a great play by FifaKill to zone off. This squad 9, it was fairly neutral, but they had to back off to get cover after the re-knock. So FifaKill's team's now got the advantage with the piece of cover. Here's a smoke and run from Wars. Needs a heroic play, doesn't get it. Juki's going massive, 14 downs, by the way. This team is on a barn burner, but they need the 2x multiplier, and they need it now. How about a C4 to the face? Juki's last alive for his team. Juki's gets cut down. Bubble, Wars, Z-Laners are your champions of map 3. What a finish. We thought it was FifaKill's game to lose, but a restabilization from this Wars team and a self-revive to clean it up. What a way to finish. 3v3 final circles are my favorite thing in Warzone. They're just so different from the rest of the game. You don't have to worry about anything besides the team in front of you. What a battle, and both teams net a ton of points, but it's Team Wars on top. I saw somebody in chat say, I'm here for Z-Laner, and well, we are too. What a win in map 3. That was a big one.
To be able to turn that around, right? But it's Bubble CT that kind of opens up that initial fight against Team FIFA with that grab onto Lennon. And as soon as you see that trade come through, the fact of the matter is when you've got kind of that angle on the hill that they were working with, that self-res, especially if you don't have C4s or thermites to kind of throw over that or any streaks to invest towards the end, you're not going to be able to worry about getting that full. And to be fair, most of the times people have run out of resources. They've already burned their self-res and don't normally get to take it into that final 3v3. And that just costs them a 2x multiplier.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'm looking back and I'm thinking what could have gone differently. You can't think about this, and you never would do this, but if they don't kill Breadman there, I think Breadman was actually in a better position to wipe one of Wars' team players on the rotation in, which would have actually given Team FifaKill a better advantage. There's no way you would ever do that, but it is just something that's fun to think about. When you get to a true 3v3, if there's no one playing spoiler, it comes down to zone positioning, and the zone fairly neutral. I thought FifaKill's team did a better job of warding off that Wars team to push them back so they get the better end of that zone, which ended up what happening. But then the self-revive comes in, they're frying and fragging, they're trading lives out, and it comes down to the final gunfight. And, well, the final gunfight was just shots in the back because of the self-revive. So a very valiant effort from that FifaKill squad. They had a great game. I don't know how many kills they had, Tiff. I think it was a lot. We saw Juki's with 14 downs and 7 kills. They have at least 14 kills. I mean, they have way more than that, I'm sure. So a 1.8x multiplier. I'm sure it's a fantastic map to get them right probably into the top 8.
It's still going to go far, considering they had a few slower games in the initial maps 1 and maps 2. So to turn things around in map 3 is sooner rather than later, which is exactly what I want for that roster. And then once again, we have the consistency of C9 kind of making it towards that end game. However, we're not getting towards the end game with our full squad.
Yeah.
So maybe towards the next couple of games, when you start to think about it though, anytime you start pulling towards the military base and kind of those zones that end just underneath it, you are crossing into very open Urzikstan terrain, which is so tough to navigate on rotations. If you've burnt the majority of your resources early on, you kind of get there, you're like, I don't have any more smokes, I don't have anything that's going to allow me to kind of get in undetected. And as soon as someone has that ultimate high ground, similar to what we were witnessing at Academy, right? We were all fighting for the main building on the north, whether it was Team Huskers that had it and kind of worked throughout it, but even Chow was looking to try that. But dude, did I just get word in my ear?
Yeah.
Gosh, was that real?
That was real. 23 kills was the total. So quick math here is called a calculator at 41.4 points for the team that got second. So the big question in my mind is, how many kills did the Wars team have with the 2x multiplier? And it's apparently enough to move them up the leaderboard. Look at Team Z-Laner all the way up to 3rd place. This is your fully updated leaderboard. And you see Cloud9 made a big leap there. So we had a big question mark. Hey, we get top 3 again. Hey, it's a lot of the same. You're a solo alive in the final fight. This time they get paid. They've got some kills to boot, so they've moved up. And then look at the jump from FIFA killed Jukies and Lennon with an over 40-point game. Goes all the way up to top 4. I knew it would be top 8. I wasn't sure if it would be top 5. And wow, what a jump to make this very, very close. 3 games in, and now the leaderboard looks a lot more familiar to a basic, normal tournament with nobody really pulling away. The margins are very thin here, Tiff.
The reason the margins are so thin is because Team Biffle had a 5-point game. Straight up, they went out down and quick in map number 3, uncharacteristic of them, and that has allowed the rest of the lobby almost a breath of fresh air to kind of try and grasp back onto that, because on Rational, after map number 2, we're sitting at around 46 points. So pretty solid momentum from them to come in with like a 36, 37 point game in map number 3. And then FIFA kind of jumping back based off their 23 elimination game in map number 3. However, Team Oakleyboy, Cloud9 still kind of just breaching into that 50-point threshold alongside Team Smixy and Ebates, and Cracked as well, who's got Twitty on the roster. We saw moments of that roster move in towards that Academy area towards the end game with Twitty sitting on 7 eliminations. So strong moves all around. The only squads that I'm still asking for a bit more are going to be that Superevan, Adrian, Fnatic roster, as well as Huskers and Rated.
Yeah, and I'm frankly asking a bit more from a team like Team Pros in trouble, a team like Sean J in trouble in our overall leaderboard, Team Holly even maybe in trouble still. I mean, it's frankly quite surprising to see Team Destroy in 25th after 3 games, only 14 points, or even Team Careless Kitty, who did great in their week. They got 6th overall in the first week they competed, the very first week of the competition. So like, these are teams that are all very, very talented, struggling today, whereas some of our top teams today are the top teams because they had one banger map. So you could see this leaderboard completely turn on its head and flip upside down. You got to remember, Team FIFA is in 4th place right now. They were in, I think, 16th or 17th after the first couple maps. So it only takes one big game. That could not only be the difference in this one to winning some cash, but also the difference in the overall leaderboard to making it to the grand finals and having a chance to play for $65,000.
Yeah, and I think a 40-point game is one that is just so above average, because normally a good game for a squad is anywhere around 24 to 36 points. And that's what a double-digit north of 12 elimination 2x multiplier win. The FIFA squad breaks that 40 with still getting a top 5 finish. So that really changes the course of the series for them, because minder, guys, this is a Call of Duty Warzone match point format for the group stages here at Summer Survival. Our threshold that we're looking for is 120, and we still have no one that has eclipsed it after 3 games, which is pretty standard. However, the closest team is locked in at 80 points, which is 40 points away.
Yeah.
So that is an above average game for them to try and finish that out in map number 4, which means match number 7 for someone to end it is sounding really good, in my opinion. Maybe 7 to 9 is probably more realistic.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm feeling a game 7. How about 3 weeks in a row? 3 tournaments to game 7. It really does feel like the NBA finals around these parts. And our final squad. I mean, one of the GOATs in all Warzone history, only up by like 7 points right now, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. I've got to remind you though of last week. All right, so let's bring back our brains a week ago. I was wearing the exact same shirt. It's not that hard. Here's the thing. This Biffle squad wasn't in first after 3. There was only one team on the threshold at 3 games. That was the Unrational squad. They were up by like 50 points. I mean, it was unreasonable the amount of points they were above the rest of these squads. They were dominating. They weren't able to close it out in 4 maps, and it was that final 7th map where that team Biffle was able to swoop in and grab the victory. So again, just because you're in the lead now, just because there's a small margin now, things can drastically change with one good map. All of a sudden, this next map, they could drop a 60, and we're right there. 4 games on threshold. No one's close. Who knows what could happen? But hey, we were talking down about FIFA Kill Squad. They had a big move up the leaderboard. Let's see them do it again. I know our EU stands are out there cheering them on. Let's do it again, gentlemen. It's in your bag. Obviously, your bag goes pretty deep, but let's keep digging around in that bag for a little bit more of whatever that was, because I think it was maybe the Falcons not being there, playing spoiler. Maybe it was the rotation. I don't know what the difference was, but they didn't lose their early team fight, and then they almost win. They get second with a banger map in their top 5. All I'm saying is when you're early 1s, when you're early 3v3s, you're going to be feeling real confident on the map.
Well, you guys heard it from Goj. That's exactly what Team FIFA needs to do going into map number 4. But I feel like once it starts kind of clicking into gear, like we said, maps 1, maps 2, they are down and out. We turned things around in matches number 3. But maybe this is where Team FIFA can double down and jump into the top upper echelon of that leaderboard, especially with Team Biffle dropping a 5-point game in match number 3. However uncharacteristic of them, there's no way they're going to let something like that slip again. So we'll have to turn all of our attention over to Power to see what's going on with them.
Well, chat, we want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win it all? Who, maybe if you want to be a little bit less risky, who's the first team going to be making it to our Call of Duty Warzone match point 120-point threshold? Got a couple teams not too far away. If they drop a big banger map, we could see it in this one. And maybe if you'd like to predict it with us, how many games will be played? Are we going to play 7? Are we going to play 9? We're going to play 35. Who knows? Anything could happen. It's Call of Duty Warzone match point, and I love that format because we don't know how long we'll be here, and that's the best part about it. Let's get into game number 4 and see who takes this one and see if anybody can breach 120 points in total.
Ooh, 120. The closest team is going to be that Team Biffle roster. But with this plane line being so far on that eastern side of Urzikstan and our circle kind of skewing over towards the northwest, a lot of teams might just decide to hang on out, at least get over to Seaport District, whether that's condos or outposts, even split up on cargo. But we can see that Fnatic roster dives down straight into Lowtown on squad number 10 for squad Unrational, who's having a pretty solid day. Pretty slow start for them on this one. Quiet for now.
Quiet, apparently, on the eastern front here in Superstore. A couple teams in the area, but no one pushing, not yet. Everybody needs their loot first. And again, some of these teams changing colors, but this squad, look at this advanced trio. Again, advanced subbing in here for eBay because of internet issues. They've been in the orange 11 most of the day today, and so far so good. Superstore is apparently theirs, so no one seemingly is contesting them. So this is a ton of loot going their way that they can hopefully utilize to find some early eliminations, but looks like Team 14 is running away. Juki's Lin and FIFA Kill not wanting any of this fight, and frankly, maybe this is the signal of like they're doing something right. They feel like this fight is not winnable. They don't have the loot that this squad has, so they don't feel comfortable in it. They're able to back out and drop, I believe, a loadout down, which will let them have a fighting chance on this one. Grab their loadout, and they're going to sweep out of this area and maybe leave Linen on loadout still with not an angle to get out. They could lose one here if they're not careful.
Well, Advanced here clearly on ground loot, trying to connect this. And I swear, this is looking like my experience with it. Like, you think you're hovering over it, you're just like, why is this not connecting? But inside Superstore we go. Deployable cover down. We're going to pop the zip, hit the roof. We can take so many angles here and keep apprised of any teams that may be looking to third party on in. Plus, there's plenty of supply crates on the roof that you can grab weapons from. But knowing that this roster is still on the underside of them, we'll be looking for a stairway on up. 2 have already rotated on out. The split comes on in, though. I'm a little worried here for Juki's.
Yeah, this is a fight that's going to take a while, so we're going to continue to check out different POVs. That's 7th versus 4th, by the way, in that fight, so a big one, certainly, but a fight that'll take a while. And Well, a team that had a fantastic last map with a win under their belt. They're feeling confident. Z's back into competitive and is, well, showing people that he's here to stay. Look at this. Another big wipe for this squad. A big moment. This team that has pushed all the way up this leaderboard quite dramatically to 3rd place overall. Continuing their momentum from the last game win. Could be one of our first teams to go back-to-back wins here. Things continue to go their way. Opera House seemingly free and clear, so they continue to rotate out and maybe push up to Team 19. Another team, frankly, has been doing great. A little bit quiet the last couple maps, but still doing fantastic on our leaderboard. That's a top 5 team as well. So some of our top teams fighting each other early.
Interesting. Okay. Over here in Opera House, yeah. I mean, look, what's smart about this is we're immediately diving down to kind of look for an angle that'll be covered, right? And Wars, yes, takes to the route on the waterway. You hear the loadout call in. They've got smokes out. Oakboy's looking for roof. And immediately, here comes Unrational Squad straight towards the high ground. So Z-Laner's timing to be a little more cautious on their approach will pay off because they're not going to get immediately third party.
Yeah, great job. War's now having to back off. Here's what it looks like on the other side. What just... Dog, you saw him. I think Dog was just in reload and couldn't sit her up to get the kill on I think it was right in there. That looked like a freebie that apparently was able to clean up. But Scumman's able to find the trade there, no problem. Oakley boy falling. Last alive Ryda. Good luck, my man. I mean, grab one maybe for posterity. Nope. Yeah, no chance. That's brutal. Again, that Team 19 squad, a really good team. They just got caught out, unfortunately. As, again, they're top 5, but all sent to the gulag. Here's the other look at the potential third party that could have happened with Z-Laner, Bubble, and Wars. Didn't really have an angle, and now definitely don't have an angle as they lose Wars in transition. So Doggy keeps slaying, keeps frying. Gonna go try to clean up this squad as well.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy, the level of aggression that we're seeing out of that Unrational roster. And it starts to make me question, maybe the bigger game that we saw from them early on wasn't the one that was supposed to be. This could potentially be that. Scummin on 3 and kind of peppering around where Bubble currently is, but not necessarily connecting, almost like we've got warning shots. But when you have Unrational kind of on that other side of things, still looking at that Z-Laner squad, kind of feeding it straight in, and I lied, it's actually Dongy that's on that angle. They're kind of setting up this trap that allows them to get even closer and break them down.
Just a quick look at that map view. Team 12 is who you expect it is. And Popov nearly by themselves. That are the Falcons at the top of the leaderboard by about 7 points going into this one. Certainly have about $30,000, maybe more. And they're waiting, trying to figure out where to go from here. Taking a look at some of the other squads. Red 1, by the way, that's the Fnatic team we're asking a bit more out of. They're down on the kind of Old Town side of this zone, on the opposite side. And so as we take a look at Riverside, this is a little bit further south, southwest from that Fnatic spot I was just talking about. Finally hunting down the last remaining players of one of our top teams. All of our top teams punishing each other. This could be actually an opening. Yes, Z-Laner wins against Butters, getting back into the map. An opening for some of our other teams not in the top 5, top 10 to make a move since our top 10 teams are each killing each other.
Okay, Scummin. Looking for more angles here. And yeah, I see Noobs going down in that feed. Smixy as well. So many heavy hitting squads getting into the mix early on. And this team that they're going up against is just saying, not worth it anymore. Let's focus on the regain because Unrational, Dongy, Scummin, you know that they're going to pop whatever it is for that rotation to just get on towards that next squad.
Jeez.
But as our circle keeps pulling towards the western side, yeah, that happened. That just happened.
Good beams. They're shooting straight right now. It's the reason they're near the top. Got to keep pushing, though. They're in 2nd place right now. Again, only about 7 points behind the team at the top. They want to win this one. They are tired of not winning. I was talking to them a little bit after the last event, going into this one, and they said, we have got to start getting wins. We need the 2x multiplier, and we need to win on match point. Like, we can do it in Call of Duty Warzone match point. We've just got to prove it because we have not done it yet. So continue to keep our eyes out peeled for them, but we move to the other side of our zone here. This is to the west side of Cargo right now, kind of the south side of Outpost. And looks like Superevan's team, who frankly has had a little bit of a frustrating day, says, I don't love this fight. Ottereyes is getting out. Gotta figure out where to go from here.
Yeah, and to kind of be on this road on the outskirts of condos, it's not like we're necessarily rotating straight on in, but we're getting back to our team that's over by cargo. So, hey guys, get in. We've got some rotations to make happen over here. You see Twitty cracked in the distance towards the outpost side of things. And if we make too much noise down here, Twitty usually has kind of a good long-range weapon in hand, so you've got to be cautious knowing that. A mobile buy station comes on in. Adrian's team over there alongside Swag and Sage. And I think Skull was just really angling towards Sage, pushing him back with this Fnatic roster. You got to keep your eyes on them. They need those eliminations to get on up. And Panda just works, Raul.
Yeah, it's a big win from Panda. Need that one. On 6, by the way. A great map currently working for them. Unfortunately, there's a full team of 3 ahead of them. And they're on edge of zone here in Opal. They've got a long way to go, Tiff. They got to go all the way through Old Town, then over the river and through the woods to Grandmother's house in Cargo for a chance to have a play for any multipliers in this map. And unfortunately, the Swag's team, also very aggressive, does get punished. And because of that, Panda swings up and just wins the one. Takes down Swag. Things not going their way if you're FaZe, Doozy, Sage, Adrian. A brutal tournament thus far.
It's kind of been a weird tournament in general for a lot of our squads here today, Goj. And we've seen kind of off games and maybe some consistency that hasn't been there for teams that were used to having that. And maybe a slower start even though here for that Biffle roster. So I'd be curious to see what they're able to do and make work considering they had a 5-point game last one. But as that circle kind of starts to really divvy on up between Seaport, Levin, and Cargo, this is a real chance that we could see it pull towards kind of the wooded areas in between all towards Outposts.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. We've seen that Outpost circle, final couple circles so many times, and it's a very interesting fight. It's actually not totally dissimilar to the last zone that we ended up having, where there's not a lot of building cover, but there's a lot of rolling hill cover. You have to kind of play as these headies that you play around to have a bit of cover for a moment. The problem with them, though, is that they're so approachable with just a smoke and run because you don't actually have real cover. So keep an eye out for that as we get to the end game here, but we still got a long way to go. Cloud9 finding a few kills in the transition here, picking up a full wipe, actually. It looks like maybe on this future team who's just now getting back from the last couple remaining gulags.
Ooh, Huskers, okay, on 0, but not for long, running straight into that FIFA roster. They get that opening knock onto FIFA, who still appears down, so Lennon looks to be taking angles, trying to find Huskers and deny him for maybe being able to bring in that streak. Still the bunker buster straight on. There goes the full on to FIFA. But okay.
Yeah, this is a big one, Tiff. I mean, these are top 2 teams on our leaderboard. Huskers slowly falling. They'd love to wipe out one of their main competitions.
But Lennon's dragging them out. Like, I know we're looking for kind of a reset here, and we probably just burned the majority of our smokes right there, and gets to a point where it's like, now we have to turn and fight, but he doesn't do that still. Beating him with the movement. Okay.
Sneaky Lennon drawing this out as long as humanly possible. This man is a tough kill, apparently. They are racing to the finish lines, and no one can catch Lennon. Breaking cameras, smoking, running. How'd that through the doors play? Okay, Lynn. Where's Chobo at? We got a new movement king, at least on the EU side. This guy can't be caught. What do they do? They're just wasting so much time trying to find just Lennon, Tiff. What?
We're trying for this hop up too. Here's where they get isolated. Lennon is going to take this advantage if Huskers doesn't get that, but we're still shooting, still sliding, still trying to find Lennon. But at this point, just walk away. Just admit that Lennon has won this, okay?
Can we isolate the ones? Oh, Lynn had an opportunity. Finally get him. Look, a lot of movement and a lot of time, and frankly, you don't get much for it besides a couple good laughs. I thought there's maybe a chance that he's going to be able to isolate those ones, but although Huskers and teammate looked a little silly, at the same time, they did play that right. They never split from each other. They didn't want to risk losing a 1v2. Played it perfectly. Like, when the fight finally came, they were both there, and there was just nothing Lennon could do, but still a good time. But back to the Falcons we go, and as expected, outpost side, all 3 up, looking pretty strong. Not a crazy amount of kills necessarily. We do actually pull a little bit further east than maybe we both thought, Tiff. West on our map. We're headed to Levin. I mean, we are deep into Levin Resort, according to our map right now, and so this team knows, hey, instead of hanging out in the middle of outpost as expected, take a look at this. We're going all the way over over likely to 11. So we're going to make a move and make a move now. We don't want to be caught out too late.
We do have a roster that's already moved and probably set up on that ultimate high ground over at 11. As you can see, Team Biffle down there in that picture-in-picture, still kind of fighting forward as they wipe Panda, who had some big moments early on. Fnatic still kind of anchoring down on that eastern side of the next circle. But the attention goes towards still in Rostava's shops. Your week 1 winners on the opposing side of Team Biffle here, and just trying to find maybe an angle that'll allow them to cross the gap, but it's vonbot that's doing a great job of covering this squad.
Again, this is first versus about 7th, 8th right now. My current guess, I think they were 7th going into this one. And this is, frankly, a true 3v3, at least for now. There's a couple teams lurking around, just not on shops. And it looks like really only Fnatic can maybe make a big play here in the next couple minutes. This is the other squad that's in trouble. There's Fnatic swinging on Donkey. Donkey maybe could have picked up one, but now in trouble is just running straight at, well, unfortunately, a whole nother team of 3. So I guess give the team that maybe doesn't feel like bigger competitors that kill. I don't know. Maybe he feels like he can isolate these ones better. Let's see what Donkey can do. Quick aerial view of it, and E700 making Donkey think twice, but beams one. Too many. Sorry, Donkey. Unrational squad out early. That's top 15 finish for them, but not much more than that. Don't think they have a crazy amount of kills. Still a solid, consistent game, but back to the action of these two teams. They've been fighting for a while, and 2 get knocked. You've got to fly. You cannot let them get up, and you know they're screaming at each other. Go, go, go. We've got to get a clean up here. They're able to find one. Biffle in trouble. It also gets cut down. Hisoka into the gulag. This might be the final remaining seconds of the gulag, and this is what we talk about. If you have gulags at the end of the game, what a huge boon to get full wiped with 14 teams remaining and not be full wiped out of the lobby because you have the last remaining seconds of the gulag.
It's still perfect to do it, knowing that you've got about 25 seconds left. It's now or never. It's like, hey, we can use this, go in, get a couple extra eliminations, get on back for the reset. But we can already see the 3 is still there. Rostava Shops is theirs. And with the centering on up, we're not pulling direct over 11. We're coming towards more of a center. So if you've really cleared out Rostava Shops, there still is one more team that you have to be wary of. It's going to be the one that's on that southern side and wherever Fnatic decides to descend upon. But the squad that we just witnessed all fall to their gulags is deciding we are going to hang and hedge our bets of a regain on the outskirts of Levin.
Yeah. Whoa. Get shot out of the air. I don't think that was a broken leg. All right. Let's give Shifty some credit. Get shot out of the air. And frankly, it's kind of what I expected. And that's the risk, obviously, of some of those team fights there. They get blessed with not having burned their gulags early. So they're still in the game, looking for some multipliers, just not feeling good on the map. And Brolic, they want this one, and they want it bad. Get a full wipe here. Down goes one. Biffle, last alive for his team, gets a heroic buyback deep in the gas. Again, to just delay the inevitable. This is what we talk about with the amount of cash they have. With another buyback, another death, and another death there by Biffle. Shifty still has $14,000. They can keep doing that over and over again as long as there's a buy-in zone. And there definitely will be with those portable buys probably in play. So who knows what heroic efforts they could conjure up in this moment. Ground loot and not even an extra mag to their name. But the smoke and run here says, Shifty, good luck, my friend. And I don't even know what you do at this point. This is gonna be a miracle if they get out of this one alive.
Well, we'll see. If you got Huskers on the opposing side, let the C4s do the brunt of the work. We've already got a loadout incoming to get their weapons back into the mix.
Oh, way.
Now, do you just take it and leave, run away from it? We don't have plates, and I don't care how good your angle is, going in with a deficit of that HP against a roster of 3 is not going to be where you want it to be.
This is the fact they're able to get a loadout there and then also get out. Like, they have no plates. Let's be very clear. Resources in shambles right now. Cash, sure, but like, where's the buy you're gonna grab any plates at? I mean, they're in trouble right now. But the fact that they're alive, wild. If they can just stall out to top 10, that's still a nice little boon of a 1.6 times multiplier. I don't think we're gonna see them breach 120 points because of this map. I mean, they've been in the blender the whole time, but a quick look at that map, and you're right. South side of 11 is where we pull. Obviously, a couple teams already in zone. Team 11 is that advanced squad. Team eBay still hunting edge and having to make a brutal late-game south side rotation through a couple teams in order to make it into the top 10. We have 11 squads left, and somehow the Falcons are still up. Here's the other side of that equation. You see Cloud9 off in the distance. That's that yellow 7 team to watch out for. They need another big map to maintain position in top 10. Love to walk away with some cash this time around after a frustrating start to this tourney. But the smoke and run does not prove that useful. They do get Biffle up, but it's a trade for somebody with a loadout to somebody without one. They do stall to top 10 though, Tiff.
Look, as long as you're getting some multipliers in, that's all that matters. 1.6x. Empathy goes big and completely takes out that Fnatic roster. And as soon as we get to the mobile buy, we just get taken on out. Maybe a 1.8x is going to be a tall order for that roster.
Look, you and I were talking before the broadcast about ways this game differs from others. There's always a comeback. There's always a get-right mechanic. If you've got cash and somehow the Falcons floating up in the sky are going to lurk for a while, but we got to stay with the action here. Top 10, now 9 as Husker Squad fully restabilized, and somehow there are 2 alive on the Falcons. Look at the zone pull, though. This is going to go all the way up to Cloud 9 in the yellow 7, all the way up to the north side, which yet again punishes this Falcons duo that's been trying to restabilize. Little to no resources, little to no guns, finding whatever ground loot they can for what could be one of the most miraculous plays to get to top 5. Let alone something a bit further than that. There's going to be a lot of loot here as they get up into some loadout weapons from teams that have fallen. They're just slowly but surely working their way in and finally being held by a team that spotted them out. Again, I've got to keep my eyes on Cloud 9 here on the edge of zone up to new. But somehow this duo is up. And here's a quick look at the overhead view of the other side of this zone. 2 totally different looks. You've got this squad hanging out deep in gas. On the other side, Cloud 9 right on the edge of zone, battling for their lives.
Ooh, Joe on 4. This is we're so close to that 1.8x multiplier, but a lot of teams still all full up, which can make this super dangerous. We pop the zip. You can see Breadman has already fallen just ahead of Joe. Looks to be safe for now, and the trophy. Okay, back on their feet. We're still alive. Bleeding health, but it doesn't have to be pretty. We just have to make it.
Finally, they get cut down in 7th place. Unreasonable value they got from that. I'm not sure they netted a ton of kills, but did get a better multiplayer. No 1.8, though. Back to the action. Cloud 9 on high ground in a good spot. Look at new zone. It's going to pull to team 17 in the best spot technically, but this squad can run the rooftops almost to new and likely pick up a couple in transition. For Jace looking for anything to land to get some info. And apparently they got info where rated is. Nice cleanup there. Top 5 on high. It's Destroy Squad who played spoiler to advanced. E-Bait Squad fell top 10, but not much more than that because of this team. We gave the charge to Destroy, Tiff. Wake up, smell the roses. You have 14 points, and finally they're making moves here in the end game.
They were one of the ones that put a big game up in week number 1 of the group stages. Held the bounty for a while, but you can see that youngsters. Brax on the low ground. Cloud 9 taking a brunt of the force of these streaks that keep hitting on the roof. So we're going to PDS on the inside and try to stay out of all the action. Squads have already made that earlier rotation, so Jace makes a brilliant call here to put up the drone and see the action from above.
So much value out of this drone, by the way. I mean, this is a massive value add because this is the last zone, so you know where it's going to close. It's going to close dead center of the current one, slowly but surely tick away until there's nothing left. So if you can play a little bit in gas here, sure. You've already got the 1.8x multi, though. You're top 5. You got to start going for kills, and a bunker buster cleans up Destroy, takes him out of this lobby. Window of opportunity up on high with more PDSs. They maintain high ground. They maintain position. Gonna catch some in transition. This is a perfect play. A high IQ play from Cloud 9 pays them in spades. A massive cleanup of a full team and maybe more. Now we got to make a move. We're out of gas masks. We're out of PDSs. Here's your final chance to get to zone. You got to stay alive here. On high ground still. No, you have 1 more PDS? You kidding me right now? Cloud 9 can take it all here, but Huskers last full team of 3 down below.
Oh, and Huskers consistently getting into that end game. Youngsters with the angle. They're going to play a little bit of diversion over there for that roster, but it doesn't matter. C9 goes down. Huskers on top.
Whoa, what a finish for Team Huskers. And yet again, another play where high ground super valuable, but at the end of the day, they swing down into the fight, and it's Team Huskers that wins the full team fight and wins it in a dynamic fashion. I don't even think they lost a body to Cloud9. So yes, Cloud9 got paid. Yes, Cloud9 had a great game, but welcome back again, Huskers. They've got momentum. They're going to be back into likely top 3, if not top 3, definitely top 5.
I mean, they were hovering around that kind of eviction notice area, that bottom 8 on the final week of group stages. They knew what they needed to do. They're turning things around. We were consistently seeing them in the end game, getting that 1.8x multiplier, and now getting a 2x. Who knows how many eliminations they've had? We've oftentimes seen Huskers neighboring that double digit. So what is that 2x going to do for them?
I think you're right. I mean, it's always the big question when we end these moments here is how many kills did they actually have? Because it looked like a lot. It looked like they were staying active. And look, if I'm Huskers, like Huskers a nice guy, usually doesn't talk trash. But if I'm Huskers there, I'm saying, who's laughing now, Caster Booth? Because we were laughing at them trying to hunt down Lennon, and then they win the whole thing after restabilizing, all right? Again, I'm going to tip my hat to you, my friend. A great play, a great team. Welcome back to the top. This is one of the top trios out there right now, and I'm excited to see them near the top of this leaderboard. Again, big flowers, of course, to the Falcons, who were able to stay alive to top 6, but not a crazy game. I think we might see a new leader at the top of the leaderboard after this one. We're going to head to a very short break here, Tiff, and let the admins do the math to see where we're at and see if anybody has breached that 120-point threshold. You're not going to want to miss this. Don't go anywhere. Well, folks, welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. This is week 3. We're having a blast here in the summer, and I hope you're surviving the heat outside if you're down here in the States, because it is real hot outside, maybe a bit windy for you, Tiff. I am excited to see where this leaderboard is at, though, and which teams are going to survive the summer in week 3 in particular. And as expected, we got a new team at the top. What I didn't expect, that Unrational squad with Donkey is the team that surpasses them. The Cloud9 team also closes the gap quite dramatically to a small 7.8 points, 7.6 points overall between second and third. What a move. And then obviously Husker squad with a big win there. They're in top 5.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting because the leaderboard is so crazy close. Maybe because we talked about that Falcons Biffle roster so much that we've almost kind of caster cursed them in a way. But when we have to breach 120, Team Unrational is 22.4 points away from that margin, which is just a normal game for them. I so think that we're going to have multiple squads hit it after this game. If Cloud9 has a pretty powerful game, and then Biffle and Unrational just kind of coast through it with at least 15 eliminations.
Yeah, the expectation here, I think, is definitely... Obviously, we have one more game. No questions asked. We have 2 more games, right? It's a question of how many more do we have, right? Because nobody's on our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, which means we're playing this one. And then will there be anyone there? Likely. I think we're probably seeing the top 2. I would say Unrational and Biffle squad. They've been averaging very high points. Even their bad games, besides that one really bad game from Team Biffle, they're going to make it, right? They're going to make it to 120. They're going to have an opportunity to win the next map and close things out quickly. But there's plenty more teams that could drop 40-point games that could be right there as well. Really, really close. Could see Cloud9 with a heroic 34-point game, 34.2. You could see even that Z-Laner squad drop a 41.4. Like, there's some big numbers from some of these teams that easily we could see out of nowhere from 0 teams past our 120-point threshold to like 4 if it goes that way. So I'm excited to see what happens. Let's hop into game and see what truly happened to drop 5 and what our plane line looks like. This one mostly bisecting the entirety of the map.
Yeah, it really is. And I was kind of just doing some quick math over looking at the leaderboard, and none of our teams have been able to breach north of a 25 average points per game. Unrational, sitting in first place with 98.6, is sitting around 24.65 per game. So we are asking for them to be at their average points to be able to breach 120 for Unrational and above average for Team Biffle. And then if Joe wants to go on to that as well with the Cloud9 roster, we need double their average to breach 120. So it seems like we might be in for a decent haul today, Coach.
Yeah, that's right. Again, this is game 5, so I think if we play, the fastest we could get there is 6 games. I'm still banking on game 7. All right, it's happened 2 weeks in a row. It's gonna happen a 3rd week in a row. 7 games is a sweet spot when it comes to these formats, but I think a lot of our teams in the middle of the pack are going, shut up. We're going at least to 9 because we're gonna also get there as well. So let's see. Now, as kind of per the usual pop-up, very quiet. Even industrial side of this, very quiet. There are a couple teams in the somewhat of the same area, but to Superstore we go, which is where Juki's, FIFA Kill, Linen, they've been here all day. They continue to drop Superstore. They said, hey, look, things haven't gone our way. The new POI is all ours, but babahuf and company seemingly able to push them off. Again, they're throwing that loadout on the far side. This is the exact same thing that happened last time, but Juki's on a huge wrap gets the stun off, and well,
ooh,
sorry, Butters. I don't know what you're going to do about that, but talk about a window of opportunity for his teammates to push in. Juki's playing a bit of spoiler.
Look, that's what they want to do over here at Superstore to give them a really solid start to map number 5. Cloud9 picking up some eliminations to start things off as well. We're bringing in streaks here. FIFA back up the zip. Gets cut down by babahuf, who's got an angle on the roof and just out here divvying out the punishment. To the gulag you go.
Again, I know there's only a couple ways up. Linden going to try to play hero, and it's not going to work out. It's only a couple ways up to the top of Superstore, but like, why are we, when you have player advantage, why are we isolating 2 fully solo 1v1s that are maybe, if it's truly even, 50-50s? Play together as a team. get your third in the mix and win the 3v2. Like, why are we taking that fight like that? I didn't like the play. It was too much of an eco chow, and they lost both their ones, and so because of that, they get fully wiped. Like, oh, that's brutal to watch. But hopefully, and we know they definitely can restabilize, so we should be able to see them get back into it and see if they can maybe win a couple.
I was like, if my boys are going down, I'm going down with them at this rate. That is exactly the kind of angle they were taking on that initial fight in Superstore. But the squad that has found themselves in first on that leaderboard on your screen, looking down the scopes of Brittany Reigns. Unrational, though.
Ooh.
Getting Mixy in the gulag, stimming straight towards FIFA. Prone and wraps it. What did I just watch?
That looked like something from a couple years ago. Hit the stim, hit the swing, and barrel stuff. You joking right now? Oh, man. All right. Well, that's a big win in the gulag. Not only to stop one of the top teams today, apparently, from being able to regain, but also getting back to your teammates who are frying. Again, that team only needs, like, what, a 22, 23-point game or so to breach our 120-point threshold. So they don't even need a massive game. They just need a pretty solid average game, like you shouted out already. So continue to keep our eyes out for our top teams. But we've got to keep our eyes on some of these other squads. Brittany Reigns, that Holly team, Sean Jay's squad that are at risk of not making grand finals. It's time to step up. You're running out of runway.
Yeah, and this squad finding themselves towards that end game. We knew this squad, Brittany Reigns, was having some issues running from Unrational, but they've put themselves right into the lines of sights of Z-Laner, Bubble CT closing the distance, C4 straight through the windows. We saw some trophy systems that's going to give them a bit of reprieve, but it's not going to delay anything because Bubble CT and Wars are going to find a way to get inside that. But as we get a look towards the circle, while we've got that action going on the left, we could be seeing a south side of Urzikstan for once today.
Yeah, to the south we may go. And a couple quick shouts here. Team 26, that's going to be your Falcons in second place overall. In the purple, all the way up in pop-up, being contested by a couple teams. And then you saw, it looks like that Unrational team we've already seen several times. That's 23, that's on your screen right now. A great play to take down another top team, Squad 4 Z-Laner squad. Coming into play spoiler, a little bit of third party and catching in transition. Perfect execution thus far. Here's the footsteps, and he's able to find him out. Nice squad wipe here. The team at the top remaining at the top. What a nice play and a great catch from our ops team there to find a great fight for this squad to continue to push the equation. Wow.
Okay, last we saw this squad trying to find themselves into that Brittany Reigns roster. Well, Bubble found himself in the gulag against Brax, and Brax was doing some crazy stuff in earlier matches and is looking to go prone, and despite Bubble reading it, just can't get the jump onto Brax.
Yeah, he read it, but he didn't have the centering down perfectly. But as much as I want to break that down, all of a sudden, Brittany Reigns fights back, grabs a kill on Unrational. 2v3 on edge of zone. But one is flying, so a true 2v2, I think, here on the ground. Scummin knows where at least one is. Bide your time, my friend. This would be a brutal way to end after a decently hot start for this team. And, well, okay. Thread the needle, thread the window. That was easy.
Do you remember when they used to have those, like, that was easy buttons? I feel like that is a moment where you just need to, like, slam it down on your desk. Like, I don't know if I'm dating myself, but I'm pretty sure that was in a commercial back in the day. Yeah. We need a button like that.
That's got to be one of the most, like, memorable marketing campaigns of the last, like, couple decades, so I respect the callback. And now the hunters become the hunted as Scummin says, "You did what to my boy?" Yeah, see ya. That was another reference for the old heads that apparently you don't know that one, so that's okay.
No, it's totally fine. I'm just like a nerd, you know? I only know like the weird random things.
Also, Scummin, stop teabagging on main, all right?
He's communicating. That's what he's doing. He was saying that was a good try.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Oh, man. Okay, back to the action. C4's galore. Melvin is very split from his team. I don't know what happened here, but shot in the back, shot in the front. See you later. Quick sweep here and sends them to the gulag. I don't know what Pentagon and Fuzzin. And maybe they regained from their gulags already and picked a different spot because Melvin was such a tough position. But I did want to check on this Fnatic squad, Tiff, because they were dead center of zone when he started. And so it's always that big question of, like, what do you do now? Like, you know this is where you need to end. You see the zone pulls, and you're like, okay, I got to go find kills. And apparently they've done that. Skull's on 4, so looking pretty good.
They really are, yeah. Maybe finally starting to kind of turn some things around. It's not like they've been doing bad by any means. It's just not at some of the paces that we've seen them throw down over the course. Now, granted, it's a Monday. We gotta wake up and kind of get our week started. Biffle here now. Locked in, Team 26 in purple, changing these colors, hunting down Grease. Well, that's Shifty, doing what Shifty does best, jumping straight into the water. Yeah.
He was a little slippery like Grease, but not slippery enough. Gonna take a nice free kill. Again, edge of zone, where they like to be. They love hunting these kills. This is obviously coming down south from the pop-up power area, coming across a bridge, even through kind of cargo into the north side of Midtown. Still got a decently long rotation to go. Nothing too terrible. It looks like a couple teams in the way. It looks like Team 13 in the kind of periwinkle that they're probably going to be running into next. So we'll check back in with that in a minute. Remember, the top two teams, probably the most... possible to breach our 120-point threshold. That's going to be the Falcons. That's going to be Unrational. And then this Cloud9 squad needs a pretty big game to be able to do it. And right now, looking a little bit quiet over here in C-Town on the western side.
Yeah, they were kind of sitting in about 85 points prior to this match. So needing, what is that, 35? Like an 18 elimination win, or maybe north of that with the 1.8. So it is a bigger ask as you see the zone kind of centering back on up to similar zones of what we've witnessed, not committing over towards kind of the ranch area or necessarily to Manor. We could see it play around towards where Team 27 has put themselves, which would be kind of interesting because then you've got to deal with the teams that are making their way out of suburbs and also that old town, low town area where teams will likely find the majority of their eliminations. Yeah,
I'm really curious to see, obviously, what happens in this fight. This is two of our top teams, right? The team at the top, Unrational Squad, that's trying to push up on Team Wars right now, who've had a pretty decent tournament thus far. I'll continue to push the equation after a couple wins earlier, and unfortunately, one of our fringe teams, Sean J, fully eliminated there, by the way, in 20th place, so not going to be able to increase their standing by much. Donkey, just perfect execution. The bait from the player on top, and these are free kills now. Now you're just hunting the prey, and it looks like Z-Laner trying to play back up, and I can't imagine Z makes it out of this, but he did stay around long enough to where maybe Wars makes it out. Ooh. Whoa, all right, Donkey. I would say I'm not familiar with your game, but I am very familiar, and that is a lot of what we see from Donkey. It's just 6 shots, snaps, slaps, kills. That's Donkey for you.
Sure. Yeah, I thought we were talking about hockey there for a second, but yeah, totally 100% Dongy right there. And the only reason Wars gets out of that is because he had some Resolute kind of locked in to give him a little bit of a boost there. And well, for now, gonna focus on the smoke, the replayed up, but Doggy's gonna take this chow. Doggy takes this every day.
Golly. I mean, there's no way Wars wins that overall. I think he maybe should have won that gunfight there. I don't know. It's hard to say, but Doggy he doesn't miss. A little bit of visual cover and a little bit of a headache to play around. Doggy grabs his 9th. Now, was there any question this team was going to drop 20-plus points in this game? Probably not. I'm pretty sure they've already done it, though. Look at these kills. I mean, this is an unreasonable amount of eliminations already, with still 16 teams remaining. I think I counted about 20 between the 3 of them, so they're probably already there. They've already got a little multiplier on the board. Looking for a bit more here shortly. Yeah, easily into the 20s and more with the multi. So that squad is going to be on our Call of Duty Warzone match point for the next lobby, regardless of how the rest of this one plays out. So we need to keep our eyes also on the Falcons. And it looks like the Falcons have swung and flown all the way down to Manor, where they're in a bit of a fight on the south side of our map right now, battling for what is the remaining wide open space down here, and apparently they pushed out this team as Unrational gets cut down.
Yeah, that's typical, right? Usually we'll see them clear out and carve out a position of themselves for the map on the less occupied side of that circle. As we kind of move on over toward Manor, you can see that Team Biffle's going to be on the roof of Manor. It's Team Proze on that south side. And we do have just one member left standing, that bilngcjay, but they've kind of tried to get out of Dodge. You can see Spartan falls inside that gulag. It's closing shortly. And if bilngcjay does have gulag, you might just want to go ahead and say, okay, sure, let me make a play for it. But he looks for the buy station. He instead gets interrogated and, well, well, chalk it up. Another elimination goes the way of Team Biffle as they hunt for themselves to get onto Call of Duty Warzone match point.
Yeah, and again, looking at this map, I'd be very curious to see if any of these teams that are on the fringe, I'm looking at like Team 31, Team 33 that are coming in late, like maybe they say we want to go south because it looks free and we want to wait. That's Solidify, by the way, in Team 33 in like the seafoamish color. Watch out for that team maybe swings down here, or frankly, what's more likely is that this squad is going to push up not only just, you know, deeper into Manor and a little bit further north, but probably all the way up deeper into the zone as they usually do, because there's nobody down here to kill and they need kills. They want to make sure that they're on that 120 point threshold by the end of this one.
All right, Huskers squad back kind of over here. Got the LTV, has a good angle. And they're just going to get back into this cluster of buildings. You've got a couple of heavy rosters that are going to be around them, which, to no surprise, if we've got to make our way out of the northwestern side of where the circle is pulling to, it's kind of like, where do we want to make the play from? We don't necessarily have to move just yet. We can watch and take angles. However, it's still very open to be up here on this roof of the shack.
Yeah, again, this is 5th place right now, 73 points. So they would need, 47 points in this map. Probably not going to happen. Doesn't look like they have a crazy amount of kills. But still a good game here to kind of close the gap on the top teams. See deusamir popping off in the kill feed. Donkey,
okay.
Last alive. Last we left off with this trio, we said, well done. You made it to over 120 points. Definitely the case, but all of a sudden, last alive for this this team. Donkey certainly can play his life well, but where do you go? I mean, it looks like a 1v1 on edge of zone with 13 teams up. Let's see who sees each other first.
Seems like that's what we're going to do. Picnic just on the other side starts to move. Dongy's at an angle here, and Picnic will have to kind of jump on over that fence line if he wants to get out of gas, and I think Dongy should be able to clean it up as soon as he does. So let's keep tabs on that as we see where that circle is going towards pulling. Now, Dongy on 10. Scummin was, on north of 5 before he fell. I don't know if they hit 120 just yet. I think they need a deeper multiplier, so if Dongy falls here, there's a good chance that they miss it by just a very small margin.
Well, comes down to some admin math, folks. I'm thinking they've done it, but Tiff, you might be right. It could be on the other side of that coin. It could be like 119. I'm not 100% positive. I do think Unrational had north of somewhere. I thought he had like 7, so I think that puts him past the 20-point margin. But again, I am not sure of that, so don't count them on the threshold yet. Let the admins do the math. And into the final 10, we're about to go. And Cloud9 is dead center of zone, prepared for anything. The only team truthfully set up in a great spot right now. The problem is they only have 2. It looks like a couple teams starting to rotate in. You see the Falcons rotating in on the south side. Here's a quick look at them. As expected, they came up from Manor. Nobody was there. They kept pushing, and they go, no one's here either. Where is everybody? And now they've got some info and go, well, I guess we're just going to hang out here because they don't have a crazy amount of kills, but with the multipliers, if they can get 1.8, they likely will have done enough as well to also breach the 120-point threshold.
And they need 26.6 points if they want to breach 120 this game. Biffle on 3, maybe a couple for the others. It'd be nice if they could pick up a few from the Brax roster that's just ahead of them. But granted, think about what they have to traverse if this circle decides to pull out towards the north and the remaining cover that they have on the outskirts of Manor goes away. So maybe they're going to angle back towards the south and kind of rotate up the western side because they've already invested 1 member kind of to keep an eye on what's going on over here. Well, what's going on is Skull on 6. Fnatic wreaking havoc, looking for the last member of Superevan's team, but they still have a roster just behind them.
Yeah, it's going to get really interesting. Team 31 is looking for a flank here. They're trying to find the final kill. They do not want to sell a life right now to take down Team 2. And now they have some awareness. Now, Smixy, she had some really big success with a flank just like this before, but this time they get spotted in transition, so now they're in a disadvantageous situation. And I was about to say, I have a feeling that Falcon squad is going to swoop in and double reverse gank flank onto Smixy's team, and Shifty picks up 1 in transition all the way on the other side. As we look at Empathy, last alive for his team in zone. Fnatic not pushing because they're trying to take down Smixy's squad, who is now down in numbers because of the Falcons from the long angle. Falcons, though, decide to go up to the northern side, or sorry, eastern side up towards north to try to rotate it anew, and Skullface now knows it with some info in the air.
They really do. Okay. This is what I'm curious about. They have to move. I'm looking, we've got a munitions box, we've got some smokes, and we are going to just make a move straight towards this west. I think this is smart here for Shifty, but you want to wait for that initial fight to kick off against Empathy. Superevan, like, they do not have a ton of players. I think it might actually just be the solo. So sending over the recon drone, making sure that you're not getting over there too quick. We've got streaks going out, but this also allows you to keep tabs on Huskers, on deusamir towards the north, knowing that Brax's team that was on that western side could get crazy. And, well, okay, a free elim there thanks to Empathy, and we immediately turn our attention back to deusamir.
Yeah, you can't afford to get flanked here. You can't afford to lose one. I think if they were not somewhat close to threshold, they might have full wrapped to the eastern side and tried to third party some of those fights because they wanted kills, but they know they only need about a 26-point game or so, right? They don't need to fly and fry. They just need to get their multipliers and get their kills and have a decent game. Well, unfortunately, Cloud9 needed a lot of the same. They needed a pretty big one. This Husker squad did as well. Husker is getting the better of his opponents there, but it just opens up the playing field for just about anybody else, including the Falcons, to win it, because now they've lost some in rotation. It's going to come down to Fnatic to try to play spoiler on the Falcons to prevent them from that 120-point threshold. And, well, when Noob jumps off the top for no apparent reason, that's brutal. I mean, that is not ideal. If you're a Fnatic squad, you're going to watch that one back and say, what went wrong?
Yeah, and it's so hard because it's like, what was the call out to make him want to jump off that and get that initial, because the circle is closing, right? Maybe they were trying to send noobs out first. Regardless, we get picked up from that Biffle roster, and the smokes are out for Skullface and Almond trying to get out of there. Huskers and Brawlick likely going to be able to put pressure. They get a buyback, bring noobs on in just to give that knock straight toward Team Huskers. Brawlick and Huskers both with self-reses, and we saw that happen and change a course of an endgame early on, but we've got to lay low here in the center of the road.
Again, patience is a virtue. These two teams are fighting each other so the Falcons can swoop in. They don't get the zone pull, though. Falcons have to make the big push here, so now there's still an opportunity for Fnatic to win this. What was a sell could turn into a win, and as I say that, Noobs gets recut back down as the Falcons have to make a move. They got to make a move now. They know they have player advantage. They've got to push a fight. Trophies save the lives of Huskers and Brawlick. Could they make a heroic play? No. Nice trap here. Biffle able to pick up one. Huskers low, both down. Now you got to turn towards a Fnatic. That's a cleanup. That's a team wipe. Final fight behind you. And I think there's only 2 alive, so it's going to be a 3v2. Skullface is on high ground. They got to be careful. Almond cut down. 3v1. Skullface, can you do it all by yourself? There's no way in hell, but a great effort nonetheless. Fnatic, a good game of Falcons, better one.
And just like that, Team Biffle, the Falcons, not only do they win map 1, they bring it full circle and grab another one in match 5. I love that Skullface from Fnatic was trying to take a cheeky angle there towards the end. And yeah, the shots were connecting, but when you're in a 1v3, there's only so much you can do because they're not going to miss. That Falcons roster is on point for a reason.
Yeah, and again, they don't get the zone pull at the end, but because they were patient in that fight, you saw Shifty actually smoke and run backwards to a bit of cover early in that encounter. They did not want to sell a life, and so the other two teams, they just wanted kills. They needed the points. They had to risk it, and because they were down in numbers, Husker said, well, I'm shooting what I can see. I can't get shot right now, and my only cover is my left shoulder, which is that curb, that median splitting the road. So I gotta shoot at this Fnatic squad, and because of that, opened up the opportunity for the Falcons to swoop in and grab the victory. Very well done across the board. 3 of our top teams, Fnatic, maybe not so much thus far, but still really talented players able to make it to top 3, secure some nice multipliers, and we likely now have at least 1 with the Falcons, probably 2 with that Unrational squad on our threshold going into new. But we're going to let the admins do the math before I speak too much and speak something into, well, not existence, maybe. I don't know. But Tiff, what do you think about that? I had a lot of fun looking at that aerial view in particular about how those teams were set up.
Yeah, anytime we get a zone that pulls away from a lot of buildings and it's out into the open, which seems to have been happening all over the place for our summer survival groups A and C today, it's been quite interesting. I will say, very want to applaud and give flowers towards Team Huskers, who was there at the end as a duo with Huskers and Brawlick, because the C4s, we know how prevalent they've been in such a nuisance, right? But what they did was they made sure they had a trophy system for the end game, despite being in the open and knowing that there was was a good chance they were going to get swung by that trio, they still kind of kept it going with the trophy. I mean, it kind of sucked that they got caught out because it was either them or Fnatic. Like, there was no way they survive and win that. It's just who gets the limbs at that point.
Yeah, and again, sometimes prizing can be delineated by a single point or less, right? So even a single kill there going to a Husker squad could be the difference in a couple hundred or maybe a couple thousand at the end of this tournament, right? So I think you got to give them, you got to take the kills when they come, even if you're in a bad spot. Usually in a 3-team battle, the team in the middle loses. Okay, so it just kind of is what it is. Huskers in a bad spot. They couldn't rotate. If they rotated right, they're wide open, getting shot in the back by the Falcons. They couldn't jump the median either because they're going to run straight into the Falcons. They have to sit there, trophy up, and just try to find a kill. I don't think they found one in that final fight. They got a couple knocks, but still a solid game. You got to remember, 1.8x multiplier goes to second. It also goes to fifth. So regardless, getting the multiplier is a huge boon. We're going to see the Falcons swoop up all the way to the top of the leaderboard likely, or at the very least, definitely past our 120-point threshold. And again, on Rational Squad, how many kills did they end up with? I think it was over 20 regardless of multis, but it was very, very close. So I'm really excited to see that score as well. And Fanatics, frankly, they needed it. A second place one is great. I don't know where they'll land on the leaderboard, Tiff. I mean, they were down in I think 15th or so, or 12th going into that one. So maybe they're top 8. But a lot of our pricing is in the top 3, top 4. So still a long way to go if they want to make a decent bit of cash.
Yeah, but turning things around and getting into the top 3 and getting the 1.8x multiplier that is gifted to top 5 is the way that you want to do it. And you could have been right, Goj. Now, I was quantifying the math between Dongy and Scummin, but what I didn't take into account for was Unrational, because I don't quite frankly remember how many he had. So is your caster math superior to mine?
Let's see. Your predictions have been way better than mine. It looks like caster math worked out pretty good. You see the Falcons on the top. You see Team Unrational, a total of 19 kills. So any sort of a multiplier gets them past the 20-some-odd point threshold they needed. So there they are, about 5 points over 2 teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point of 120 points this time around. So what that means, you all well know this at this point. If Team Biffle or Team Unrational wins this next map, we will be done in 6. Now, I'm predicting 7 because, well, that's what happened last week and that's what happened the week before. But definitely could come down to this final map potentially in the next one and be done in 6. Obviously, looking at our scores here, Tiff, we talk about a bit more. I mean, Team Huskers able to take 3rd right now and only about 22 points or a little bit less than that behind our threshold. Well within reason for that trio. They could breach that threshold in the new. We've got Jowo there. This time a little bit easier of a map for them. Instead of a 47 some odd needed, they need 27 points, right? So well within reason that they could do this.
Yeah, I think when you look at Huskers and Jowo coming in just around the 90s, this is the same situation that Unrational Squad and Biffle was in prior to map number 5. So very real possibility for them to eclipse 120 for sure. Team Almond, that Fnatic roster, they're going to have yet another phenomenal game if they want to breach into that. So I'm looking for maybe, I don't know, a 1.8x multiplier again for sure with multiple eliminations, maybe closer to 20. So Z-Laner squad, they've been consistent towards that end game, but a team that's been relatively silent throughout the past few that had a really strong start is going to be oekiy Boy and eBates, right? I'm jumping over Panda because I've seen kind of remnants of them in towards those end games and some really solid pickups from Panda in particular. But the last we saw of Team oekiy Boy was Picnic getting pulled out by Shifty as a solo on that last rotation towards the end, just trying to get some multipliers. But ever since eBates kind of lost the internet and bringing in advanced, it hasn't had that same spark that we saw in week number 1.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't. They had a decent little start, like you said, and then slowly but surely falling out of our top 8 here on the left side of our leaderboard. But overall, I'm pretty impressed also with Team Panda. I mean, they've made a pretty big and significant leap up, so they're likely securing their spot into the grand finals. Now, a couple of quick things about stakes right now, because we could be about to play the last map. Let's talk about our pricing, Tiff. We'd love for you to break this down for us, because yes, we're playing for 10K today, but also playing for that spot in the grand finals where you could earn your share of 65K.
Yeah, and that 65,000 for the grand finals that are going to be occurring next Monday are going to be so awesome because you have 20K for first place, and then it kind of pays out towards the top 16. Now, reminder, we're going to have 40 teams that are going to be in the grand finals of Summer Survival, and that's going to have us upping that initial Call of Duty Warzone match point. It's not going to be 120 like we've had through the group stages. We're bringing it back up to 150. So to get that lion's share of the cash is going to be so much more difficult. But of course, today we have $10,000 on the line plus $1,250 to the trio with the highest single kill game today, which I believe is actually still held by the Falcons, aka Team Biffle.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I do want to take a quick look because we're talking about the stakes. We got to take a look at the overall leaderboard and specifically the bottom of that overall leaderboard. Look at the teams in that at-risk section. You might have one more game to pull yourself out of that. Now, some of these teams, you might see a name, you're like, well, they're not playing today. It's because they were in Group B. So if you see a name at risk right now that was in Group B and they're done, they're out of this tournament already, right? So you're not seeing some of these squads play right now. They're done. But some of these teams, specifically, we've been watching them all day, watching them move. We got to look at Team 42, Pros, nobuspartan, bilngcjay. They are in 42nd right now, and they're about 11 points behind Team Brittany Reigns, who is the last remaining team that's about to breach into the grand finals if it ended right now. We do have one more map, so you could see those two teams swap. You could see xressolve, who's also climbed out of that at-risk section, potentially drop back down, but it would need, you really need a big game from, frankly, I think it's just Team Pros that could make a move out of that bottom 8 teams. Top 40 make grand finals. This is going to be really, really close. That margin is quite thin.
I think they've done a really good job. I was curious to see if xressolve's squad would be able to pull out of that, but they must have went on a tangent from the past 2 to 3 games and just really clawed them out. Now, Brittany Reigns is that next on the chopping block, but we've had Team Pros kind of make it towards the end game in the earlier games of our series today. Now, it just wasn't with enough eliminations, and they're about 12 points outside of where they need to be. And Brittany Reigns, they have the very real capability of pulling together a pop-off. So we just got to see what Brittany, Strixie, and Johnny Bro can bring.
Yeah, and I think so the big storyline going into this one, we're going to get that lobby up to date and going as fast as humanly possible for you folks. But I think the big storylines here is obviously, will one of our top 2 teams who have already breached our threshold win it all now? And then also, are some of these teams at the bottom, and it's frankly the fight between xressolve, Brittany Reigns, and then Team Pros, going to make grand finals or not? Likely 2 out of 3 of those are going to make, 1 will not. And the question is who? So watch out for Pros. I think they're going to probably swing for the fences in this one. They've got to go for more kills this time around, especially at about 11-point deficit from the teams gatekeeping the grand finals. I think this is a fun way to look at this tournament where you have these 2 fully opposite storylines. It's a battle for, well, summer survival and then a battle for the top team in this event. So fun storylines. And again, this next map, Tiff, might not be the last one. There could be a lot more Warzone to be had.
True, but anytime that the Falcons do usually win one of these style tournaments in this format, it boasts that 50% win rate. They're at 2. We are about to go on to game number 6. Could they hit us with the back-to-back to just really end it? And then you have to talk about the other storylines like you were mentioning, the 2 out of the 3 that need to break out of relegation. They're at the mercy of Team Unrational and Team Biffle right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think you especially if you're a team that's in 42nd right now, you're like, hey, we got to keep going, right? Like, we can't afford for this tournament to end right now. So sure, if you knock Biffle or something, swing on him. You got to full wipe that team. But if you're xressolve, Brittany, and you have an okay game, I think you want it to end. Like, you don't want there to be like, you're not gaining anything for getting 30th instead of 40th. Like, you want to go, okay, let's make grand finals. We reset to 0. No scores carry over. A brand new tournament. We'll reassess to see what we need to do in order to make some prizing and at 65K for grand finals. But if I'm Brittany Reigns, I go, let's put up an average score, and I need the Falcons to win. Like, I want to stop now so that we make grand finals and there's not a threat of Team Pros, for instance, hot on our heels.
I think that's a really good point, considering we're only paying out for the group stages to 16th place. So unless they somehow go from just on the outskirts of, 40th or 39th all the way up on our leaderboard today and just maybe give us like a 60-point game, which, hey, it's possible. We've seen some teams get it, but like that would just be wild for sure. But yeah, especially when you've got really gnarly teams. Like, can we just talk about Dongy? Because my man was challenging everything on that Unrational roster. And if we've both got Unrational and Team Biffle knowing that they can end it here, I don't even know what to expect. Like, it really could end here.
I will say, if you watched last week, Dongy's team, they got to the threshold in 3 games. And then they couldn't win. However, the game after they got the threshold, we thought they were going to play slow. They were going to play for the win. And they said, no. We're dropping a 40-point second place, barely missing out. So if you think Dongy's going to slow down, people at home, you're wrong. We both know it in the booth. Dongy's going to fly and fry. They want to win, and they want to win bad. I do want to take a quick look while we have a second. We're getting that lobby going as fast as humanly possible. Let's take a quick look at the top of our overall standings. Now, a couple key notes here I think that is so fun to talk about is that we've played a total of 5 at this point, right? So we are technically, like if you look at Group B, Team enkeo, that's currently in second place overall, they're done with 14 games played. So you have a Team Biffle who's played 2 less games above them by 14 points. Truthfully does show the dominance that this team has in a lobby of this caliber. And they've already won a week, which means they're already making grand finals regardless of this leaderboard. And they're just trying to continually prove that they're the best.
Yeah, and man, it doesn't even matter though, because when you think about it, the prize pool is associated with the week 1, week 2, those group stages, right? The only thing that this says is we've locked it into the grand finals for a chance to play for $65,000 if we're staying in that top 40. And the majority of our teams that are not playing today from Group B have done enough to make sure that they are locked in. And like you said, Team enkeo in second place with 320 points, not playing today because they're already done. Sure, Unrational, if this game keeps going and our series gives us another 2 to 3, they could breach that and kind of rival up with Team Biffle, who's likely going to keep climbing as well. But still a brilliant run through on the summer survival here for Team enkeo, aka Omit EU, that just kind of bring it all together.
Yeah, I love your shout about these teams being safe. If you see a team name on this page, they're making grand finals, period. It just is what, like, we're there already, right? There's nothing else that's going to change dramatically for the top 24 in particular. You're just going to be top 40. This is the top 24. So any name you see here, we're going to see again in the grand finals, regardless of what group they were in. So it's fun to note if you see a team like deusamir drop out really early, right, in this next lobby, frankly, doesn't matter all that much, besides they're just going to probably walk away with a little bit less cash in our main event right now. That's $10,000. So Superevan squad, a really frustrating day. Honestly, a brutal tournament for them after a pretty successful one in their first week. Okay, they're still going to make grand finals and they're going to be able to VOD review, right? So there is some silver lining for a lot of these teams that are struggling. And then the other side of that coin, which you mentioned, is the Huskers team, who after a dominant day today, really strong team, really strong plays, they're only in 19th overall. That's how much they were struggling before this, and finally are moving up this leaderboard and are now fully safe for the grand finals.
I love when you say fully safe though, because like that has gotta feel good, especially knowing that barring however you end this tournament, if let's say you do not breach 120, you do not go on to Call of Duty Warzone match point, and you don't win, you're just like placed into the kind of mediocre placings, you get a little bit of cash, but then you kind of reassess VOD review and come out swinging for the grand finals next week with $65,000 on the line. I think that should be your better focus. But of course, getting that experience, getting that practice in at this format should be one of your main focus. But if things just are not working out for you today, like, just don't even sweat it.
Yeah, as much as I want to say like, hey, let's chalk the rest of our tournament because it doesn't matter in our mind, and let's just go for broke here. All of these teams, especially the teams that are competing in World Series of Warzone, are definitely using this as practice, and this is a great practice. There's not that many times where you get to practice the actual end of a match point tournament like this, especially if you're a team like Team Huskers, who's in contention to try to break that threshold and then try to grab a win. Like, definitely not done and dusted, so everybody's gonna be going for gold here, not necessarily going for broke. Maybe if you're down way at the bottom, who knows, they could try to sell it and just full send. But anyways, I'm having a lot of fun kind of theory crafting of what could and couldn't happen. We're about to get into this next map here shortly, making sure it's all good to go, because we have 2 teams past our 120 point threshold. If Team Unrational or Team Falcons win this map, we are done in 6, which will be the first time we're done in 6 in this tournament thus far. Done in 7 in week 1, done in 7 in week 2. Who knows? Could be done in 6, maybe 7. And I think, Tiff, with your math, 50% win rate for the Falcons means it's about time for another win from them. So we're going to take a very short break while we get this lobby up and going, folks. Thanks for staying patient. We'll be right back in just a moment. welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. This has been week 3. We've got 2 teams on the Call of Duty Warzone match point 120-point threshold. 2 teams have breached that and an opportunity to win right now. We're about to jump into game, Tiff. Do you think this will be it? Will we play one more after or maybe more, Tiff? Give me your prediction.
I say we just keep it consistent and go to 7. Like, I'm so stressed trying to think about it. Like, that is like asking me where I want to eat gauche, and I do not have an answer for that either. Like, you know how much people get into shambles, and they're like, no, nothing sounds good. No, I want a game 7.
Okay.
We won it by now.
Well, NBA Finals or otherwise, game 7 is what we're asking for. Could be game 6. 2 teams. We've got Team Unrational, and of course, the Falcons, an opportunity to win their like 21st tournament out of the last 24 they've played. Will they continue to reign supreme, or will someone finally cut them down? And frankly, you know, I was thinking about this during the break. Again, about to start the lobby. Everybody stay patient for me. Week 2 last week. Pretty much the exact same scenario, just a little bit different order. The Unrational team dominating most of the tournament, and it was Team Biffle, the Falcons, that swooped in and grabbed the victory underneath them. This time around, both those 2 teams kind of jockeying for the top spot, but still the top 2 teams, even with different competitors on the other side. Group C, apparently, truthfully, the group of death, because our top teams certainly coming from that one.
Yeah, I was really curious how we were going to see in Group C's debut last week, because I was on week number 1 and I was like, okay, cool. We'll see Biffle. We'll see kind of that Cloud9 roster later. And it has not disappointed me. I have been so excited to see kind of what they bring to the table and their domination and such. Like I said, we never get sick of talking about them. At this point in time, they give us a very solid reason to do it. But let's go ahead. Let's drop in. Does it end in game 6, or do we go again?
Woo! All right, it's game 6 time, folk. And well, hopefully you grab some water. Hopefully you're ready to rock and roll. Maybe a snack, because yes, we could be here for a while, but this could be the last one of the day. And let's see, Team 12 on your screen, the blue. This is going to be one of your front runners. This is going to be a team we're watching the entire time. And this is the other side of the equation. We had a slight question, and well, maybe you at home did, if this team was going to go flying and frying to start things off. And well, the answer was abso-freaking-lutely. They did a lot of this last week. They're doing it again. A quick wipe. They lose 1 in process, but they do win construction and high res.
I'm actually really shocked of what we just witnessed there for the roster that got wiped initially. I know Holly's got a sub. That's going to be Seth Austin in there alongside kind of Foulnuts and them. But we'll just kind of keep our eyes on some of those early game contests via the kill feed that's reading like a receipt at this point. But Unrational do need to see if we can get him back in after this. Doggy on 3, though. Now, you did say it. You said the moment that Unrational squad went on to Call of Duty Warzone match point, they went crazy aggressive.
Yeah, and look, they dropped a 40-point game, got 2nd place last time this happened. So looking to even better that this time around. They want to make a statement, all right? We know, I mean, Scum has been trash talking either verbally or just with his body in game this entire tourney. This guy is not going to stop until he can make a statement that they're one of the best teams in the game right now. I don't think there's a lot of questions around that, but they need to make a statement by winning a tournament. And they need to do that now by winning a game.
All right, well, you hear it now. We got to win a game. Now, granted, they have not won a single game yet today. Falcons, aka Team Biffle, have won 2 of the 5 games that we've witnessed. Then you've got Z-Laner's team that had a roster win, a Smixy, and then a Huskers. But for now, if Unrational Squad wants to take their first win of the day, if they do it here and now, we get to kind of end the tournament. They take that first place prize, that $3,000. But then, if you're still wanting to see what can we do to get cash, maybe we're not as high up on the leaderboard as we'd like, maybe go for the down.
Yeah, there's so many fun storylines, and well, that one's not too fun. babahuf just gets gunned. See you later. Amit NA is winning that fight currently. But to the gulag we go, and well, frankly, a little bit of an important one. Now, they do have plenty of cash if Scummin loses this, but oh, well cooked, well placed. Mighty Virus strikes.
I feel like you just spoke a crazy spell into existence with those words. The pacing, everything. I was like, bro, are you like trying to summon something here?
You know, sometimes I just get so surprised that it's just like Animal Planet comes out. David Attenborough just is spoken through me. Yeah, wild. I was so surprised Kevin lost that gulag. And I am getting word, by the way, Unrational also went to the gulag and also lost. So talk about disaster early in this one after a strong start. Again, they don't need kills. They just need to survive. So now they might change the pace of play a little bit to try to restabilize in the back of Doggy.
All right, well, we'll have to give it a shot. Let's see. But for the squad that always appears to be around, consistently can have those moments knowing how much of a fragger that zdark is, it's this one on your screen. And right now, well, they're looking for an angle to bait that opening onto a heavy hitting roster elsewhere.
Yeah, had to hot swap though, because, well, it looks like the Falcons also in trouble. One of the top 2 teams today passed our threshold. Shifty somehow alive for a moment, but immediately gets cut down. Advanced not going to let that happen. Not with vonbot by his side. A strong team that has fallen down the leaderboard, but an opportunity to make a big push here. They're taking out one of the top teams. Shifty, we're going to stick with this in the gulag. It's a big win against Ryda to save his team a little bit of money, albeit they are not hurting for cash at about $60,000 in pocket, by the way. Ryda first shots, but first misses. Oh my goodness. Don't let me talk bad about Ryda ever again. What a gun.
Do not sleep on Ryda. Do not. I don't know, like, they'll just come out of nowhere. Swinging, gunning, it's crazy. But this squad that I called out when we were looking at the leaderboard, you can see them kind of flying out for that reposition. They're just kind of going under the radar since eBay. It's kind of got subbed out for advanced. I'm ready to see that spark again. Maybe when you come in cold off being a sub and you're just like thrust into it, you've got to just kind of take an approach. But vonbot nestles himself there above Biffle, who wants to maybe invest some streaks into kind of ripping vonbot off, but nice. Dives on down, and that's a good knock thanks to Shifty.
I don't know if this is going to go the way of vonbot right now. Need a heroic effort and don't find it. Wait, Advance with the flank. Nice cleanup. Advance able to pick up one. Ahsoka cleans up the other, so now a 2v1 with one down. Advance could be a hero here, and I've got to at least give some flowers out to this advanced squad for just contesting, finally, this Falcons team in pop-up. There's several teams in the area. Finally, somebody's going to step up to the plate and say, I'll do it myself. And it's working. I mean, this is the first time we have seen this Falcons squad struggle in the early game, because it's the first time they've ever even kind of been contested in the early game. So shout out to Advanced enkeo. They've at least slowed the roll of the Falcons.
I do love an early contest for sure, but we'll see. Scumming, Dongy, Unrational, back on full 3. Outposts for now. And Biffle here, back in the fray, wins Gulag, gets back into pop-off power, still wants to figure out if we can take down this eBay's team, pops the zip, and gets gunned.
Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't love that play. Winning, coming up the zip with somebody staring at the zip is almost never gonna happen. However, off screen, bilngcjay, who we have charged with making a move up this leaderboard, they're at risk of relegation. It's the other storyline, actually cleans up Advance and gets the team wipe on that squad. So maybe I think they've probably got a couple gulags to work with, but you got to keep that in mind of like that Advanced squad maybe just sold their game to try to thwart the Falcons. And the rest of the lobby may be thanking them for it. But speaking of a team that was struggling, here's their other top team, and they've restabilized Tiff.
Hey, that's what you need to do. Make sure you keep that player advantage. We're down to 24. This squad on Call of Duty Warzone match point is just fighting through the endless gauntlet here in power. And next up is going to be that pros roster. Trying to fight relegation and want to go ahead and take it straight towards them for now. And it looks like Team Biffle's in trouble. Soka in the Gulag, Shifty, last standing, boots on the ground, and Urzik stands, says, I'm going through the tunnel. I don't care. I'm out.
I'm not trying to be cheeky, but like, thank you. Somebody stepping up to the plate and actually fighting them. So they're on their back foot. They're on their heels. They're swinging back. And Shifty's got to relocate. He's the only player alive for this team after getting chowed by 3-4 squads here. This is what Call of Duty Warzone match point should look like. You're a top team. You continue to land in the same spot you've been landing the whole time. We should have 5 teams dropping on your head saying, we're going to keep playing in this tournament, and we're going to make sure that's the case.
Look, hey, I think you're 100% right. But for now, Shifty's got a tall order. Soka's likely going to win the Gulag. Shifty has plenty of money to go ahead and hit those buybacks. And as I say that, I say likely. I didn't say would. It was possible that it would happen. And it's also, you know, equally possible that Shifty's the last standing, the lone savior hope of the Falcons to win a tournament right now.
Yeah, I think luckily there was a, what we call a Bertha there, and Shifty actually has to bail out of it. One of the most durable vehicles you could pick up. Shifty in trouble. Again, we got to remember, Shifty's already been in the Gulag. We saw that fight. This is a very big moment right now. If Shifty gets hunted down here, we'll be entirely in the back of Dongy's team to end the tournament now. And Shifty is running into Cloud9 on the other side. So good luck. This is going to be tough.
It's fine. I'm fine. We've got cash. We've got ground loot. We just need a buy station.
There you go.
Oh, okay. An STG off the ground. You know, some weapons, a smoke. All is well in the world, except for the fact that you got Cloud9 and Joe Woe looking to put some moves on.
And as much as I want to go somewhere else, we have to stay here. We've got to see what happens. If Shifty dies right now, which it's looking like he will, the Falcons will not win this one. Oh.
I was like, I'm invested.
He goes for it and fails. There was almost nothing he could do. The perfect trap. I believe the Falcons are fully eliminated out of this lobby after that loss. Contested off drop and then contested anywhere they tried to regain. See you later. So now Cloud9 playing spoiler. Spoiler Joe is back. But we've got to check out some of our other top teams. Husker's squad jockeying for position to try to breach our threshold. And then, of course, the only other team that could win it all right now. We got to continue to check in on that on Rational Squad as well.
Look, I'm okay with it. I said game 7. We were sticking to the issue, right? We had game 7 week 1, game 7 week 2. We just want to be consistent here like some of our teams, and I would love it. But for now, Careless Kitty's squad just ahead of there. You can see Testament falls here. There's multiple squads in the area, and something's that to be said. Husker's team loves the high ground, but they've done enough damage, and now we just need to capitalize off it.
A big move here. Up in 11. Now our zone is pulling towards that northwestern side. Continuing to find kill after kill. Careless Kitty falls. And this team needed a decent game, not a massive one. They needed about 22 points in order to breach our threshold. So as long as the Unrational's team doesn't win here, you'll likely see this team. They can keep up this pace, pass our threshold as well, and be joining the likes of the Falcons and Team Unrational. A couple more teams close as well, Tiff. We've got that Cloud9 team still definitely within contention to make past that threshold after a couple early kills this time around. Those are kind of the next two up squads.
You've got to be a little careful, though.
I mean, yeah, 11's pretty quiet. I mean, they're basically dead center 11, and there's nobody around. You can see Youngster's way off in the distance. He's actually a solo right now, split from his duo on the basically all the way opposite side of 11. And so they're just looking for a freebie. And the only other team even close is Team 13, which is in the, like, Periwinkle. That's on the south side of 11, but, like, all the way south side. So, not sure they're going to be contested for a while. So, we'll check back in a bit. As Funzy is last alive for this team.
The thing is, this roster for Huskers loves playing from that Levin Resort area, and if they can take it early on, which they love to do, they likely will. Also, I don't know what bilngcjay just did to Youngsters, but did Bling call in a loadout that just completely collapsed Youngsters and just, like, crushed him? Because that's not the regain you were looking for. And Funzy, we saw Lennon try to get squirrely earlier on in some of the matches as a solo, and Funzy's, you know, trying to take one for him.
I think that's going to be my new phrase for future Warzone events. A little squirrely early.
Ooh, a little squirrely early.
Squirrely early Lennon, squirrely early Funzy so far, albeit a little self-report there with C4. And Fnatic hunting him down. And he's about to get trapped, actually, between two teams, so this is actually brutal, especially because you're not even in zone. I mean, maybe pick up one in rotation. Dude's out again by himself in the middle of nowhere, yet, unfortunately, one or two more bullets there. You maybe grab a knock and elimination. Funzy, I'm sorry, my friend. This is about to be very brutal for you. Ottereyes on one side, Fnatic behind you. See you later.
Okay. Getting crazy here. Noobs, though. Looking for angles. The Superevan roster. You got Superev back in fire. Empathy playing a little forward. But we've got to keep our eye on to Ottereyes. He's the one that's going to play spoiler. And, hey, does just that. Skullface gets knocked just by him. Almond immediately throws down the smoke to try and play for the res, but it gives Empathy and Superevan the time they need to get up into the hillside.
Yeah, don't count out that Fnatic squad, by the way. If they can restabilize and push in, I mean, they need a 30-point game. They can certainly do that, and especially when you take down ottereyes there, it's going to open up a window of opportunity, but you got to win the fight. Superevan trying to make some plays here, but can't quite connect. Going to continue to swing and see what happens. To check back in, and it looks like Fnatic ended up winning that one. Apologize for that, but right back into it. It was just on our side, not in game, so that's going to be Ullman, Fnatic wiping that team. A big boom for them going forward. You need a 30-point game to breach the threshold. Again, they breached the threshold last week, but they did it at the end after a team had already won. It was the final map that took them over the threshold, so they didn't get a chance to execute on it. They could do it here. Could be big. Cloud9 is dead center of zone, by the way, and the yellow 7. We'll show them in a second. And also, we got to check back in with the Scum and Unrational squad. They're on the north side of our zone. Free and clear right now, playing for the win. So they slowed their roll a little bit as expected after getting stumbled by a couple teams early. And because of that, going to wait it out in the north side. And a quick look back at Huskers as well.
You can see they've already popped off that ultimate hype. That's only going to be Jackal, right? So down into this kind of apartment area, you've got Brolic and Husker still reigning supreme, playing that kind of overlook role as we just like navigate, maybe looking for anything of the resources that we can take towards the end. Pros still looking for some more eliminations to get them out of relegation, so they're putting as much work as they can since it's mission critical, and Fnatic runs into Sage's roster off screen. Jackal, though, still able to get back up to the high ground. But there's that mighty virus team that you were kind of conjuring up for them, just on the outskirts.
Yeah, and again, I think the two big teams we really have to pay attention to. Of course, this squad, if they can reach 20-some-odd points, is a big boom. But here's a look at the zone. Team 23, that's going to be on Rational Squad. They're the only team on Call of Duty Warzone match point on the north side, northeastern side of the map, and having to rotate in. They do not get the zone pull. This is going to be brutal. As they try to make a move, I don't see anything where they can do anything, but Fnatic, again, they need 30 and only have 2. So a lot of big question marks around a couple of these teams, and we gotta keep our eyes also out for pros. We'll be watching out for them in the kill feed as well, because they've got to make a move to top 40, like you mentioned, Tiff. But here's that rotation in from one of our top teams. There's only, what, a duo standing ahead of them? This should be decently free and clear.
And I love what they did was they initially went into industrial and kind of wrapped into the earlier edges of Kotovo blocks. They understand that if they can clear out the northern side in a similar move that we would witness from a team Biffle, this gives them the upper advantage and already bringing in those streaks straight onto that Destroy roster, knocking Destroy. Now, granted, we're probably not going to be able to get that full, but what it does is give you the time to push straight into this duo.
Yeah, a great setup, great execution. No, they lose one. They lose Donkey in that fight. Oh, that's going to come back to bite them. They've got to get this buy off. They have like $25,000 if maybe there's a portable buy around here somewhere. It looks like they're going to call one in from the top. Did it get shot down?
Of course. That Destroy squad probably saw it immediately, and all it's going to do is put that signal knowing that this fight just occurred. So why would you immediately want to bring in that mobile buy station? Oh, because we lost someone, but you see that they had two.
They had two.
So they're calling in a second, which is likely going to get shot out as well. But Jackal, Brolic finally running into some resistance over here, losing out on Huskers.
Yeah, that's actually a huge boon to have a second one there. I'll be really curious to see if they get that off. Again, that's the only team, frankly, that matters right now in terms of whether or not we're continuing to play. This squad needs about 20 points, and right now they're probably a little bit less than that, but they are in 1.6 TIF. We're into top 10. And we are going to probably head to kind of that a little bit north of Outpost. This is just south, or sorry, east of Levin Resort. Let's see which side it pulls to. This is going to be a big difference maker, and it does pull to the bridge. So you're going to see Team Destroy actually in a really good spot to take this at least to top 3, if not further.
Okay. Yeah, that rated roster being the one that's underneath them, that is not what you need for Brolic and Jackal, who have to get out of Levin, because you can't just go full flying, right? You have to be smart about it. Pulls the shoot at the last second to minimize the trajectory in the air, but they've already figured it out, and now Team Rated on the hunt.
Yeah, we got to check out the top of the map as well. Look at this move. This is the fight for high ground. This is the fight for the best spot in the zone. Gets team destroyed, full team of 3, and then team unrational, full team of 3. Low on resources and getting obliterated by kill streaks and everything in between. Destroy might try to make a play. No, Destroy tries to get in a good angle back up top with his teammates and gets cut down. That's the signal flare. You got to make a move. Scumming gets cut down as well. This could be the fight for the tourney. And Dongi loses. It's all in the back of Unrational and a self-revive from Scumming. Mortars galore. Left, right, and center. Will they all get cleaned up? I can only imagine that's going to be the case. We will play another game of Warzone. No! Unrational keeps some dreams alive. Natedogg, hot in his heels, finally gets cut down. What a heroic effort, but it's just not enough. Get top 6. We are playing another game of Warzone no matter what. So now all eyes on Huskers to try to breach our threshold. They are the only team I think still alive in this lobby that could break 120 points just based off this map.
Time to get it into gear. If you don't have a ton of eliminations, knowing that you were already down Huskers, down to a duo, hopefully we got the regain, but Team Rated, playing spoiler to them early on, are now looking to rotate and get themselves onto this bridge, take high ground, where you can see the lay of the land from above and some explosions, but we're fine for now.
Here we go. Huskers somehow all 3 up in the portable buy. They've got some resources. They got a PDS to play with as well. They've got zone pull. I think you've got deusamir deep in the gas right now after getting a nice wipe into top 5. We're into the 1.8x multi. Now, Cloud9, okay, I misspoke. Cloud9 could theoretically also breach that threshold. Nice fly and fry there. Nice spin. Top 3 situation. Cloud9 needs a big game. This Team Huskers needs a little bit smaller of a game, but both could breach threshold with this one. They probably both need the 2x multiplier. Cloud9 needs it more.
Ooh, okay. And just like I said, grabbing onto this bridge, the streak starting time to wreak havoc onto the Rated roster. Do we not tap that? Do we not save that self-res? Okay.
Too many mortars. Too much chaos. They cannot restabilize, and what was ultimate high yet again gets pinched by playing in the middle, but Huskers trying to make a play. Gets caught out by Cloud9. Nice shots. Hey, how about some pinky toes? You don't need those anymore. Huskers swinging into this fight. Snaps around and almost grabs a track. We should see a trade. There's Jackal's trade. Bulieve. Last alive for his team trying to play hero, and apparently has done so. Only one more alive, and on the far angle, gromalokk is a solo. We have a full team of 3. Somehow Cloud9 has more PDSs, and now they have zone. Cloud9 stayed patient. Cloud9 should get the victory here if things continue their way. Gromalokk has to play hero here. I don't know if they have enough points. It's going to be dang close. Cloud9 needs the 2x multiplier to be close. A lot of math about to exchange hands. A lot of work from our admins. But who will win the 2x multi? Right now, it's looking Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 currently picking up eliminations from that Rated roster. Bulieve kind of drops on over there, sends gromalokk packing, and now it's Cloud9 versus Bulieve, and an easy cleanup there for Cloud9 to take that 2x multiplier. There's a very real possibility that both of these teams did enough. However, I just don't know how many eliminations that Huskers roster was able to acquire.
Oh, so many question marks and fantastic Warzone to boot. Again, the team in the middle gets pinched and punished. Now, I did see Bulieve obviously make a heroic play to be able to grab second and another elimination. 1.8 points could be the difference between hundreds and thousands that your team earns, but even still, Cloud9 stayed patient, great IGLing, and fantastic uses of the PDS. Yet again, they've got great overall average placement. How many kills did they have? Now, not a tall order was needed for them to breach the threshold. 26.7 points is what they needed with a 2x multiplier. You're not looking for that. I mean, that's 14 points, 14 kills rather. I think they might have gotten that, right? It's very, very close. And you're right. Husker squad, did they do enough with a 1.8x multi? I think both teams very, very close, Tiff.
They've got to be so close because they were sitting in the same positions of Unrational Squad and Biffle Squad prior to map number 5. You're right, like about 26 points that they needed to be able to get over and done through that threshold. And knowing that they both got into the 1.8x and then Cloud9 takes the 2x, that just makes the work to breach 120 and show that you can go the distance, stay consistent, and net yet again another win. I mean, look, they probably did. They probably did.
Probably did. We could see 4 teams on Call of Duty Warzone match point, folks. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. You're not going to want to miss this, though. We went to Game 7 in Week 1. We went to Game 7 in Week 2. And, well, we might be going to Game 7 in Week 3 or maybe beyond. We'll be right back in just a moment. welcome back to the $100,000 Call of Duty Warzone Summer Survival. Week 3, $10,000 on the line and a spot in the grand finals where you're going to be playing for $65,000. We got to figure out who the winner is today first, Tiff, and we are not done yet. We're going to at least see Game 7. Let's see maybe if we see an 8 or a 9th, but let's take a look at the leaderboard and see if any other teams have joined our teams at the top. And, well, Tiff, we thought it was going to be close, and it certainly was for one of those squads, but Cloud9 had a game in the last one.
Yeah, they did. Getting that 2x multiplier to go alongside all their eliminations, playing to perfection in terms of getting ahead of those circle pools and just cleaning up that end game, puts them into contention. Now we have 4 total teams alongside that Team Huskers roster that, despite having not a substantial position in that end game, but kind of held on with the smokes, then get on the bridge before getting cut down with Brawlic last standing with that 1.8x. They get in with just 3.4 points to spare. Now, however, if this does not end here, take a look at that Fnatic roster that's sitting outside of 120 by less than 8 points, Gosh.
Yeah, this is wild. And you know what's wild about this is, like, if you look back at week 2 at this exact same spot in the broadcast, the top 3 are exactly the same. In the same order, I'm pretty sure, too. Going into map 7, which was our final map, Team Biffle ended up dropping a 40-point win in the final map, which actually catapulted them not only in the first place position to win it all because it was Call of Duty Warzone match point, but also because they had a big enough game to have the points lead. But it was these same 3 teams. Now, the 4th team was Team Almond moving up into the mix as well, right? At the final moments, they were able to breach past that 120-point threshold. So, like, these are the same teams in the area, except for Team Huskers. And again, I'm so impressed with this team thus far. Their ability and willingness to stay together as a team, even when the going gets tough, to stay together as a team when they're not winning. And then finally, it begins putting together over and over again the last couple tournaments. And now they're a top team in the game, and they find themselves on that Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold. Now, folks at home, you know the answer to this question or the answer I'm about to give you. But here's the thing. Any of these teams win this map, regardless of the points total they have, they win it all. I don't care if you have 40 points less than Team Unrational or Team Biffle. You win if you win a game. So this is where the rubber meets the road. You are running out of time to get your win. There are 4 teams on our threshold, which means any of these 4 win, they win the tournament and the tourney's done, ranking everybody else in order of points.
Exactly, and those leaderboards will freeze, and if you happen to get relegated because you're in the bottom 8, then you are done, dusted. You're not advancing on to the grand finals, getting that chance to play for $65,000. So if you're outside and you're in the bottom 8, time to lock it in because it could very well end here. Let's drop into the next game.
Okay, Game 7, it's here. It's where we ended week 1, week 2. Will we end there again? Here in week 3, folks, I gotta hear from you in chat. Let me know. Is this it? Is this the final map? Will one of our 4 teams make it to the finish line and finally win a game? Joe's team, of course, Cloud9, would have to do it back-to-back, a tall task, but definitely one within reason for them. They won 3 out of the 7 games that were played in week 2, and now they got a chance to do it again, this time in week 3.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that Cloud9 roster. You got Breadman on there who likes to wait a second. Wait a moment. You mentioned this squad loves to drop hot. They don't care. Spartacus out here pistol whipping Dongi and Unrational, taking him down. Scummin last standing, and we're just trying to kind of maybe hunt for some cash, a decent weapon, but we're not leaving. This is okay, that's a hot start.
Yeah, sorry, a bit of a groan from me because it's like, okay, nice, we're contesting our top teams. And then I look over to our map, and again, we got 2 players that need to win their gulags right now. The Falcons are uncontested pop-off, so we'll get to that in a second. Unfortunately, Linen wins against Unrational, which means we're down to 2 and counting. Scummin, 1 isolated. How about a second? Lines up for him, but doesn't have a lot of plates to work with, so has to back off. This is a must-win situation for Dongi, so we can help out Scummin.
Okay. Dongi a little more patient this time. Hello. But he might be able to walk right behind him, and Nobu's like, wait, is someone behind me? Like, yeah, you're done.
Okay, well, back to the gulag and staying in the gulag with the same team. Well, you go chow on the side, doesn't connect. Yeah, this is another must-win. I mean, you gotta look at the cash. Wow, Scummin gets crushed by a nade. Low health. I think Juki's thought he was gonna push the poison and thought better of it. Couple smoke and run situations, even in the gulag. Juki's thinking about it. Ooh, okay. Well, you think the zip's free and clear, and Juki's is prone right underneath it. So that means we have one player remaining for that squad. This is looking like the exact same thing that happened to the Falcon squad. They fight early, they lose early, now they're in trouble and having to restabilize on the back of one. However, if we could, we need to swap over to the other side of the coin up in pop-up just for a brief glance, because this Falcons trio has the entire POI completely isolated by themselves. Look at them. I mean, there's nobody here. And so whatever happened last time, I don't know where advanced teams went. I know they're trying not to chalk their own tourney here, Tiff, but like, I mean, somebody do it. I mean, you did it, but you did it last time. You got to keep doing it. It's still match point. Nothing's changed. Oh, that's brutal.
You know, it's fine. You can only count that Biffle roster out one or twice for them to make a mistake, because if they make a third mistake, that is so uncharacteristic of them, you would never expect that. So now they've made their way up into Industrial. They're going to seek to clean out the North, and Cloud9, well, they're getting mixy. Out here, you've got Superevan's roster kind of just trying to fly in from above. Ottereyes gets his feet on the ground towards the rooftop, and I love that Jowo takes this as an opportunity to kind of back on up, look for some cover. As, ooh, okay. Okay, Brad, little head peek there, saying, nah, maybe this isn't where I want to go.
Oh, a couple teams in trouble, and one of those, of course, Unrational Squad cannot stabilize. Going back to their first drop spot back at high rise here. Let's see what they can do with it. I don't know. I mean, Scone's finding a little bit of loot, but there's a full team of 3 there. That is a troublesome spot. And so to Cloud9 we go, one of our 4 teams on Call of Duty Warzone match point. Also in trouble. Everybody catching the frustrating part about this format. If you're a top team, you're going to be contested early by anybody that can get their hands on you. And so far, so good for this team. Barely on edge. They do have a vehicle, but there is one on hanging on that cross. This is going to be a tough one.
It's quite interesting because this is the same squad that they contested that sent them to the gulag initially, and they're just like, no, this is personal. I'm returning to the scene of the crime. I don't even care. I'm going to take them down. Back to Breadman there at Cloud9, popping into the LTV for a bit of a maneuver, and the Chow comes in. Oh. I don't feel comfy here. We are switching seats like crazy, but empathy. Here goes the interrogation straight onto the Cloud9 roster. The Call of Duty Warzone match point. They need to win, and the information is given to Jowo.
I thought we were going to see a little bit of finesse there from the Bread. That was about to be a nasty clip for the timeline, but unfortunately slaps to the driver's seat and gets fried. So a great effort, but now 2 alive for this team. So again, in a bit of a blender. And here's the final 4th team. I was about to call for it. Perfect swap, and a little bit different of a story. They've elected to take suburbs. They've elected to take high ground, and then they've elected to just throw bullets down and say, yeah, you're not getting close to us without taking some bullets to the face, all right? So they're probably going to hang out here or in this area for a while based on our zone pull. We are finally headed true south this time, Tiff. I can only imagine this will be, I think for at least this week, the first city or suburb zone we will get, and it could be our last depending on who takes it.
Ooh, okay, okay. Another southern zone. Look, I started thinking about some crazy pools that we have had the pleasure of casting over. Think of the very open, far south. I'm talking as far south of Urzikstan that you can go, and everyone's just frolicking into this dusty open field, and it's chaotic. There's a very real possibility that it doesn't bounce back towards north of suburbs, that it goes the distance down there.
That definitely could be the case. And this Ivy squad, having a nice little start here. They've kind of been burning and turning on a bunch of teams since the very beginning of this one, and they certainly need it. I'd love to jump way up this leaderboard. And again, I think a lot of our teams, top 24 teams on the overall standings, are all safe overall in making grand finals. But there's still an onus of responsibility on Brittany Rain's team, Sean Jay's team, that pros team, to make sure you make grand finals while we're focusing on our top 4 teams that are already on our threshold. So 2 fun storylines on the complete opposite sides of the leaderboard right now, both fairly equally important.
Okay, Baba on 1. Through Lowtown we go, taking ankles on Omitti's roster, and we come on over. A squad that faces potential relegation, that has already clawed themselves out of the bottom 8 on the opposing side of a team that is in a must-win situation. Streaks undergoing their way, but Dongi's still inching themselves ever so close as Scumman's taken the cross.
And I'm looking down at our scores down there at the relegation. Here's that look at xressolve's team. They're in 39th right now, and they actually have a decent little lead, about 8-point lead over Team Brittany Reigns. So probably feeling the most comfortable out of these bottom 2. Of course, xressolve, Brittany, and then Pros. 40 seconds still, but closing the margin. Only 4 points, 4.2 to be exact, behind Brittany Reigns in 40th. A big move from Pros could see some of those teams swap. And here is the top team trying to spoil the advances of the xressolve squad. As Dongi gets a little active here, looking for a kill that he thinks is free, but it's not, with a nice trade. xressolve baits him into the cross. Teammates come in to help out. A big kill on a big team. Gonna help them to continue to book their tickets to the grand finals.
And if you can already see they've got a member, they've hit a buy, they're getting them back into the fray. And now hovering above, they're gonna get that information. They're not the only ones kind of flying above this area as that circle kind of centers on up. We're still kind of bouncing around towards that suburb area. It's only a matter of time where we go from there back to the buy station. Unrational only on 2. Now, mind you, I don't care if they win with 1 elimination. I don't care if everyone dies to the gas and they win on 0, which is not going to happen, obviously. They just have to net themselves a win to end week number 3 of the summer survival.
That's right. And deep within the western side of the map, it's that Unrational team rotating into new. Here's a look. Team 12 is now your Falcon squad. The darker blue gonna have a rude awakening here for Wars, potentially. Down goes Wars. Where's the cross from Bubble? Not there. Z-Laner's coming up, but it's a little bit too late. He's gonna get shot in the back here if Biffle's not careful. There's Z-Laner. There's a nice flank. Even up the tally, and she's in a bit of trouble as well up top. 2v2 in Estates. And this is really a good spot in zone, frankly. You want to win this and restabilize. And how about a couple UAVs? How about an advanced UAV, to be very exact? And Bubble, last alive for his squad.
Yeah, but we've seen Bubble kind of wreak havoc on some unsuspecting squads early on today, and this time Soka doesn't even want to give him a chance to do so.
Nice.
Pushes straight through the building and ends the threat before it can even occur.
Now the Falcons mostly free and clear on the south side of suburbs, waiting, watching, looking at this zone, trying to figure out where to go. They're going to be alone for a while, so we probably won't need to check back in with him for a while. But Squad 4, who has had a great tournament thus far on... Wow. I was going to say in trouble, but you're right. Bubble wins his ones. Nice win. Back into the lobby they go on the back of 1.
Bubble wins his ones. That's what we need to see. The squad that keeps regaining, but still has to deal with the xressolve roster. You think about what we saw in map number 6 for them as well. However, when this was going to the north side, they kept running into Destroy squad. And because they didn't deal with them sooner or rather than later, it came around to bite them in a full circle kind of moment. But this time we're rotating away from xressolve and that Cloud9 roster. Job's not done over here. They're going to be exiting out of one of the most highly congested areas in Riverside.
Yeah, and again, 4 teams, so they continue to bop around between these 4 in different parts of the map. You're right, Riverside. This is going to be a pretty big fight as well. This is not an easy fight either. Pentagon, Melvin, maybe not a great day today, but a great team. And a third party coming in. This is brutal. You've got to win this fight soon, or Team 28 is going to swoop in and clean everyone up. And with a bunker buster, with mortars, smokes galore, FaZe Doozy comes in. As it looks like Sage and Co. are spoiling this Cloud9 team, who Breadman, last lot, I don't know if Bread's been to the Gulag, I can't remember. But with just a little bit of health and no teammates to write home about and $300 to his name, this man is broke and about to be dead.
We are in shambles. We exit on out, and there it is. It looks like a wipe. We'll tune in to see. I don't know if he had the Gulag, but for now, Unrational squad, they're going to be the ones still trying to work down the area of xressolve now as far south as you can as it pulls towards the south.
And again, Cloud9, by the way, fully confirmed, fully out of this lobby. Cloud9 will not be winning in Game 7. They need to prey on the downfall of the other top 3 teams. And I'm pretty impressed with the restabilization of this trio. Staying together, staying as a unit. Not worried as much about kills. Trying to get to a nice high ground position. They have it. Bubble on a heady, but thinks better of that one.
I'm a little worried with that squad ahead of them. Z-laner, Wars, Bubble. I mean, look, they're already on 10 eliminations so far in this game. And they're one of the squads that needed a 24-point game to breach Call of Duty Warzone match point after this, if we go again.
Will we go again? Well, now our 4 turns to 3 because Cloud9's out, so maybe a little bit higher % chance we have a game 8. And we've lost Donkey actually to the team we've been telling to step up. That's Pros down there with nobuspartan and bilngcjay. Again, they're 5 points behind 40th. A big move here, not only to wipe a top team. Here they come. This is Pink 20. This is a big moment. Could make grand finals if you can win this team fight. Could lose it all if you don't.
Okay. Seems good for now. It's going to allow Unrational's team, but you got to be an issue here. This fight against Team Pros needs to be quick because you can see that Team Z-laner has not crossed the road. They've got angles on the top of the roof and do not need to put themselves in anything that doesn't allow them success. The dark horse of this fight is going to be Z-Dark coming in for a spoiler alongside Castillo and deusamir. Like, they are scary when it comes to situations like this.
Yeah, deusamir, again, you're right. Playing spoiler, as per the usual. Sneaks in third parties and says, peekaboo. Sorry, bucko. There's a lot of teams on this estate side. And again, the Falcons are lurking. That's that blue, purple, almost 12 color, that dark blue. That's the Falcons. You see Shifty off in the right-hand corner. We're about to see 2 of our teams on our threshold about to fight each other. Shifty could pick one off in rotation. If he peeks, he's not going to hear them until probably about now-ish. So he begins to creep up and doesn't have an angle. It's too late. They're at the bottom of this building. Maybe finds Donkey. Yes, does. Huge spoiler play. Shifty knows there's 2 and he's going for it. Wait, Stubborn was also knocked at the 3-3. Shifty wins them all. Grabs the teabag and everything in between. Marks them just to make sure. Oh my goodness. A little insult to injury. A little salt in the wound. Team Unrational fully eliminated by another team on our Call of Duty Warzone match point. Whoa, what a breakdown.
Yeah, that happened. That absolutely happened. If we get another one, if we go to a match 8, you know that that roster of Team Unrational is going to come in with a vendetta, a chip on their shoulder. But that's if we get another one. We still have Biffle. We still have Team Huskers up in Adam. And right now, Team Biffle's coming in with a certain type of energy that says, we mostly win these style of tournaments, and we're going to wrap it up again.
Oh, I love this. The 2 teams in zone right now are the 2 teams that, if they win, the tournament's over. These 2 teams are the final 2 teams on our threshold right now. They've already got to the end zone, and they're just waiting on everybody else, and they're right next to each other. Shifty is sizably split. Look at how far away Biffle is right now. They've got a ton of cash for a quick buyback, so Shifty can afford to play a little bit separated, especially with almost every single team besides Team 24 rotating towards Huskers. Huskers team knows it. They got to move, and they got to move now. They're smoking and running. They're trying to get to a new spot in zone, and unfortunately, guess who's there to play spoiler? Shifty, trying to pick up more, but doesn't get it. Here's some drones. Here's some buy stations, and thinks better of it for now. Team 22 creeps into zone. That's Sean J, another team we have to watch out for totally different reasons. Trying to make sure they secure their spot in the grand finals. Wow, this is going to be insane. I do love this rotation, though, from Huskers all the way down south. Again, side by side with Team Shifty, just now even further south, even deeper into the zone, likely further and further into safety as they are, well, they found an angle.
Yeah, they definitely did. That Oakley Boy roster with Picnic is going to be fully wiped there. Wars' team alongside Z-laner still up, still picking up eliminations. If we go again, there's a good chance that they'll have breached that 120-point threshold. Now, We do have 13 teams still up in our lobby, with 2 of them being teams that can end the final group stage of Summer Survival here and now. And we did see that circle inevitably start pulling to the far south of suburbs. Like we were talking about, kind of neighboring that out of bounds area. So that rotation that you were mentioning early on with Team Huskers, they have the furthest south building that is the most center.
Yep.
And yes, this Biffle roster will have kind of some angles here with Shifty taking point on that. But I love the gumption that they took to go ahead and grab it early, because there's the pull. It pays off.
And again, the only 2 teams in zone are the 2 teams who need it the most. Shifty finding angles. And right now, just trying to ward off anything. And again, Shifty gets paid here. Wow, Ahsoka knocked all of them. They have self-revives. They might be fine. No, they know who it is. They are flying at this team. They try to make a move. And it's working. A bunker buster comes through, knocks the entire team, and they are scrambling right now. Shifty's able to pick up Sean off screen, but this team somehow stayed alive. They get to a piece of cover and then back off. Biffle and Ahsoka couldn't get here fast enough to get the cleanups. What a sequence. That was wild, Tiff.
I don't have any words, Goj. I'm not gonna lie. That is one of the most unfortunate events that has ever come across my screen on a tournament. But they could have been down and out, but what they do is regain. However, the squad on your screen, now look at your mini map. Everyone, we've got mortars from left to right. Everyone's collapsing, but what team number 7 is doing, they are full wrapping wars. Team Z-Lane are down and out. Hopefully they've done enough to breach 120 should we go again.
Yeah, look at the pushover again. Shifty by himself on roof, so he doesn't have to move. Not yet. He's got a little bit of zone to work with. And a lot of teams below him, and his teammates are calling them out and said, don't move anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere. Just hang out and wait for a little bit. Probably can pick up some in rotation. No, get sniped. It's Brawlick on the other side. Answers back and says, you're going to burn one of our self-revives? Now how about you burn yours? As Shifty somehow, I think it was maybe an airstrike or something, picks up Sage while he's down. I respect it.
Flag fully eliminated over to deusamir, but we're going to PDS, and we're going to bide our time. Let everyone else rotate ahead of you. But this squad, they've still got time. I even see a Guardian down in the mix there for Team Smixy. We're throwing thermites, we're connecting, but there are teams that have already full wrapped us towards the out of bounds line. And look at that, squad number 13, deusamir. They know how to play spoiler. They're trying to do it again.
Okay, here we go. Look at this zone pull. There is not even an iota of cover out in this zone. So what do? You try to grab the vehicle. Unfortunately, everybody's staring at the one vehicle left in this lobby. Biffle somehow able to stay alive. Nope, just kidding. I lied. Ahsoka, the last alive for this team. They don't have any immediate threats, though. The only threat right now is the team way deep in the gas right now, which is Attract and Rated and Co. Trying to have another great game to push themselves up the leaderboard and win some extra cash. We PDS and we get a buyback, but the zone pulls to Huskers, pulls to the building Huskers is in right now. What a perfect RNG God gift to Team Huskers to win it all, and I think Shifty's team knows it.
Is it about to happen? We saw Biffle. He had one streak, threw it down. Rated's team fully out towards that gas. And now through the angles, as teams start to rotate in. We lose out on Brawlick because, hey, spoiler to the Z-Dark roster that's making a play for their building, especially when it's the only cover. Of course, everyone wants it.
Look who got roof. They made it to roof. How'd they get to roof? Who let them get to roof? They have high ground with Biffle and Cross. They've got guns, all 3 up. How in the world have the Falcons landed on the roof of this building? And it's because this deusamir squad shoved into bottom first, so there was no one to hold them. We've got a perfect and true layer cake, and somehow Team Huskers is trapped in the middle. We know what happens to the teams in the middle. 3 teams, Jackal left alive. Will the Falcons finish it, Tiff? I think they do, but still a little bit of game to play.
They're the Falcons, Ghost. You've just got to let them fly. You just gotta let them fly. Soka, Shifty, hold the top layer on the layer cake. Biffle with the craziest cross has the LTV, looking for head peaks. Jackal's just like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to turtle on up and hope to God that deusamir's roster fights first, but Shifty drops down, and unfortunately, there goes Huskers. We are now into a final 3v3, but the trap's already been set.
a 3v3 to finish it out. They've got to win. They've got high ground. deusamir gets knocked first. This is a single player. You got to move. You got to move now. Shifty, fly at your opponent. Take down Castillo. The final one remaining. Shifty on the flank. Shifty loses. It's not over yet, but yes, a cleanup, a trade. The Falcons are your winners of week 3. They won week 2. They won week 3. Will they win it all? We will certainly be seeing them in the grand finals. And congratulations on likely well over $4,000 earned just today. What a finish and great plays to stay alive and win the game. Whoa.
Not only do they take the dub, but it occurs in Game 7 like we've seen throughout Summer Survival. So once again, congratulations to your Groups A and C champions, Team Biffle, aka Falcons. Biffle, Shifty, Soka, they do it again. But this time, not only do they take out Team Unrational, who was also on Call of Duty Warzone Matchpoint, they take down the final member of Team Huskers in style. And that was a pretty atrocious zone, Goj.
Yeah, it was a not only be gifted the zone, but knew exactly where it was going to go, which is why they aggressively smoke and ran. Like, I don't truthfully think Team Huskers could have done anything really that much differently. Like, if they take high ground too early, they get fried off the roof. If they, like, hang out in any other building, they're gonna have to rotate in. Like, they got everything they needed to win. The one thing they needed was anyone else to stare at the Falcons. And unfortunately, deusamir, again, a great map from them. They pushed under first after grabbing Gromalokk, so they had to swing in. Like, deusamir had to push for that, but because they got the knock on Gromalokk and swung in and cleaned him up, nobody could stare at the Falcons. The Falcons could do whatever they want. And so they won. Oh, crazy finish, but it was so fun to see two teams that have that were on our Call of Duty Warzone match point threshold, both fighting it out in the final 3 and all in the same building. A beautiful end to a great tourney.
It was a really solid, and I was kind of like looking at my notes from the entirety of our 7-game series. And while it wasn't quite a 50% win rate there for the Team Falcons today, they did win 3 out of the 7, which is still very impressive considering our stacked lobby, right? Was it Enigma who said that Group C was essentially that group of death, and they completely reaped our lobby today? So just kind of bringing in the Reaper scythe, they did it. And yeah, now we've got another tournament that the Falcons win.
Yeah, what is that, 21 out of 24? I don't know. Somebody's doing the math behind the scenes. Don't worry, we got the earnings. These guys are different. They're the best players in the game right now. No one can stop them. Somebody's got to figure it out between now and World Series of Warzone. And frankly, you need to figure it out between now and the grand finals next week, where they have a chance to win a big lion's share of the $65,000 up for grabs. These guys are reaping every tourney they're in. And I think as we take a breather here to see where the rest of the teams line up on that leaderboard, because I do think it'll actually be pretty close near the top, aside from, of course, the Falcons, is frankly, like, I think the big question in my mind is, like, what's different there if the Falcons get contested off drop? Like, we saw what happened the map prior to this when they got contested. They couldn't stabilize. They didn't have a great game at all. This time, Unrational Squad get fought really early in this one. The Huskers team was free and clear. Jolo squad was fighting early. Like, you've got to have teams dropping on these top squads for this match point to really elongate much further than the 6-7 games. And because they had a free and clear start, they were able to do pretty much whatever they wanted. And they had so much cash, they could just buy back till finally they stabilize. So I don't know. Somebody's got to stop the Falcons, and they need to do it real soon.
I mean, you gotta think, they've just got their macro so on point. They have the minutia when it comes to their micro fighting capabilities. They set up the traps, they extend one out to hold an angle. I mean, just like looking overall at that end game, right? Just putting Biffle on the outside with the LTV, putting him in a head peek, letting him excel, put that pressure onto deusamir's roster when you already know it's a 3v3v1. That solo is probably not really most of your worries right there. Shifty just has to drop down, win a 1v1, and then it's fine. And you've already taken so much damage into the other. Just they know what it takes to take a fight and put it into their advantage. And it's quite impressive. So I can only imagine what grand finals is going to be like, especially when you've got $65,000 on line, 20K for first place. Some of these teams, like Unrational Squad right here, who went down pretty early to that Biffle roster, needs to come back with that vendetta against the Falcons.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick look back at a lot of our replays here in the last one, because frankly, one of my favorite Warzone maps I've cast in a long time, not only from the end, but also just the action at the beginning. Like, these are key moments for our top 4 teams that had already breached our threshold, where if things go slightly differently, you lose one teammate here or a teammate there, like you might not see them in the final fight. And then on the opposite side of the coin that we haven't even discussed yet is these teams at the bottom. Like that squad right there, that nobuspartan squad, had an opportunity to make grand finals and maybe just missed. I don't know. We're gonna wait to see. And then it's moments like that where you see your main competition, the other teams on our Call of Duty Warzone match point, and you have to finish them up. But final couple maps here, and this right here, Tiff, was just beautiful.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? You were like, who is gonna let this roster get onto the roof? And I'm like, oh, they're Falcons. You gotta just let them fly, right? And Shifty and Soka getting onto that rooftop, controlling the layer cake. Not only that, but they were also your bounty leader. So yes, they get $3,000 for first place today on the group stage final week, but they net themselves an extra $1,250 from that bounty.
And again, a huge shout out to this team on Rational. The Silver Surfers, apparently another second place finish for them, and a nearly identical leaderboard to the last one from week 2, where you had Team Biffle, Unrational, Joe all up there into the mix, into the top 4, breached the threshold, but Unrational Joe couldn't quite close it out. But still, big congratulations to them. $2,000 earned for Team Unrational and $1,000 earned for Team Joe for getting third. Husker Squad, again, big shout out to this team. They've really come online and not only secured a spot in the grand finals, but also got 4th today with a great finish, still walking away with $750 and an opportunity to play for more next week. So overall, a very fun leaderboard. Big shout out to deusamir for breaching 100 points just in this one as well, getting top 3. So good performances across the board, and I think great practice for everybody going into the grand finals. Tiff, what a day.
What a day. That is the best way to sum things up. It is also just so exciting because I feel like competitive Warzone in general is just on the up and up. We've been so incredibly blessed with a lot of talented players and teams, but just one team in particular just seems to be a notch above the rest consistently.
Well, we're going to have a chance to talk to them yet again. Team Biffle joining us in the booth. And, well, hey, Biffle, it's good to see you again. It's been exactly 1 week. We're in the exact same spot we were last time. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now. Did the VOD review all pay off? How are you feeling about the tourney as a whole?
I mean, it was great. You know, obviously we won. We actually took the bounty home this time, which I actually don't know how much it was worth, but that's cool. You know, we got extra bonus. Oh, $12.50. Wow.
Yeah,
hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, more cash, more cash
yeah,
at this rate.
People
Let's
were
go.
People were playing kind of hard for us in this tourney. We had like 3 teams in our first match point game. They all just like, you know, try to hit our POI, but you know, the final one they didn't really. No one came because it was a little bit out of zone, and we just got a bunch of money. You know, they love when we get all the money, all the POI to ourselves. So we got all that and we just rode. You know, we made it all the way to the bottom.
I mean, it seems to be that's all you guys do, right? I say it all the time. I'm never going to get sick of talking about your trio, but I don't want to say what it's like being one of the most dominating Warzone competitors, but what do you think needs to happen for some other teams to kind of reach that upper echelon that you guys have obtained?
Honestly, like, I don't know, man. I mean, Soka and Shifty, they've been doing this for a while. You know, they're really good at the game. They've grinded the hardest in the game, and for teams to catch up to like where they're at right now, I don't know. It might take a couple years, to be honest.
Look,
I just think they're so far ahead of the game right now.
What I love from you, Biffle, every time we get to do these interviews is that you're so incredibly humble, and when Tiff sets you up with a question that has to be trash talk, you give it over to Shifty and Ahsoka and say, no, you'll catch them at some point in a couple years. I love it, man. Look, talk me through. I really want to hear some strategy stuff. We've heard, you know, the peek behind the curtain for your team many times, but talk to me about that final map in the win, because a crazy situation to have all 3 teams in the same building stacked on top of each other. What did it take for you guys to get to the roof? Because you were in a terrible spot. When you go for the LTV, you get fried out of it, and then somehow you get a free and clear rotation to the top of that building, and then it's just free for you.
Yeah, I don't know how Shifty got up there, but Soka took the LTV and left me in the dirt, so I was kind of like stuck in zone, and I was just rowing in the open field, and no one was shooting at me. but I ended up catching deusamir on the bottom floor. He was like, he started looking out the window eventually. I knocked him, and then we knew Huskers and them were also second floor because somebody got a full kill on like Huskers or someone. So we knew it was also like probably a duo. And yeah, I think Shifty ended up catching Jackal in the corner, so we killed him. And then, you know, we just knew it was 3-man, bottom floor, deusamir. Yeah, I mean, they all came out of the same doorway, so they were kind of free kills.
Free
Fair
kills.
enough.
Free kills. Okay, so Falcon's plot armor, free kills. You love to see it. More cash for you. But I kind of want to double back to something that you were talking about earlier. And that first initial game when you guys reached that Call of Duty Warzone match point, you mentioned a lot of teams like came for you straight over to pop off power. Do you think that teams are respecting you in general when it comes to not contesting you and seeing that they threw your game right there? Kind of. Do you think more teams will do it in the future, especially with the grand finals being next week?
No, I don't think in the grand finals, like, I don't think teams are gonna be trying to chalk their game. I know vonbot, you know, he loves Soka, so like he's landing on us, and he landed on us like 3 times in today's tourney. So he loves us, but no, I don't think teams are really gonna try chalking us when it comes to like the grand finals for 65K, you know.
Makes
Well,
sense.
yeah, the proverbial softest gauntlet has been thrown. Somebody chow them. Is the charge I'm hearing. Look, Biffle, really impressed always. I think you guys have won the last like 20 some odd tournaments you've played in. It's an unreasonable stat. Obviously, job's not done. You got a long road ahead of you. Any quick words for the broadcast, for your fans, for your teammates, pulse check, anybody watching?
Yeah, I mean, you know, shout out to all the people watching. You know, hey, I love you guys. I appreciate everyone supporting. You know, I got chatting here, showing all the love. To the pulse check, I mean, you know, Shifty's probably already up there just talking to them. I don't know what he's doing, but he's probably up there already with the interview. But you know, shout out to pulse check, shout out everyone putting on. And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next tournament that we win.
Yeah, well, maybe it'll be next week. Who knows? Somebody's got to stop you. Congrats again and good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Tiff, another great interview. That sounded almost identical to the last one. Now, I will say he felt a little bit more confident, it seemed, about their gameplay this time around. Last interview last week was like, hey, we kind of sucked. We need to go to the VOD review. And I was like, you won. You know that, right? He was like, yeah, but we know we could be better. And that's one thing about this team that is so impressive is they're the best, but they always want to get better and better and make sure it's not even a contest.
I was gonna say, did you not catch that last line? He's like, I'll see you in the next tournament that we win. Like, hey, now we're not even hiding it. That is just the most cold thing I've ever heard. Like, I call him a silent assassin for a reason, and that's just bringing it all together.
Yeah, definitely the case. Well, we had another side of the coin, the equation. Who makes it to grand finals? We've got to show our overall leaderboard to see who will be playing next week, folks. Top 40 from our 48 teams. And here's the bottom of the leaderboard. It was so close. This whole other race at the bottom, you see Team Pros have closed the gap. There was like a 12-point gap, then a 5-point gap, and it ends with a 3-point gap between Team Brittany Reigns and Team Pros. So we will not be seeing Pros, nobuspartan, or bilngcjay, and the rest of these 7 other squads. They have been eliminated from the competition. We will see Team Brittany Reigns, Shia, Seanjay, Peachy, Holly, all making it through to the next round. They'll all have a chance to play for $65,000 and go back to the drawing board and say, what do we need to do better next time to walk away with a bit of cash? And again, here are your top or bottom rather teams, but let's look at the top teams who dominated the course of the competition. Of course, we see Team Biffle at the top with 2 wins out of the 2 weeks they played, but Unrational's team from a point standpoint right there in second place and not horribly far behind when you calculate 14 games.
Yeah, this is pretty solid performance. Now, granted, based off what you were saying for their initial week 2 performance, this differential that they've obtained over Team Unrational is something that they're going to look to extend on, right? It's not even enough at this point for that roster to just win. They want to do it by large margins, and who knows what the grand finals are going to bring towards the table with $65,000 on the line. Scores are being reset. Nothing is brought not on over week to week because the group stages, well, they're done, and now we have a ton of cash to play for.
We have our 40 teams and a ton of cash to play for. I couldn't have said it better myself. A great breakdown, and Tiff, it was a ton of fun casting all of the action in week 3 with you. Any final words for the broadcast? A little send-off before we get back to the grand finals next week.
No, it was just a really good time. I'm so happy to see what competitive Warzone is growing into. We've got a ton of talented people on the production side of things and a ton of talented players in the lobby that just keep pushing the margins, keep trying to improve week after week, and we notice it. Sure, we have a lot of fun on the broadcast, kind of joking and having fun with it, and it's just really fun to watch all of the growth that we've been witnessing since Verdansk come to fruition all the way here into Urzikstan and to the future.
Yeah, a great shout. Well, folks, Group C was certainly the group of death. 3 out of the top 5 teams, all from Group C, 1 from A, 1 from B. We'll see if that efficacy of Group C continues into the grand finals. Folks, that's all we've got here in the booth. From myself, Tiff, the whole production team behind the scenes, everybody at home. We couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for having a blast with us in week 3. But folks, you gotta come back next week, same time, same place. It's going to be for the grand final. $65,000 on the line, and we're playing to a 150-point threshold with 40 teams on the map. You're not going to want to miss the action, so tune in, same time, same place next week. But that's all we've got for today, so thank you for being here, and we'll see you next week.